Welcome into the third day of the draft. We are here for the long haul today. It's going to be a long one as we get through the final, you know, 150 or so picks. It's always a fun day, but it's definitely a slog fest of getting through it and talking about it. We're going to be talking about the picks from last night and the moves that they've made. And who knows? Maybe we'll see the Broncos trade a player. Maybe we'll see what they did last year and trade for a player when they traded like what they did for John Franklin Myers. But Dylan, you've had some time to sleep on it. How you doing, man? And have your thoughts about last night and what the Broncos did changed at all?
Yeah, a little bit actually. You know, where the players were taken, RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, maybe earlier, not even maybe, earlier than many expected, myself included. And while I like RJ Harvey coming into this, I didn't talk about him too much because honestly, I thought there was options that the Broncos would take ahead of him. Same with Pat Bryant. RJ Harvey's explosiveness, I'm very excited to see what he does in this offense. And I think Sean Payton's taking specific fits to his offense despite what other big boards may say, despite what other mock drafts might say. He's taking guys that he knows he will be able to use in his offense in specific roles, whether they're niche or whatever. I think and when it pertains to Pat Bryant specifically, the speed has been harped on quite a bit, but I think Sean values more so the good hands that he has and the blocking that he can bring. So overall, I'm pretty happy with it, and I'm going to give it some time before I try and judge it too harshly or too glowingly.
Yeah, and then one thing that stood out with Pat Bryant when I was writing a piss scouting report and uh, putting everything back together for him was just how reliable he was. One drop on 78 targets. And then the bigger fact is he had 54 catches this last season. 52 of them went for a first down or for a touchdown. That is just ridiculous uh when you think about it. And we're got to give a quick wave hi to somebody who's sitting in the green room with the boss man. So we have the boss man sitting in the green room with us. But we got to say thank you, everyone, for joining with us this morning. Thank you, everyone who's joined with us the last two nights as well. It's definitely been a blast. It's definitely been unexpected. I don't think anybody was expecting Jade Barron at 20. I mean, it was, we've said it multiple times. I said it multiple times. If he was there, I fully expected O'Marion Hampton to be the pick, and he was there, and they passed on him. But we've since come out is that they absolutely loved him. Denver had him as a top 10 player. They expected him to go to 13 to the Miami Dolphins. It's where everyone was expecting him to go. And then he falls right into their lap. They had some teams calling for a trade up. They passed on those because they loved Jade Barron so much. RJ Harvey, he's an explosive playmaker. There's been some comments coming out that maybe Denver had to take him there, even though he was a little bit early, for my board. Obviously, I said this yesterday. Teams' boards aren't the same as the consensus, aren't the same as my board. And then come to find out that people are reporting that, oh, yeah, a few teams 61 to 73, they might have been looking at Harvey's way and kind of Denver may have, gotten some information from somewhere, exchanging some information for something and got some heads up that, hey, we kind of got to take Harvey here or else Pat Bryant. I mean, it's a tough one. That's the biggest reach that they made. Even me, who absolutely loved him, he was a guy at fourth round, fifth round that I was absolutely all about. But it was just a thing of who knows what teams had. There's been some comments that few of the teams picking after 74. We're looking at Pat Bryant. It's just one of those things that we don't know. We don't have the full picture. We don't have all the information about it, but we do have a couple super chats coming in. We have Lawrence Rivera with a $5 donation. Thank you, Lawrence. We appreciate that. He said, everyone forgot about the Ravens game at this point. Shedeur is definitely on the board as a fourth round pick in my book. It just motivates Bo, and I'm a CSU fan. I wouldn't expect Shedeur Sanders in Denver. It would be tough because with Bo Nix and then with the media coverage that comes with Shedeur Sanders, it would be just tough to add him to the room and him getting a lot of the attention when you're trying to get Bo Nix to take a step forward. I mean, Sean Payton talked about it. He was asked about it last night, and he was talking about how he's shocked that he's still on the board. He hasn't been taken yet. Talking about how at some point you have to realize that he's going to be coming into the NFL with a major chip on his shoulder. So, hey, maybe Denver does look that way. I just have a hard time seeing it. Dylan, What about you? Do you think Shadir Sanders could be an option for the Broncos here with their 4th round pick that's, I think, 134 overall?
Absolutely not. Obviously, he's falling for a reason. There's some character stuff there, you know. And just to your point, why would you bring in a quarterback to push Bo Nix like that? Like, you're supposed to be getting behind Bo and giving him adversity in the ways that, in terms of coaching and trying to get him to do the things that he's a little deficient at better. He doesn't need the circus standing behind him in Sanders, who's going to bring a lot of noise, especially playing at Colorado. You're going to have a lot of local media kind of shifting their focus towards him instead of our starter. And that's exactly why teams beyond the Broncos haven't taken Shadur, because even as a backup, there's going to be a lot of noise there. So absolutely not. I just don't see wasting a 4th round pick like that. That's just, yeah, I know it's a 4th round pick. It's technically a dart throw, but there are certain limitations that I have there.
Lawrence, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it's just not something that we kind of have in mind. And then we have MBLE test prep coming in with a $5 donation saying, "I'm here to party with these two beautiful baby boys." I wouldn't say I'm such a baby boy, but Dylan definitely is. And I wouldn't say I'm beautiful whatsoever. Jabba the Hutt, I can do a pretty big Boss Nass impression too, if you're a Star Wars fan and know who that is. But anyways, he says, enjoying the draft. Broncos going to be dangerous, but not dangerous, thankfully, in 2025. That is for sure. And thankfully, we're all out of that dangerous contract after the season. But we're going to be getting to some underdog players for the Broncos here, under the radar guys here in just a minute. But first, we do have a presenting sponsor.
Yeah, today we have Underdog Fantasy. Do you ever watch sports and find yourself wishing there was a way to get into the game? Let's go. With Underdog, there's finally a way to make picks on sports without leaving the house. The game is in your hands.
Yeah, to play, you choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats like touchdowns, strikeouts, points scored, and so much more. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Create entries with all baseball picks or mix and match across other sports. You can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into $1,000 with just your sports knowledge.
That's right. I absolutely love playing Underdog. Download the Underdog app and sign up using the promo code MHuddle to unlock a special offer for up to 1,000 times in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code MHuddle. Claim your special offer today to get up 1,000 times or $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus 9. Oh,
Now you must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Arizona 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. And thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for the sponsorship. Now, day 3. This is where I always say bet on athletes. Nick and I, we've had this conversation a lot. Bet on athletes, and there are some great athletes still available. But we also have a super chat here that we're going to grab real quick from Drew with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Drew. We appreciate that. He says, what chance do you think there is we trade Mathis or late picks next year to get more picks today? And this is a very good comment to come in. And I mentioned at the open thing about how we could trade some players for extra picks. Talked about how last night Denver could trade some players for some picks. Damari Mathis is one. He's on that final year of his deal. Teams could look his way. Jaquan McMillan, Denver seemed to draft his replacement at the very least in either him taking over or him taking over on the boundary and moving Riley Mawson with Jahdae Barron. So they have a couple options at defensive back there. There's a couple other options. I think I could see one of these two players, Mathis or McMillan, being moved today. Not sure both of them, but at least one of them I would expect.
Yeah, especially McMillan. Obviously, there was a big comparison between him and Jahdae once he was drafted. Like, well, who's going to start in the nickel? And I mean, it's a first-round draft pick, and Jahdae has to be there. McMillan, well, he's had the splashy plays. He's had some pick sixes and some fumbles, right? Or forced fumbles. He's not the same player as Jahdae Barron. McMillan absolutely got bullied last year, and people didn't notice it as much. But God, I believe he was the most targeted from the slot position as a corner, and he struggled mightily in zone coverage. So, he played great for us, but he was a UDFA, and if you could get any draft capital for him, that's a win, especially when you did just take his replacement.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like when you get an undrafted free agent and you're able to flip them for any kind of draft capital, that is a major win. Damari Mathis is a little bit different. Denver used a 4th-round pick on him a few years ago, but it wasn't a Sean Payton pick, which makes him expendable. They've given him a shot, and he's kind of failed to grasp it. And then with McMillan, you touched on it. He was tied for the most targeted corner last year. He played 918 snaps, which is 30th out of 80. Those are starter amount of snaps for a defensive back, for a cornerback. He allowed 79 catches, which was the most in the NFL last year, 778 yards allowed, which was the 6th most. And what was more killer than just the flat yards allowed was that 413 of them came after the catch, which was the 2nd most allowed last year. So that is really tough. Then you add in 7 penalties, and he was giving up a lot of big plays for the Broncos last year. He made some big plays, had 2 interceptions, had some big pass breakups, but the inconsistency was there. He showed up at times as a pass rusher, then at times it fell flat. At times he fell flat, as a run defender up the alley. Jahdae Barron is an improvement there. So Jaquan McMillan, he's one of those guys that they can move him and get a win with whatever they get from him. And he could also be used as a option of, well, he's a guy, he's still relatively young. He still has a cost control year. He's only a restricted free agent after this year, which gives the team some cost control. Whereas Damari Mathis is an unrestricted free agent, though he's not going to unlikely to demand a big contract. So they have a lot of ways they can do. And I think too, even though we're focused on corner with Jahdae Barron brought in, they have other options as well that they can look at. Dylan, when you look at this Broncos roster, is there any other player that you could see that Denver could potentially be or could potentially look at moving on from?
Well, I mentioned it before, and it's not a very popular opinion. I know Troy Franklin, I was never really a fan of his, and maybe it's possible he doesn't get traded. Hey, Carl, good to see you. Um, but depending on how much they like Pat Bryant or how many wide receivers they decide to keep, I know Franklin's had some issues with coaching in the past at Oregon, and then times with the Broncos. So it's a possibility. I'm not rooting for it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm gonna throw it out there regardless.
Yeah, and we do have a couple picks coming in real quick. We have Chimera Dike out of Florida. He was the first pick of the 4th round. Bashal Tutin going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's an explosive guy, smaller, but fumbles more often. And then Cam Scatabo to the New York Giants, who's a guy that I know a lot of people in chat really liked and really were wanting, but hey, he's gone here. Carl, it's good to see you this morning. How are you doing? And I'm going to pass it off to you to talk for a little while if you would like.
Yeah.
Have your thoughts after sleeping on it changed at all about what Denver did last night?
I think I've come around a little bit more on Pat Bryant. Just when I think of how he fits this offense, when we're evaluating the players, we're not always thinking, hey, how are they going to fit with the Broncos? We're just looking at, hey, how do they compare talent-wise to, say, player A compared to player B? And, sometimes I'm looking at it like, hey, I can see how this player would work well with the Broncos. And so when I look at Pat Bryant, I see a wide receiver that fits well with what Sean Payton likes in wide receivers. He's big, he's strong, good hands, he's trustworthy. He's going to win with those inside routes, can play the slot, can play outside. They got a lot of versatile players that can move all over the place. And on top of that, him being a captain, again, you don't have to worry about, is this guy going to be good for your locker room? He already had one locker room vote. Hey, we want this guy as our leader. And so now he's coming here to Denver. And I think when I'm looking at this offense from last year, there were a few things that were really missing. Explosive plays in the run game, consistent work on 3rd down and short in the pass game. They had a lot of guys that could win over the top with Mims and Franklin. And, Sutton did some of that work, But we saw teams were pretty much like, oh, it's third down. He's thrown it to Cortland Sutton. So they double, triple team him and pretty much dare anybody else to win. And unfortunately, most of our guys just couldn't win in those situations. So that's why I feel like Pat Bryant, I'm a little bit happier with the pick. And I know everybody's hung up on that 4.61 40. Go watch his games.
Yep.
Like, it's not like he's being caught from behind where everybody's going, oh yeah, this is easy. Linebackers are catching this guy downfield. No, that's not happening. He's running pretty much same speed as everybody else out there. So I'm not too worried that the game speed, if I see real game speed, like, hey, can this guy get separation? Can he get those yards after catch? Where it's not like, oh, he's just a possession guy, catch it here, tackle right here. He's not that. He actually has some moves. He can make guys miss in the open field. So again, I think the more I think about it, the more I'm going, okay, maybe for other teams, they might have had him a little bit lower on their board, just trying to figure out where the fit would be. But for the Broncos, I think he's actually a really good fit.
Yeah, and with Pat Bryant, I said this in the group chat, 52 of 54 catches being a touchdown or first down. That's insane. And then one drop on 78 targets. That reliability is there. And I mentioned this last night too. His average of miles per hour is more of equivalent, his top miles per hour. You get him into a range where teams were surprised he ran a 4.61. They were kind of expecting a low mid 4.5, so not much slower, but a little bit. He does play faster on tape, but he's still not a burner. And he's just a possession receiver, I think is a big way to put it. But he also has such great body control. He was one of the most efficient wide receivers when working the boundary last year with getting his feet in. And he was one when watching him and focusing on those. He wasn't like a lot of wide receivers there in college where, that one toe down, right? NFL, you have to get those 2 downs, and Pat Bryant was getting those two toes down, those 2 feet down. That was a big focus for him. So that is something that we've seen be an issue for the Broncos over the years. Jerry Jeudy had a significant issue getting both feet down in bounds. And
I can think of, I was just going to say, I can think of at least 2 or 3 touchdowns with Jerry Jeudy that it was just lazy footwork.
Yep.
To not have a touchdown, and those little details, that's the difference between a touchdown and a field goal right there. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, having a guy that's going to make those tough catches and, be willing to catch it in traffic. That's another big thing. The Broncos just didn't really have anybody that was willing to extend those arms when they know they're about to get hit. Even Sutton struggled with that. That's why he's not great at the slant route. I don't trust him with that on a consistent basis. But Bryant, you can see it. And
one of the things you mentioned, the slant route, one of the things that I really like about Pat Bryant is when you watch him, you look at him, you may not think that he's a good or even great route runner. I think he is. I was really impressed with his route running because he has this sense of, he knows how to stack and leverage defensive backs. That is very critical. That is something that a lot of good NFL wide receivers struggle with. They rely on, burst or, long speed to make up for it. But Pat Bryant, he has this understanding. And one thing watching him too is that before the snap, he seems to have the football IQ where he can pick up on what the defender is trying to do, which way they're trying to leverage him. Are they trying to leverage him back inside? Are they trying to leverage him out to the sideline? He seems to understand that, and he's creative with his release to where he combats that. And then you add in how combative he is against press. He's one of the better receivers when it comes to combating press. Still a reach of a pick for me, but I've always loved the player. I've always loved him as a prospect. And if Denver got him with their first pick at 134 today, I would say that it was an A pick. But just because it was about a round early for me does drag it down a little bit. It's not an issue with the player for me. It's just a little bit where they took him.
Yeah.
And another thing too. I was just going to say that he had an interview with Ian Rappaport, I believe it was at the Senior Bowl, and another analyst whose name is skipping my mind here, but just, again, maturity, leadership, and understanding of where he needs to be on the field, his assignments, the rest of his offense's assignments. he's just a very smart and heady player as well to add on to his physical abilities.
And we got Anna DeFerrin. I guess we'll go with that for now for $2. Saying Pat Bryant is coach's next Marquise Colston. He's a little bit different receiver. Colston was more of an outside kind of guy. I think they're going to use Bryant more as a true slot wide receiver. Just his size, his blocking ability in the run game, and especially with a guy like RJ Harvey. That's what another thing here, the pairing of these two. Harvey does an incredible job of kind of taking runs inside out. Like if there's a hole to the inside, he's going to take it. But he's also got the athleticism to kick it outside and make those linebackers miss. And then all of a sudden, he's into the second, third level. And if your wide receivers are blocking great, it could be a home run hit. But sometimes in the past, if you haven't had great blocking wide receivers, you've had run plays completely destroyed. I don't think people realize how important it is to have a really good blocking receiver to help out in the run game if you want explosive plays.
Yeah, and one thing is we've seen George Paton. He's been voted as one of the best drafters, won an award for it a couple years ago by his peers in the NFL. We have to trust on him, and I think it's kind of safe to say that we can kind of dub George Paton and Sean Payton as DraftKings, right?
Absolutely, and there's so much great rewards through DraftKings. We want to make you guys some money, so the great rewards hunt is on. So join in the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the huge trail to jackpots, 3 weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players sign up with code MileHighPod and wager a minimum of $5 to receive 500 casino spins on a featured game, only on the most rewarding place to play, DraftKings Casino. Again, that's code MileHighPod.
That's right. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 plus. Physically present in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Connecticut and Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable. Casino spins valid for featured game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 4/27/2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And thank you, DraftKings, for the sponsorship as we get back to the draft and going back to Pat Bryant. I don't personally agree with it, but nothing screams about how much Sean Payton loves Pat Bryant than saying that he sees Michael Thomas traits in him. That is very telling with it and how they view him. And we have Logan Sewell coming in saying with a $10 super chat, thank you, Logan. We appreciate that. Saying, I actually like the Bryant pick. He's fluid in his movements, whether it's route running or adjusting to the ball. What positions do you think we should target today? I am hoping a big interior defensive line. Guys, I went through and I was looking at my best available left. Big nose tackles, they're basically still all on the board. Only 3 of them have gone so far.
So who do you have left? I guess you had Jordan Phillips as a big nose. You got I'm trying to think. CJ West.
CJ West.
It's another one.
YA Black.
Joshua Farmer. He's a lot stronger than people realize. I mean, he's going to be undersized if you put him at nose. But that kid is strong. Like his last name Farmer, he's got that farm strength.
Yep.
And any of you that don't live in farm country, like there's like 80-year-old men throwing 300-pound bags of sand or whatever all around, and you're like, they're embarrassing you. It's like me when I watched the Rocky movie that came out in, it would have been like 2007, and Sylvester Stallone was like 70 and he's got a 6-pack. And I watched it and I'm sitting there looking down at my own body going, oh, this isn't good. And so like I started doing push-ups during the movie because I felt so bad. Again, he's got that farm strength. So there are some nice names out there.
Yeah, is going on. Dean Walker someone you would look at?
So I was gonna mention Deion Walker. He's this big nose tackle, right? But he's not that good against the run. He's more of that interior pass rusher. Think Malcolm Roach with how they used him. Who he is a free agent after the season. Maybe they do look at Deion Walker's way. They'll have to clean him up because he's got a. Trying to think of a nice way to put this. He's a little flabby in the middle. He doesn't have that carry that weight cleanly. And then he's super tall and plays really high. So he could be one if they're really looking at somebody to specifically replace Malcolm Roach after the season. I think they're looking for more run defender. That's Cam Jackson out of Florida. That's Jay Toia out of UCLA, who I think is probably the third best run defending nose tackle in this class. Zeke Biggers, Y.A. Black, who's probably, top 5 run defender in this class. Erick Gregory out of Arkansas. He's another one. Nash Hutmacher out of Nebraska. And then you mentioned Joshua Farmer, Carl, and I think that he is kind of more of a DJ Jones type nose tackle. A little bit on the smaller side, can work in the right scheme, but he's not a two-gapper. He's not going to hold up at the point of attack on the inside. But doesn't mean that Denver can't look his way. He is another one of those guys that a little bit with his size being a little bit smaller, he does offer some versatility along the defensive line. And another one who could be an option to replace Malcolm Roach after this year with his ability to get after the quarterback.
And Deion Walker just went off the board to the Bills.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, there you go. No, I'm with you. He is undersized, so I wouldn't want him as a pure nose tackle. But I do like that Farmer has a little bit of versatility to move across the line a little bit. And in certain situations, you can put him at the nose and he can do okay. I agree. He's undersized. He's not quite the kind of guy I'm looking for. I'm unfortunately, there are those games that just continue to stick in my mind, and it's not the positive ones, it's the negative ones. The Bills with their offensive line just bulldozing the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it. Broncos need a little more oomph in the defensive line. Somebody that can take on, like you said, those double teams and say, nope, we're not moving. Good luck to you. And actually give the linebackers a chance to go make a play. And so I'm looking for a little bit more size, strength, all those kind of things coming into play.
Yeah, and I do got to say one team whose draft that I absolutely love, the Buffalo Bills. What is their goal? They have to get past the Kansas City Chiefs, right? And what did the Philadelphia Eagles just do? They just bullied the Chiefs in the trenches. They went and they got Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, and they also got another big, powerful defensive lineman too, whose name is escaping me at the moment. They've really bullied it, are trying to get to where they can bully it in the trenches. But guys, you've heard from Carl, Dylan, and I about these picks. We're gonna bring in Ron White here. Ron, how you doing, man? And give us a fresh opinion here about what the Broncos have done so far.
Yeah. At first, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Last night I was a little underwhelmed. The RJ Harvey pick. I understand it. I felt as though it was a round or two too early. But the player is great. He does provide explosion. He's very explosive, very elusive. He can get in between the tackles. He can be a pretty solid receiver coming out of the backfield. So I had to go back and watch some film. And I actually like the pick. Now I still think that's not the end for the running back room for Denver. I do think they need to add a true bell cow. Maybe I know that's not Sean Payton's style of runner, but I still think another running back is needed. But I like it. I actually like the pick. And as far as Pat Bryant, what did we say last year? I know Dylan and I were talking about it a lot, where a lot of the receivers couldn't catch. You saw a lot of drops last year. And this guy catches everything thrown his way. Just like RJ Harvey, maybe a round or two too early, but he can catch, he can block, and I dare say, if he does take that trajectory and develop, are we maybe looking at Courtland Sutton's replacement? over the next 2 or 3 years. So yeah, I like those picks, but my favorite, and I think this was also Nick's guy, Savion Jones. I would say that the two defensive players are my favorite, just because you found your JFM replacement. You found your JFM replacement and Savion Jones, and the motor for him, it's a really good high motor. So yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to do today. I think it's pick 134 that they pick at today. Well, next up, and so hoping for another tight end, maybe another defensive lineman, a linebacker may also be in play. But going back and looking at film, Eric and guys, I do think this has been a pretty good draft for the Broncos.
And I'm not sure if you know this, but one thing that I absolutely love with Pat Bryant, you mentioned his hands. He had 54 catches last year. 52 of them were for a touchdown or a first down. So not only is he reliable catching the ball, he was a chain mover. And I saw somebody in the chat ask about, the way that we throw possession receiver around, and it's not a negative. It's, in this case, for the Broncos and what they need, it is very much a positive for Pat Bryant. They needed that reliability, that reliable chain mover. They supposedly have bigger plans for Devon Vele. Troy Franklin is rather unreliable catching the ball. So getting the guy that they can sit there and use in that way. And he's not a slot. He's not a boundary. He has the ability to work inside and out. And the fact that slants, ins and outs are some of his best routes, and he's got a well-diverse route tree, really helps, him fit into this Sean Payton offense. Now, guys, you mentioned linebacker, you mentioned tight end, you mentioned a couple of positions, Ron. Is there a specific tight end or defensive lineman or somebody or a couple players specifically that you're looking at the Broncos for here in 134?
Yeah, so for tight end, I'm looking at Gunnar Helm. I would say he's probably high on their radar, next one up. Also, Aronde Gaskin out of Syracuse might be an option as well. Again, more of an Evan Engram type, more of a receiver, if you will. And then maybe in a later round, maybe Luke Lachey could be a possibility. I also like Thomas Fidone out of Nebraska. He's good too. So there are a few options there at tight end. For interior defensive line, is Jordan Phillips still on the board?
Yep.
Okay, Jordan Phillips is one. Ty Robinson on Nebraska is another. So those would be two that I would be looking at for those positions. Linebacker, Basa out of Oregon, and then Chris Paul Jr. out of Ole Miss.
Dylan, how about you? As you look around, any guys that really stand out for you? Don't have to be, limited to those positions, just anybody in general that you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to add kind of more of a bruiser back to oppose RJ Harvey's skill set. I mean, Ollie Gordon is someone I've brought up quite a bit. Jarquez Hunter, perhaps. Is Damian Martinez still out there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would love to have him for sure. There's some other defensive positions I'd like to look at. Linebacker is one that's pretty underrated. I mentioned earlier when Demetrius Knight went off the board yesterday. I would really feel more comfortable if we had someone to sit behind Singleton and Greenlaw, just because there has been some injury concerns there. Kind of a later round guy, and I know I'm kind of a shill for Cal football, but he's more of a developmental guy. Teddy Buchanan, I do like his explosiveness and a lot of the traits that he brings and special teams ability. So I'm pretty big on him as well. And I was going to also mention another Cal Bear, Craig Woodson, but I believe he just went. So just a handful of guys there. And I'd like to echo the same tight ends that Ron did. I think Gunnar Helm would be good. Obviously, not a speed guy. I know people are harping on speed all yesterday when it came to Pat Bryant, but Gunnar Helm's going to come in. He's going to be a reliable target and get down and dirty in the run game as well.
Yeah, and Ty Robinson just went off the board to the Eagles. The rich just keep getting richer.
Oh my God.
And you mentioning Teddy Buchanan, it makes me a happy man. I have mentioned him probably about a dozen times since the Shrine Bowl, as my camera keeps freezing up. he absolutely caught my attention for it, being able to watch the practice tape of the Shrine Bowl and just how clean everything was with him, and then it carrying over to the game, then going and see that in actual game tape during the season. I am a huge fan of him, and so seeing somebody else mention him, it's validating. Carl, gonna pass it to you now. Any guys in particular that you're looking at for the Broncos here as we slowly approach the 134th overall pick?
I mean, Damian Martinez makes so much sense for that running back room. The 1-2 punch of Harvey and Martinez, people should feel pretty good about that. I had Martinez as a early third round kind of grade player for me. So getting him here in the fourth, it kind of balances out those two. You know, where a lot of people had Harvey lower, I had Martinez a little bit higher. And like I said, I think they play well of what they could bring to the table. And it matches up well with what the Lions had the last couple of years now with Gibbs and I'm blanking on their other guy here for a second here. But like I said, that would be a really nice 1-2 punch for the Broncos. I'm looking at CJ West, a little bit shorter arms but could be a nose tackle, offers a little bit in the pass rush as well. Jalen Royals, I know we just took a wide receiver, but I still like him that he's still here on the board. I'm trying to think of some other names here. I know I'm a big fan of Restrepo, but I don't really see a role for him. Chris Paul Jr. for the linebacker core could be a nice developmental piece for the Broncos. Gunnar Helm, tight end, I don't mind it. Billy Bowman, I know the guy can't tackle, but the guy's a turnover machine. And I feel like we've got a lot of guys that are really good at tackling right now, but we need more turnovers. And so put him on the back end or just let him develop for a year as Brandon Jones does his thing. And then you can possibly replace him with Bowman moving forward. I think that could be a fun one. Now, again, you're going to have to live with, he might miss a tackle or two here and there, but he's also going to have those game-changing plays for you. So those are a few names that I'm definitely looking at. Not here in the fourth round, but maybe when we get to like the sixth round, I might start looking at backup quarterback a little bit. Just, it'd be nice to keep that room as cheap as possible for the next few years. And you don't have a ton of investment in your backups right now. So it wouldn't be that hard to move on from them here after this season. Maybe you aren't looking this year, but there's a couple names like Riley Leonard. I think he would be kind of an interesting one to put there. He's got not the same profile as Bo Nix, but a little bit of athleticism, decent arm. He's got a few things that match up where you're not going to have to change the offense if he comes onto the field. So that, like I said, that's more of a 6th round undrafted guy. Maybe you're trying to bring in if he makes it that far. I'm trying to think of ways to cut cost of players, especially, like I said, backups. I don't want to be paying backups a ton of money. And I get it when you have got a rookie quarterback, maybe it's good to have a veteran quarterback behind him. But I think Bo Nix has reached that point now where he's going to be okay not needing a veteran.
Yeah. And one guy to keep an eye on, I don't think is an option for the draft, but undrafted free agency, Taylor Elgersma, the Canadian guy who's came down, participated in the Senior Bowl. Denver has spoken with him. They've been keeping an eye on him. There's been a lot there going back to the Senior Bowl. At the Senior Bowl now, every team meets with every single player. But from what I've gathered, Denver seemed to have eyes consistently on Elgersma and consistently around him, just trying to see what he is. And word is that they came away quite impressed with how quickly he was picking things up. And while he's not, a guy who's going to step in to be a backup this year, he can definitely be a practice squad quarterback, fourth guy throughout training camp that Sean Payton is going to work on developing along with Davis Webb, seeing what they can get out of him. One name to keep an eye on for them if he falls undrafted, which seems likely. And as much as we have talked about him, CJ West is off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. Talking about the Shrine Bowl, Chad, he's in the background here. He can tell you, I probably wrote about 6 pieces about the Shrine Bowl focused specifically on the defensive line because CJ West and Jordan Phillips were absolutely dominant. Zeke Biggers was there. JJ Pegues had a really good showing. The defensive line at the Shrine Bowl absolutely stood out, and I couldn't, talk about them enough. CJ West, surprised he went before Jordan Phillips, though. It is a little bit early. He doesn't quite have that prototypical size that you want. Kind of more of that DJ Jones build, but definitely a different player from DJ Jones.
And I did want to get to this because I saw somebody earlier talking about, Harvey only put up stats against really bad teams. He played in the Big 12. He went against Colorado, Texas Christian, played Florida, Cincinnati, Iowa State, BYU, Arizona State, West Virginia, Utah. So he didn't have a cupcake schedule. Ashton Jeanty, if we're going to compare who had a cupcake schedule, Jeanty had the easier schedule of the two when we're talking about opponents on the other side of the field. So the fact that he put up these kind of stats in the Big 12, I mean, Big 12's not been known for defense lately, but still, like there's players being drafted right now from the Big 12 where the Mountain West, there's not quite as many defensive players making it. So I don't want to hold that against him. Like I said, his schedule was just fine. He played a lot of tough competition. He only had 2 games this last year where he had less than 5 yards a carry. He only had 2 games, I think, that he didn't have a touchdown. Or no, only 1 game that he didn't have a touchdown. He had a receiving touchdown and one of them that he didn't have a rushing touchdown. So this guy's a touchdown machine. He finds ways to make an impact. Like I said, the 1 game where he averaged less than 5 yards carry against Colorado, he then had 4 receptions for 92 yards. So he still put up over 100 yards. He finds ways to get yards for you. He's got those hidden yards that make a huge difference in winning and losing.
Yeah, and with that on Ashton Jeanty, as Jan comes in and says that he annihilated Oregon. Oregon's run defense wasn't exactly great. They were a bad rushing defense unit. And then Ashton Jeanty, he went on to play Penn State, who had a really good rush defense, and that was by far his worst game. 3.5 yards per carry, fumbled twice. He really struggled against them. And then RJ Harvey, one of the games that he played against was against the really good Iowa State rushing defense, where he absolutely took over the game. So the production against some of the teams he had was outstanding, and you know question about what he can do against some other teams, but he had some big games against tougher opponents. BYU had a pretty solid rushing defense. He averaged 7.9 yards per carry against him. Iowa State, he averaged 7.8. So he played some tough rushing defenses and still did well. Ashton Jeanty, he may have played easier teams overall. He played worse rushing defenses outside of Penn State. And when he did go against that great Penn State rushing defense, he struggled. Not trying to make a comparison there, just adding some context to the statistical analysis here between the two and the statistical comparison between the two. Definitely very different players. RJ Harvey is more explosive in just pure speed aspect. Ashton Jeanty is more contact, balance, and power, and just the way it is and the way it goes. And Ron, going to pass this off to you. One thing that we've been talking about is the possibility of Denver either trading away players for additional picks, with a couple names in mind for us, or doing what they did with John Frankenmeyer's last year and trading some picks for players. Are there any guys for either of those that you're kind of keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, probably the former, Eric. And I was just thinking of maybe who some of those players that they would trade away. As far as who can maybe do value, maybe, JFM perhaps, maybe Locke, Jaquan McMillan, now that you kind of have his replacement with Jahdae Barron. I can maybe see those 3 as maybe some trade candidates. Now, as far as maybe bringing in players from other teams, I know depending on what they did with running back, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I know with Breece Hall, that could still be on the table from the Jets, depending on what the asking price is. I know it's been floated around that the Jets are maybe wanting like around a 4th round pick. I wouldn't do that. I'll give him I'll give him our 6th and call it a day for Breece Hall. Obviously, him coming off that ACL injury and the fact that he's going to be requesting a new deal. So yeah, I would say those are kind of top of my mind when it comes to maybe players they can trade off, maybe some people, 1 or 2 people coming in.
What about Tyler Algier for any of you? You guys can take this. Tyler Algier. There's been a lot of talk about Atlanta trying to get him, flip him for something, and he's entering the final year of his deal, so you're going to have to figure that into the valuation. But would any of you guys pull the trigger there, if possible, for Tyler Algier?
I would.
He brings power.
He brings power.
Yeah, 5'11", 220.
Yep.
He solves that other issue of what you're looking for in the running back room, and he's done great in his limited role. I mean, almost 4.7 yards per carry, and he wouldn't come in expecting to be the starter. Like he's used to sharing the load when it comes to carries, and he'd probably get a little bit more of a carry percentage here in Denver compared to what he got there in Atlanta. You know, Bijan Robinson, you want him on the field.
Yeah.
That's a given. So I think you'd probably see his carries increased by 30, 40 compared to what he did last year. And I think that would be something that would be enticing to him. You know, I think mostly for him, he's looking to show the NFL that he belongs to be a starter. Now you're probably just doing a 1-year rental. I can't see that you're probably giving him a long-term contract. And I don't think he wants one. I do think he wants to be a starter. I think that's part of the reason that he's pushing to get out of Atlanta, because he just feels like I don't get a chance to really show what I can do. And it's hurting my value long-term. So like I said, I think you'd like to come to Denver, get a little bit more of an opportunity, probably only cost you your 6th round pick. And maybe they even throw a 7th round pick back to you, kind of thing. I really don't think it's going to cost a ton. The only thing there is, if you're Atlanta, why are you doing this? You know, he's a very valuable player for what he costs. He's on that rookie contract. You've got him for another year. He's a nice backup to have. You're going to use him. So I think that's the only hang up right now is for Atlanta. It's just like, it doesn't make much sense for us to trade him unless he's just forcing his way, saying, nope, you have to get rid of me. Like I'm going to be a pain in your side if you do not let me go somewhere else.
Now, what about Dylan? Going to pass this one off to you. What about some free agent running backs? Seeing somebody mention J.K. Dobbins specifically. Is there any other running backs? Would you mind if Denver went after J.K. Dobbins, who had actually a really pretty good year for the Chargers last year, as kind of part of this, to be part of this 1A, 1B, and then number 3 back rotation that Sean Payton likes? Or like Dobbins, somebody else? Where do you stand there?
Dobbins would probably be my top choice. He did very well actually with the Chargers last year, which I wasn't expecting. You know, he had pretty gruesome multi-ligament tear injury when he was there with the Ravens. I didn't think he'd be able to bounce back, but seems like Harbaugh kind of revitalized him. In terms of other names, I mean, do you want to take a chance on Nick Chubb? Obviously, he didn't look the same last year, but he was coming off a big injury as well. Another year removed. Not sure I would really love that. As for other free agents, I'm kind of looking through here, and there's not much go around. The only other one is maybe Gus Edwards. He was there with the Chargers as well, but nothing's really popping out to me.
If the Broncos don't take another running back, does that say something about Estime and their thoughts on him?
It could, Carl. And I want to get you guys' thoughts on this too. What if they want to see more from a Blake Watson? Because that's the idea I floated around of. In my mind, that's the person that I think kind of has the most upside in this running back room. And it could be a scenario where maybe they were not having Blake Watson on the field as much because they still had Javonte. So now you bring in, RJ Harvey with a Blake Watson tandem, and maybe you add a third running back, either through whatever means. So I was thinking maybe they're maybe trying to see what they have more with Blake Watson, because you saw Blake Watson in the preseason last year in that Chargers game. I liked what he can provide. So again, that was kind of where I'm thinking of, a pairing of those two with maybe another back, maybe more of a power back. I think with those three in mind, you can keep 3 on the roster.
And I still
Because I
love,
mean, McLaughlin, you can. My thing is McLaughlin might even be a trade piece. McLaughlin, Bidet, I just don't think they're long for Denver. They just need a full overhaul. They provide no value at all. So
yeah, I don't know. I still think about that Tampa Bay game with Tyler Bidet.
okay,
Like that was the best rushing that we saw the entire season by the Broncos. He was exploding through the holes. He was looking really, really good. And then that horrific injury. And I'm just glad that he gets to play football again after what happened to him. So I still wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of him. Like I said, Blake Watson, I think he offers at least a little bit of promise for you. And I still think Estime, I mean, he is a Sean Payton pick. So I think there's something to say about that, of Sean Payton wanting to give him a little bit more of an opportunity. And he was young last year. I mean, as you know, we're drafting some older guys this year. He was one of the, I think, was he the youngest player in the draft last year?
I can't remember for sure.
That might be. That sounds right.
You might be right,
I
Carl.
remember.
So anyway, I still think there's a little bit of promise there. He had a couple of decent moments as the season progressed. He's just got to have the team trust him to not fumble it about every other carry. But I still think he could maybe be your little bit more of a bruiser, third down and short kind of guy.
So I gotta just jump in here real quick. The Texans traded up to 116 and got 224 for it. They took Woody Marks, one of the better pass catching backs in this class. A lot of touches, a lot of mileage on his tires. But to move up, they sent a 3rd round pick in 2026 to help facilitate that trade. That is a pretty big trade and clearly shows how much they wanted Woody Marks. Now, Ron, going to your question about it, the way why Sean Payton likes his room is he likes his power back, he likes his explosive back, and he likes his slasher. And for me, when I'm looking at it, Audric Estime, he fits that power back mold. You got your explosive guy in RJ Harvey, and now you have Bidet, McLaughlin, and Watson kind of competing for that slasher back. And that is somebody that, as you said, all 3 of them undrafted free agents, right? Well, or new signings. Tyler Bidet was drafted, I believe, by the Baltimore Ravens a few years ago. Then Denver brought him over after he was cut there. So that is still, if they're looking for a running back, I think that would be maybe where they're going to go. I think that going with RJ Harvey does send a positive sign towards Audric Estime and how much they believe in him in this power back kind of role that they have and growing and developing there. But if they can find somebody who can be a pass blocker and fill that slasher back role, I would not be shocked at all if we start hearing Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, or even Blake Watson, being mentioned as trade candidates. Now, what could they get for them? Not entirely sure. I think of the 3, McLaughlin is probably the one that's going to get the most back, but it's probably still going to just be like a 7th round pick this year for McLaughlin and a 7th round pick next year.
Yeah. So it looked like the Rams took Chad's guy.
Yep. Darquest Hunter.
And the running backs are flying off the board today.
Yep. We're going to see a big run here. And, oh, man.
It's the one position that still has value at this point. The draft is starting to dry up. I mean, I'm not saying there's not still talent, but we've talked about it before of there might be a lot of teams almost trying to get out of day 3 and hopefully trade for future picks. That's why that trade right there by the Texans to give up that level of capital and a regular draft, that's crazy. But especially in a draft like this and a running back room like this, I get that they have their guy that they really like, but man, there are still so many good running backs left on the board right now. I mean, I have no clue why Dylan Sampson is still there. Damian Martinez, DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, Rashard Smith is another one that a lot of people like. Jordan James, Taj Brooks.
Kyle Monangai.
LaQuint Allen, if we're talking about needing that third down guy that can help in the passing game and be a pass blocker, that would be a really, really nice one. Ollie Gordon, I know, didn't have a great year this last year, but so much of that is not his fault.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I was going to make that comment earlier about the Ginty game against Penn State. So much of that was not his fault. The fumbles were.
Yeah.
But he was just getting annihilated in the backfield. He'd get the ball and be getting hit. And so I don't fully put that one on him with how that game went. But at the same time, like, it was your game to show, hey, I can play against even better competition. I can raise my team to a place that they can actually stand a chance against better teams. And he didn't quite do it. Now, he still was worthy of a top 6 pick in this draft. Don't get me wrong. I would love him to be on the Broncos. But if we're talking getting RJ Harvey at pick 60 and not having to trade 3 first-round picks to go get Ginty, I'm taking my guy at 60 and living with those 3 first-round picks that I get to keep instead of trading up for him.
Yeah, Joe F coming in saying no one's sending a pick for Jaleel with running backs in this draft. Possibly. And the only reason why I say a 7th this year for McLaughlin and a 7th next year is if you get to the 7th round, and as we're seeing the run on running backs happen now, a team wants a running back, a guy they wanted isn't there, went before their pick earlier, either here in the 5th or 4th, 5th, or 6th rounds, then maybe they're like, okay, McLaughlin's the backup plan, we'll send you a 7th. That's about the only way I could see it happening. But outside of that, it's with the way this running back class, it's not likely. Have a couple people asking what's going on with Dylan Sampson and why he's falling. From what I was able to gather, it is something that we've actually kind of mentioned here multiple times. Nick and I have, and I think we talked about it last night. The scheme at Tennessee, teams are having a hard time projecting running backs to the NFL from that. And we saw Jalen Wright last year, who was a bit more explosive of a runner. He fell a little bit lower than expected because teams are struggling to project that scheme to the NFL. Is not helping Dylan Sampson whatsoever, leading to him fall down the board a little bit. And let's see here, seeing if there's anything in the chat that stands out. Here we go. We have Logan coming in. Do you think McMillan or Moss will be benched or traded? I personally want to see Barron move outside. There's been some talk about conflicting reports, I guess would be the way, about what their plan is with Barron. I would expect the Broncos to use him as a boundary corner and base who slides in to take over for McMillan in the slot when they go into their sub packages, which is pretty much their base, and Moss outside. That's what I expect. I don't think Moss is in danger of anything outside of maybe losing, being that starting boundary and base. McMillan is the one at most risk here of being benched, being used as depth this year, or being traded. What about you guys?
That's what makes sense.
I agree.
Obviously, when you take a guy in the first round, you expect him to start sooner than later. And Moss was great early in the season last year, but this is a different kind of player. He lets you do so many more things. Moss is great in man coverage. You get that guy coming up, pressing, get his hands on somebody. He can be physical. He's got the athleticism to recover, get down the field. But now we're talking about a guy that's great in man, great in zone. And so, like I said, base coverage, I'm putting him on the outside. And I'm really loving that. Teams can't just know exactly what the defense is going to do. And then you switch to nickel, which, the team's going to play 60, 70% in nickel dime anyway. Yeah. So Moss is pretty much a glorified starter still in this setup. He's still a really good player. There's a time last year he was a top 10 cornerback in football. Like early in the season when he was really fully healthy, like the dynamic duo between him and Patrick Surtain was something to behold.
Yeah, I'm going to interject here real quick. I know a lot of dreams have just been dashed as the Tennessee Titans select Gunnar Helm. So I know a lot of y'all were really liking Helm. We had Shiloh coming in saying that he was all about Helm here. Let me see if I can't find that again. Staying consistent for myself. I want Helm. It's unfortunate that he went. He did drop a little bit. He was a guy that people talked about as a 3rd round talent. Then he goes to run his 40-yard dash has that false start where he sprains his ankle and then runs really slow. So that just kind of soured on him, and it didn't help that he had some bad explosive testing before spraining his ankle either for that. But there are still some quality tight ends in here, and guys who I think, I mean, with Evan Ingram, I could see it, even though his age, injury history, and 2-year contract, a lot of what's left are guys who can be more of that inline blocker tight end, which is still what they kind of need. They have Adam Trotman, who's in the final year of his deal. Lucas Kroll, maybe they're holding out hope that he becomes that Evan Ingram replacement because he's not a blocker whatsoever. They also have Nate Adkins, who they like as a blocker. He really stepped up towards the end of the season. So there are still options at tight end left. It's just part of the issue was that tight end talent got pulled up the board a little bit in the first 2 rounds. Colson Loveland going 10, Tyler Warren going 14, and then both Mason Taylor and Terrence Ferguson going before the Broncos were on the clock at 51. Just kind of pulled up the talent a little bit, and now we're just kind of seeing a lot of the guys that many had as day 3 guys are still left on the board.
I'm really wanting if he would be able to get there to the 6th round, the tight end from Alabama. Inline, really good blocker.
CJ. Yeah.
He loves to get after it. Mm-hmm. Like he wants to take the soul of somebody. So that's what we're missing. We've got some guys that can play that slot, like I said, can play the flex, that can play H-back, all those kind of things. But getting that true inline guy that wants to go out there and block, I think he'd be a really fun one.
Anyone else, Dylan, Ron, anybody else at tight end that kind of stands out for you guys?
Yeah, I know. I believe this was one of Chad's guys as well. Brenningstool, is he still available?
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
I'd like to see him. You mentioned CJ Dippre already, who I think would be a good, more of an inline option as well. Gadsden, Ron brought him up earlier. I think he kind of mirrors similar to Evan Ingram, but hey, that'd be the perfect guy to sit behind and kind of learn the NFL game from. And Benjamin, is it Eurosek? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yurshek.
Yeah, George Eurosek. Yeah. So still some options. Nothing that's necessarily too flashy, but honestly, when it comes to the tight end room, they need all the help they can get. So if we can add just another body there on this day 3, I'd be pretty happy with it.
And yeah, I like all those names. I think just one other name I want to throw. Yeah, Jackson Hall's out of Georgia Tech. It's good. It's just a mauler as a block. He's an excellent blocker. So that'd be one name I'd be looking out for. Maybe a little bit later on. You mentioned Dippre, and one of my favorites is Thomas Fidone. As I mentioned, I think he'd be good. So yeah, just a few other names to keep up for as the Broncos come up. Tight end.
Yeah, we have a few more picks. We're sitting at 123 with the Steelers on the clock. We have Lathan Ransom going to the Carolina Panthers at 122. Tampa Bay Buccaneers took David Walker. Gunnar Helm at 120. Barrett Carter, another linebacker for the Bengals. This is something that we've seen for the Bengals multiple times. They've often double and triple dipped at linebacker over the years. Atlanta Falcons taking Billy Bowman, Jarquez Hunter, Woody Marks to the Rams, and then the Texans respectively. Cody Simon, who was a couple of the people in chats, he was a favorite of theirs. Trevor Etienne going to the Carolina Panthers at 114. And then from there, we had CJ West, Danny Stutzman, Ty Robinson, Arian Smith, Deion Walker, Dante Thornton, who also had some fans in the chat, Jack Kaiser, who Nick really liked, Craig Woodson, safety out of California, who was another Shrine Bowl standout, Cam Scatabo, Bashal Tutin, and Shamiri Dike. So far in the 4th round, going in reverse order of how they've been selected. So still a lot of positions out there, still a lot of players. This was a weird draft coming in with kind of how the makeup of things and how things were looking, and we're kind of seeing that reflected with how things are going. Teams are really sticking to their boards and going with guys that they really wanted, guys they did a lot of work on. And I mean, we see it every year, but this year it's probably I'd say it's even more so this year, just because of the lack of the talent on top and just how cluttered and clustered everything is here in day 2 and early day 3, that they're just sticking with the guys that they've identified, which is one reason why I can't hate too much on what the Broncos did last night. They went and got guys they identified for specific roles that Sean Payton needs for his offense to be used to its max.
You're exactly right. I mean, we need to let these picks breathe a little bit. I know we want that instant gratification, right? We got a Mason Taylor or we got a Jack Besh. Like, obviously we passed on those guys, but Sean Payton has, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. I was saying this plenty last night, but these are guys that fit specific roles that Sean Payton has and wants. I mean, Pat Bryant, forget about little Jordan Humphrey. Pat Bryant is going to fill that role and he's going to do great there. Same with RJ Harvey. Obviously, we lacked explosive plays across the board, but especially in the running game. And RJ brings that. And I don't want to hear that he's a small back. He's shorter, but he's by no means a small back. And I do like who they took, not necessarily where they took them. And I see the vision. We got to, as Chad says, let it breathe a little bit. And I know that is hard to do in the moment, but we got to be a little patient here.
Yeah, I don't think he's in the chat. I don't think Jason Bonney's with us right now, but another one of his favorites. He was a big Cody Simon fan. He was also a big defender of Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer just going off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And when you look at teams and you talk about molds and archetypes, Jack Sawyer is that Pittsburgh Steelers edge defender archetype that they've loved for years.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So as we approach this pick, guys, I'm going to let you talk about it. Give me 3 guys specifically that you're looking for the Broncos as we're about 10 picks away.
So for me, again, I'm looking at tight end. So again, we mentioned Mitchell Evans, Jackson Halls would be the 2 players at that position. I'm also looking at the interior offensive line. If you want to take a shot on the center from Ohio State, Seth McLaughlin, is another one that I'm interested to see. I think I've heard that they may be looking at O-linemen around this pick. So that's a name to also look at. Jake Majors out of Texas is a great center too. So those are a few other names. And then at D tackle, I like Josh Farmer. From Florida State, still on the board. He'd be great. Peebles out of Virginia Tech would also be a great name, and Ty Hamilton out of Ohio State. So there are a few names there and a few position groups for me.
What about you, Dylan? What's 3 guys that you're looking for here or thinking of for the Broncos?
Guys, looking at who's available here, there's still some wide receivers and running backs that I like. Not sure I would go back to the running back well yet, or a wide receiver even. There's some edge guys that I really like here. In Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey's still around. You got Chris Paul at off ball. Oh man, even is it Baron Sorrell? Is that how you pronounce that? I like him as well. And there's some connection here with Bo Nix. JJ Pegues would be kind of an interesting pick here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've often made the joke about JJ Pegues being that, that mismatch weapon. Not trying to say that J word that upsets a lot of people in the chat, but just because he was a tight end, recruited to Auburn, caught a few passes from Bo Nix there at Auburn, and then, used as a Wildcat quarterback this last season. So just kind of a joke. He's a fine tackle option. I don't think he's not the best guy here for me for what I'm looking at for the Broncos. But going over to my big board here, obviously we have a couple guys that are falling. 3 top 50 players left, and then 4 more who are top 70. So 7 total in my top 75. Elke Omenor, apparently some medicals with him. Miles Frazier, if they want a versatile interior offensive lineman. Damian Martinez, who can upgrade the power aspect of the Broncos offense. Marcus Bow, who the Broncos did meet with at the scouting combine. He's a center option who can play tackle even. He can play all 5 positions on it, although I do question his longevity as a left tackle outside of emergencies. Joshua Farmer, who was mentioned. Shedeur Sanders, not an option for the Broncos. And then Dylan Sampson, who, as I already mentioned, he's fallen a little bit because of the scheme fit there. And if you want to go position specific, Mitchell Evans, he's an inline blocking tight end, some medical stuff with there. And then if you want to go at nose tackle, Jay Toia, he's again third best run defending nose tackle in this class. Or YA Black, even he's a guy that has been linked with the Broncos over the past few weeks, especially by Mike Klis.
Yeah. Oh, well, there goes Baron Searle here to the Packers. And Goodell actually came out to announce the pick because he was in the green room. So it's kind of a nice moment for him and a solid team to go to. I know the Packers are looking for more presence off the edge there.
They're another one with that archetype for edge rushers that they just kind of stick to. And they've had a lot of success finding him. So, Searle, I really like him as a player. Jamar Cain, he was at the Texas Pro Day. He spoke while he was there. He spoke with all the defensive linemen, at least a little bit. Not sure that that doesn't necessarily mean that he was on the Broncos' radar, but they definitely, had enough interest to at least talk to him, clear something up there. And so we're going to be closing in on this. We're going to be switching up some guys here as Carl's back with us. Carl, I asked Dylan, I asked Ron before he jumped out of here. Give me 3-4 guys that you're thinking of specifically as we approach the Broncos pick for the Broncos.
Shedeur Sanders. I did see the Steelers passed on him again.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. So I would be Damian Martinez would probably be at the top of my list. I think he really does round out the running back room well. I've loved his game. I think he'd put the fear of God into a few teams. Chris Paul Jr. at that linebacker spot, I think would be another one to start developing for the future. Jordan Phillips, I think they're at the defensive line, guy that can truly play nose tackle for you. Big, strong, can take on the double teams. And I love that you could add a little bit more of a power guy to your group. You've got a lot of guys that can split double teams, that can get into the background or get into the backfield. I think he would be one of those guys that could actually hold up, taking on a double team up the middle for you. So he'd be another name that I'd throw out there. I do like DJ Giddens. And as a KU fan, I hate saying that, but he is really good. Obviously the play that everybody probably has sticking in their head when you look at DJ Giddens, it's when he played against Colorado and Shiloh Sanders came up into the hole to try to make a play and he bent him almost in half, with a quick move to the side. And that one was pretty darn impressive. So I think as much as I want more of a power guy, sometimes it'd just be fun just to keep having speed after speed after speed. Like, good luck. You're not keeping up with our running backs. And so that would be one that would be interesting for me. I do still like some of the wide receivers. I know we already took one. Like I said, Jalen Royals would be up there. Torrey Horton, I do kind of like his game. He was injured this last year, so he didn't get to see it as much as he would like. But he's big, he's strong, he's fast. He's just that athletic freak that just needs to hone in his game, work on the finer details. And he could be a nice backup to Sutton. And then when you move on from Sutton, he could possibly take over that kind of role for you. So he'd be a fun one. I'm trying to think if there's any other names that I really have off top of my list. I know this name's going to be a little bit, some people are going to cringe at it a little bit, but Isaiah Bond. Most people had him as like a first round pick early in the process back in January, and he's fallen clear here to the 4th round. At this point, he's worth it.
There was the recent allegations against Bond.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I did forget about that. So he might go undrafted because of that. I mean, and at that point, I hate taking some of the things that happened there, obviously, but he is a talent. He's got a lot of athleticism, and people have to remember he was the number 1 wide receiver for Texas. It was not Matthew Golden for most of the season until he went down with injury. So, I'm trying to think of any other names that really stick out. Jalen Rivers, is that possible backup tackle swing guy that maybe someday could be a nice replacement to one of our tackles? 6'5", 325. He's got good size. I think he's actually he's got a decent game to him, but I don't think he's ever going to be a star. But as a backup tackle, I could live with that at this point.
Now, Denver already went wide receiver, but could they do it? Could they go get Bo Nix's brother here? Do you guys think even with Pat Bryant, do you think they would look that way?
So, are you getting rid of Troy Franklin then? He's swapping one in and out because, like, I do understand, the whole storyline is a fun thing, right? And Tez is a good player, but he is very small. He's smaller than me, dude. But obviously, quite a bit more athletic, I would say. But it gets harped on a little bit for his 40 time, but that's how he plays on the field is much different from that. Straight line speed, not the best indicator for a lot of wide receivers. Could I see it? Sure, it's day 3. Bo Nix would probably be pounding the table for him right now. But who's making the roster a wide receiver then? If you do end up taking him, what are your thoughts on that?
I probably have about 5 or 6 receivers still ahead of him on my board.
Yeah,
and so it's a great story. Don't get me wrong. I love the story behind it. It's incredible to hear that and to see what Tez was able to overcome in his life, and Bo Nix and his family being a big part of that. And I would love that for their family, but I still can't do it. You've got limited resources. We've only got 2 picks today to keep adding talent to this team. And I just, there's other players I think would be a bigger impact. I will give it to the guy. I mean, he is one of the best separators in all of college football. And that is a trait that usually does translate well to the NFL. But like I said, that size, how well is he going to hold up? It's great that he can get 2 yards of separation, but when he's getting knocked out by some of these safeties or linebackers, I just worry how many hits that guy could take. And
it makes me think of Kendell.
Yeah. And Kendell, he's been a talent when he's healthy. But there's some of these guys like A-Chain for Miami. When he is healthy, he's one of the most explosive running backs in all of football. But you're going to have him miss probably half the games of the season to take advantage of that. And Tez probably falls into that a little bit too. And like I said, who is he replacing? Because he's not going to be a special teams guy for you. And I just don't know what he brings to the offense that you don't already have.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm with you guys, but the connections there had to bring it up, had to talk about it a little bit. And it's one of those things where, one, I don't think that the Broncos will be looking at a wide receiver again in the draft. Undrafted free agents, one thing. I not sure even if they were, if this is where they would be looking at Tez Johnson, because one thing too, Sean Payton does have an archetype for wide receiver. He likes them to be tall. He likes them to have some height to them. So with Tez Johnson being the same size as our colleague Lance Sanderson, I cannot imagine Sean Payton looking his way even for the story. But it's just one of those things that, have to talk about it. And clearing up a couple things, we've got, Jack Sawyer to the Steelers. We talked about that. Baron Sorrell to the Packers. Kyle Kennard, another edge rusher. Running backs and edges, they've been flying off the board here. And then Dylan Sampson to the Cleveland Browns. He's finally off the board. And I mentioned Jalen Wright last year. And if I remember right, Jalen Wright ended up being a 4th-round pick right around 120. So Jalen Wright having those issues projecting those Tennessee guys into the NFL. Jalen Wright last year, 120 overall. Dylan Sampson, 126.
Man, Judkins and Dylan Sampson. That's a good combo there.
Yeah, and then Jalen Travis just went to the Colts. So, yeah, coming up pretty quick here for the Broncos. And like I said, my top running back still on the board, Damien Martinez. I really hope that's the direction they're willing to go. I don't mind that they use 2 picks of the top 4 rounds on running back. It's a position that probably has more value for the Broncos than most, I'd say, other than maybe 3 or 4 other teams in the league, just because of how much he uses his running backs, passing game, run game, all of it. So I'm hoping that's kind of the direction that they end up going. But really, I have no clue where the Broncos are going with this. The nice thing with their roster, they don't have, other than running back, which now they've already filled with RJ Harvey, they didn't have any glaring holes that you're going, oh man, we have to get a guy at this position. That's why they could go cornerback in the first round. It wasn't their biggest need, but you can just take talent. And I was going to ask you, now with hindsight being 2020, how would you change what the Broncos do? Like, if you knew all the players, where they're going, would you change who they took in the first round?
You know, Carl, I really, when you said hindsight being 2020, I really wanted to just jump in real quick and say it's 2025. Like, I really wanted to, but you know, with that hindsight being 2020, no, I wouldn't change what they did in the first round. Would I change what they did in the second and third round? A little bit. First round, it was still a matter of this guy was a top 10 player. I absolutely loved Jahdae Barron. He was my 19th one overall. I would change a little bit what they did. Nick Kendell coming in saying, boo, Erick throws tomatoes. Nick, don't you have a diaper to go change? Can't join us because you're on baby duty.
What's the over-under on how many shirts he has to change today?
Well, if he keeps it up, it's going to be like 20 because I'm going to go down there and throw tomatoes at him. Trust me, the draft's long enough. I could fly down to Seattle and back before the draft's over.
Oh, easily.
Oh, Nick put it at 2.5. I'm taking the over on that one.
Oh, easily. That's free money.
See, he's wanting us to bet the under when he's really already changed like 4 shirts today. But anyways, Nick, thank you for jumping in and coming in. Hello, howdy. I just swinging by to say what's up. Chilling, rocking a sleeping baby. Hope you guys don't miss me too much. Blows kiss. Oh, I can make a really bad joke, but I won't since we are live. Jeff W saying, anyway, enjoy your draft all. Remember, we all see this differently, but we all want the same success. Stop calling people crybabies or other type of names because they don't agree with you. Yeah, and we had this a lot last night. There was a lot of name calling and stuff like that. Keep it civil, guys. Like, we all disagree, and while you guys can sit there and, you know, hate on these picks and we might push back a little bit and defend them a little bit, we do have our reservations about it. As I said last night, we're all cautiously optimistic, but we don't need to be calling each other names. We don't need to be resulting to schoolyard insults or anything like that. We all want the Broncos to win. We all have our own opinions about the best way to do it. And I wish I had the picture of Nick's meme that he has so I could flash it on here every time I talk about opinions. It's unfortunate. I'm sure Nick will probably be messaging me here shortly. Like, here it is. But yeah, it's Nick. Since you're in the chat, anybody left available on you? We can still get your input with you joining us. Anybody in the chat as well? Anybody specifically that you guys are looking at for the Broncos here as we approach them? Devin Neal is still out there, is what William Catalano comes in and jumps in. Jan Ash also saying I'd love Neal pick. Neal wouldn't be a bad one at this point.
He's not great at one thing, but he's really good at a lot of things. And looks like Baltimore just took Buchanan.
Yeah.
Washington took Lane.
I'm going to be sending some angry text messages here. Scott Kennedy coming in saying there is no right or wrong yet.
Damn it.
I mean, if you ask any of these guys, Scott, and I mean, you know, we've talked for years, even though you're not on the Friday shows anymore, you know, my opinion's always right. Everybody else is always wrong. That's how it is. But thank you, Scott, for also joining us. I'm really curious, Scott, to hear your takes on the Falcons picks, their trade ups that they've made and how aggressive they've been. You know, and just interested in there. We have Drew Huddle coming in saying DJ Giddens, Tez Johnson, Jake Brenningstool. I know Chad would be really happy about Jake Brenningstool. He's been all about him since the Senior Bowl. Jim Brewer coming in. Are there any tight ends left? Oh, yeah. There are a lot of them left. Mitchell Evans, some injury concerns. Thomas Fedone, some injury concerns. Jake Brenningstool, Jackson Haas, Gavin Bartholomew, Luke Lachey, Joshua Simon, who has been a sleeper for me in this tight end class. Jalen Conyers, who's a great athlete. CJ Dupree, we've talked about. Aronda Gadsden, receiving tight end. There are still a lot of tight ends left for the Broncos to be looking at here as they approach their pick. I think we're sitting at we're at 130, right? And so 4 more picks.
Yeah,
Almost there.
I mean,
It's been a long. I always hate when I think we had a big gap last year too, where there was just a ton of picks. I think we almost went a round and a half before the Broncos, and we're going to have that today too, unless they do a big trade back. But yeah, no, like I said, I think there's a lot of positions the Broncos could go to: defensive line, linebacker, wide receiver again, tight end, offensive line makes a ton of sense. I could be happy with a lot of different positions going to the Broncos here. And Malachi Moore just went to the Jets. So now just 2 more picks, and then it's the Broncos are up.
Yeah, and Nick coming in, Miles Frazier, Marcus Bow, Q Robinson, Jackson Haas, Jeffrey Bassa. Marcus Bow, again, he's one that's been falling a little bit. I've heard some temperament issues there, and you can see it on the field, some personal fouls there, but Broncos have done their due diligence. Maybe they view him as a center. If they do, that'll raise up, Luke Wattenberg and Alex Forsythe and their future with the Broncos for this season.
Mm-hmm. A name Nick just brought up here, Q Robinson, I'm actually a big fan of as well. Didn't get much time to start outside of this year, a lot of special teams and whatnot, but someone I'd like to see in the edge room and kind of develop, and because you do need that rotation. I like Benito, I like Jonathan Cooper, Tillman, Ellis is still developing, but I'd like a little more competition there.
Yeah. Ron, good to have you back. We're getting ever closer. We've had some guys go. I'm not sure how caught up you are on the draft, but I mean, we're talking about it, and as we get closer, sitting at 130, waiting for the Jets pick to come in, then the Saints, Bears, Chiefs, and then the Broncos. I mean, tight end, defensive line. Again, not a lot of guys have gone since the last time we asked about this. All options are still on the table, and it's good to have you back. Anybody new that you want to throw out there that we haven't had a chance to talk about? Maybe somebody that's just getting overlooked a little bit for the Broncos here? No, it looks like you're muted, Ron.
Yep. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Yep. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think we brought up a few of these names already. But yeah, Marcus Bow, Purdue would be great. Mitchell Evans as well. Chris Paul Jr., if they go linebacker, would be a nice pick. I am somewhat caught up. I did see that Dylan Sampson did go off the board to Cleveland. But yeah, I think those would be a few that I would be interested in coming up.
What about Willie Lampkin? Denver, I've heard some love for Denver from there. Historically small, we've talked about it with Tej Johnson, but as with his size, if he doesn't work out at center, there are more options that you can do with him. You can still use him in different ways as an extra inline tight end, as a fullback. There are more options there. And Scott Kennedy coming in with another thing. We've been joking about Shedeur Sanders with him. He says, I think it's a real possibility that Sanders doesn't get drafted. If you didn't think he was good enough to bring in to go day 1 or day 2, would you bring in that circus in day 3? Exactly. And that is something that we've highlighted on. At this point, he's a backup quarterback. And do you want that attention, that media circus for your backup quarterback to kind of, put that shadow over your starting quarterback and create that unnecessary quarterback drama that would come with it, especially focusing on Denver here, especially after the quarterback drama that Denver's had over the past few years?
I wouldn't want him here. That's for sure.
No.
Bo Nix, you want all the attention on him. And Sean Payton, can you imagine the first time Dion called him? Is like, hey, why is my son starting? Sean Payton would be like, all right, your son's out. I mean, he's not going to mess around with that. He's kind of a no-nonsense coach. And I can't see him wanting. Sean Payton, he wants the circus, but he wants the circus to be about him. He wants to be the ringleader. So, I mean, he has no problem bringing controversy. It just better be him that's bringing the controversy, not the players. And so, yeah, I can't see the Broncos having any interest in him. I mean, he'll be on an NFL roster, I think. But there's a chance. I mean, maybe he does have to go up to the Canadian League or UFL or whatever, all those XFL, and just go prove like you can go lead a locker room. You can not have your dad coach you, and you can show that a team's willing to follow you. The talent is there. There's no question that there is some talent, but he's showing the difference between him and his dad. Dion was that can't miss prospect, like top 10 pick. We can put up with the antics, and he's playing cornerback. Like, fine, whatever. But when you're playing quarterback and you're not as talented as you think you are, teams are just like, no, this isn't worth it. But what is worth it is Logan coming in with another super chat, $9.99, saying, any opinions on Cam Jackson, Yaya Black, or Nazir Stackhouse? Yeah, Cam Jackson would be a really nice one up the middle there. Got some size, got some power to his game. So I would definitely love that pick here for the Broncos. Any other of these three that you like here, Eric?
Yeah. Well, I was
Go
going
ahead.
to say before Eric goes. Yeah, I like Stackhouse a lot. He's a great run defender. Pushing blockers back. So I would say probably more as a obviously development guy, but I do like kind of what I've seen from Stackhouse from Georgia.
Yeah, and with that YA Black, I really like him. Cam Jackson here. Stackhouse is a guy for me that I'm not nearly as high on you as him as you are, Ron. He's an undrafted guy for me. There's a lot to his game that I wasn't a big fan of, and Scott Kennedy coming in saying, I take Cam over YA. YA is stiff as a board and should have been an offensive lineman. Yeah, if I'm taking YA Black, I'm gonna give him a shot as an offensive lineman just to see what he can do. And in the order of that on Logan's comment that we had about Cam Jackson, YA Black, Nazir Stackhouse, that would be my order. Jackson, Black, Stackhouse for that. And then last comment on Shedeur Sanders is another issue with this is Deion Sanders has been very clear about wanting to make a jump to the NFL, right? So if you're an NFL coach, why would you take on that media circus and also have the fact that Deion Sanders is now breathing down your neck to take your job because part of what he wants to do is coach his son at the NFL level? Why would you bring that on there? And we have Jonathan coming in saying with a $10 donation, thank you, Jonathan. We appreciate that. He says, thanks for all the hard work, guys. After drafting RJ Harvey, curious what you think about bringing in Nick Chubb. Might not work out, but lots of upside potential. Thanks, guys. I wouldn't mind looking at it simply because it's a low risk, potential high reward signing. Cheap contract at this point, not going to cost a lot. Last year was rough when he saw the field. Vision was questionable. Didn't have that same explosive burst or abilities there after the injury. But it's still going to be a cheap contract that you can get out of if he doesn't cut it before the season starts, just to see if he can, regain some of his former glory and end up being a huge boom for the Broncos.
Yeah, you sign him to an incentive contract.
Yep.
You make it very low base salary. Hey, if you hit this, if you rush for 500 yards, you get an extra couple million. If you rush for 1,000 yards, you get another couple million kind of thing. So, like I said, that's the nice thing is it wouldn't be that big if he is struggling in training camp or some of your young guys are really showing something, you can get out of that deal. No problem. That's what you're going to want with signing him. The guy is a talent. And I hate that injuries have taken such a talent. It's like Terrell Davis. Like, what could have his career fully been if his knee didn't get blown out? Or if he was playing in today's game and had all the medical advances that we've seen, probably his knee is back to full health after a season instead of missing the rest of his career. So I feel it for Nick Chubb, but probably worth it if you don't sign anybody else.
Yeah. And then we have Nick coming in talking about YA Black, about how Iowa asked him to move to offensive tackle in 2020 or prior to 2023. He declined. It could change though. Yeah, and I think there's a massive difference of being asked at the collegiate level and then being asked at the NFL level. And we've seen it a few times. Guys, they get asked and they decline at the NFL, at the college level, and then NFL when it's like either make this position change or go find somewhere else. They might be a little bit more, open to changing. Not saying that would be the case, but if I was an NFL coach, I would definitely be trying to make that push with YA Black this year or when he enters the NFL. And it looks like the Bears pick is Ruben Hippolyte. He was a very under the radar linebacker, safety kind of hybrid out of Maryland that I really liked. Very athletic. Chiefs, that pick is in. The Broncos are on the clock. Guys, I'm going to be refreshing Twitter, seeing if we can get the name a little bit early here. Maybe they look at trading down, trying to acquire more picks. Maybe they're making the pick, but just waiting for the Chiefs pick, and then we are doing that. And then, yeah. So anybody, final call. Who's your guess for if the Broncos stay in pick? Who's your guess as to who did they go?
I'll go Damian Martinez. I think they need that bigger back. I think he'd be a really fun one to add. I'm trying to put that into Sean Payton's brain. Go get this guy. And then I'm going to feel really good about our offense and where they're at with all the different weapons.
Man, I think I agree with you there, Carl. I just love his skill set, that angry runner, that power back, and we've been talking about it all weekend. He kind of like that thunder and lightning, that fire and ice kind of combo. So I think Damian Martinez will fit that well, and we'll see if they go that direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you guys. Damian Martinez is who I'm trying to target here. We just need that power back. I just think that's what's missing on this offense.
I think I'm gonna go different than you guys. I think I'm gonna go with Marcus Bow. I think they're going to be looking at a long-term center option who has that versatility that Sean Payton covets to be that long-term snapper for Bo Nix. That's where I'm going.
It would be fun. I mean, having that kind of guy that you said it earlier, he's one of those guys that unfortunately maybe gets a little too aggressive, but some of that you want to see where the other team is just like, ah, crap. This guy's coming at me every single time and he wants to take my head off. Like when he plays on the field, like he looks like he wants to kill somebody. And so, I mean, not literally, but like he just has that anger in him. And sometimes you need that from the offensive line. So I'd be okay with it. I mean, you are going to have to live with some penalties though.
Yeah. We have somebody, 8 Lathead saying, I'd love Bow. Frank M saying Pegues. Luke Lachey, Sean Brennan coming in. We have Nick going edge.
Did you see the Chiefs pick?
I did not see the Chiefs pick.
Jalen
Royals. All right.
Man.
And that's, good thing that they got Upton or Jade Barron then, another slot weapon for the Chiefs to pair with Xavier Worthy. So good thing they have that slot defender and improve their slot defense.
Man, yeah, the pretty good receiving options for not only the Chiefs, but the Raiders have been taking some guys that are going to be pretty good on there to add to Brock Bowers with Jack Besh and Thornton there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, I was going through and for stuff that I do after the draft, I was kind of getting things ready for that. And as much as I hate the Raiders, as much as it pains me to say it, their draft has probably been one of the more impressive drafts in the NFL so far.
Easily.
Oh, God, now I feel like I got to go wash my mouth out with soap after saying that.
Well, I mean, we gotta give it to them. They had to have a decent draft at some point. They've had 20 years of bad drafting, and so I guess I get it. I'll give them one good one.
Has anybody seen the pick yet here?
I believe at least it says they're still on the clock, perhaps. I don't know if the pick's in or not.
Honestly, I think they're going to do a trade here. Just too much time. They've only got 2 picks. This is their one chance to kind of move back a little bit, maybe get a couple 5th rounders.
Could be. I mean, it happened a couple times yesterday, so maybe they do it here again.
Did you Did everybody see George Payton open in the press conference thanking or mentioning how Sean Payton traded down for the first time since 2006, and then also congratulating him on drafting his first ever LSU player when they traded up for Savion Jones? Thought that
Double
was
whammy there, man.
pretty funny there for the double whammy, as Dylan said.
And at least according to the NFL Draft Tracker, the pick is in.
All right, so that means we should be getting
What we got?
the leak of it here any minute, any second now. Sitting here clicking refreshing Twitter. Refresh, just waiting for it. So we have, you three on Damian Martinez. I think Marcus Bow. Nick saying edge, the edge out of LSU, going back to that connection with Jamar Cain there as well, which is entirely possible. Braden Swinson is the LSU edge. We've had some tight ends comments here. We've had multiple different people comments in the chat. Devin Neal is one that I've seen a couple people mention. And just waiting and seeing. Is it going to be a pick that's going to upset Broncos fans, much like last night?
Let's go with yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
Is it going to be one of those names that everybody's going, who?
Going to be that small school punt returner that the special teams coordinator who gets fired in the season wanted.
Let's not relive those. They're not memories; they're nightmares. I would say.
Tez Johnson, maybe.
Tez, yeah, we talked a little bit about him earlier.
Man, this one's taking forever here.
Really keeping it under wraps.
Oh, it's Q Robinson.
There we go.
They do go edge. Get Nick's guy, Q Robinson. Just to steal this from Nick before he gets it in the chat and says it. Nick Saban praised him as the best special teams player that he's ever coached.
This is a great pick. Yes, yeah, I love it. He was one of my sleepers.
Wow. And I mentioned it earlier, but you got to keep that edge rotation strong. And if they like a guy here, round 4, might as well take him. And like you mentioned, special teams ability too, while he so he can contribute day one.
Yep. Carl, any thoughts on Q Robinson here?
No, like I said, I mean, I do love keeping special teams strong. That was a big part of what helped the Broncos win a few games this last year. So I definitely like that. I'm not as big a fan of the size, 6'4", 243. We've got a lot of smaller guys already. He didn't put up a ton of stats, but at the same time, I mean, guy works hard. I think he does pretty well of actually not letting his size be a complete detriment to his game. He does actually do well holding his leverage. So he's not a huge liability in the run game like you would see from some other players of his size.
Yeah, he graded out well from Pro Football Focus in run defense. He hasn't played a whole lot, only 370 total snaps. I liked him. This was a bit early for me. I know that Nick was a lot higher on him than I was. I liked him, but he's a guy kind of fits with what Denver's done, right? Taking guys just a round or two early, at least, is what it feels like for it. But special teams, improving the depth there. I like the pick. It's the same kind of thing as we had with RJ Harvey and Pat Bryant. Like the player, just feels like a little earlier than likely, or what we thought, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I always like taking players like this. Like you said, Nick Saban had high things to say about him. That means a lot of, again, character. When we're talking about those guys that are willing to put in the work on the little things to get to the bigger things. The fact that he's willing to say, hey, I'm willing to help out on special teams. If that's how I make this team, if that's how I make my impact, then that's great. I'll go do that for you. And you need those kind of guys on your roster that can then maybe come in and develop into a starter down the road. So I definitely like that part of it. And I do like that Sean Payton is one of the coaches that recognizes you can't ignore special teams. It's just such a pivotal part of the game. You think of one of the greatest coaches to ever coach, Bill Belichick. Like, Patriots had some of the best special teams units every single year because he had an emphasis on these kind of guys. He, for a long time, he had players that he paid just to be special teamers. Like, he's the one that kind of pioneered that idea of these guys are important. You've got to keep these kind of guys on your roster. So I like it that way. 4th round pick. It's definitely a little early to be taking a guy that's mostly known for special teams compared to what he does on defense.
Can we say Vance Joseph with yet another defensive pick is having the time of his life? Can we say that?
Kind of ruined him last time.
And then I just got to say, again, going to have to go wash my mouth out with soap, but the Raiders select Tonka Hemingway. He was one of those guys that again, another Shrine Bowl standout on the defensive line. I really liked his tape. I don't think he was the best player on that South Carolina defensive front, but I liked him the most. Plays like a reckless Tonka truck. And like you're a toddler playing with it, just smashing into everything. That's just the way he plays. And so I liked it. And again, the Raiders, I think they are having one of the best drafts of all the teams so far with what they're doing. Really going and getting guys that Pete Carroll and the archetypes that Pete Carroll has had a lot of success with during his time with Seattle.
Yeah, Spytek is having himself a draft first year as GM, and you do hate to see it. There are a couple players they did take that I'm very fond of, Jack Besh especially. But, the Broncos defense is very solid, and more than solid. They're fantastic, really. And adding Jahdae Barron to that, adding Q Robinson, Savion Jones, they're really pushing to keep their defense strong.
Yeah, and he is a day one contributor, special teams player. And when you do get to, the 3rd day of the draft, you're looking for high upside special teams players. That is Q Robinson. Granted, it's a little early. And and one thing with this, as we are talking about it, seeing this in the chat a lot, I understand the issues with this, with the Broncos draft, with the way they've gone about it. But I still am not seeing how we can come away saying that this Broncos team's got worse and how they haven't got better on offense or defense. With the moves they've made, even with these reaching in the draft picks that they've made, they still have gotten better. I still would expect a team better this year than we got last year.
Well, I mean, in many ways, they knocked it out of the park in free agency. They filled some of their biggest holes on the entire roster. You got yourself 3 major veterans that are huge upgrades over what you had before, if they're healthy. Always have to put that caveat with it. But, I mean, Ingram at tight end might be one of the biggest upgrades of any position group in the NFL. I mean, even if he's only an average tight end compared to what we had last year, that's huge for the offense. And then you throw in, for a lot of these guys, 3rd year in the offense. For Bo Nix, 2nd year in the offense. He hasn't been in the same offense for 2 years in a row since high school. So that's going to be huge for him to get that kind of opportunity. Eric, you talked about it yesterday that the biggest difference of this year compared to last year is Bo Nix. What is he from his rookie year to this year? Can he show how he played in those last 8 games compared to how he played in the first 8 games? Can he be that guy? Can he be consistently at that kind of level? That would be huge for this team. And I know people have wanted more weapons added to the team, but again, RJ Harvey, he is a weapon. The guy had some of the most explosive plays in all of college football last year. I know people had their names, and some people in the comments were like, you didn't talk about him a whole lot. Well, there's just too many running backs to talk about. And there was a lot of guys that we kind of thought Broncos would be taking the earlier parts. So we didn't quite get down to the list of RJ Harvey. It's not like we didn't ever talk about him. It's just we had a lot of other names that people, talking about Hampton or Henderson or Genty. Most people wanted to focus on those 3 when it came to the running back room. So it's not that he's a bad player. And then running or wide receiver room, I mean, I do expect Franklin to be better. I do expect Vele to be better. Coming in as rookies, that's a huge adjustment. I remember Cortland Sutton as a rookie had 6 or 7 drops, and he wasn't even a full-time starter. I mean, the guy just was struggling big time. And so you're kind of going, crap, we just used a second-round pick on this guy. And then all of a sudden he emerged and became a 1,000-yard receiver, and then unfortunately he got hurt. But sometimes it does. It takes just a second for them to not have to be thinking through everything that they're doing. And then, like I said, defensive line, still all together. Linebacker core, definitely an upgrade. Safety room, huge upgrade. Cornerback room, upgrade. So you're right. This team is better. I do worry with what the Raiders got. Like I said, they maybe got lots better.
Yeah.
We're going to have to talk about what kind of levels are we talking about. Chiefs, they lost some players this offseason. Justin Reed going to the Saints. Offensive line, where are they going with that? We'll have to see. Josh Simmons, is he going to be healthy enough to play tackle? They brought in, who was it? Dan. Who's the guy from the 49ers that they brought in for offensive line? He wasn't great. And they paid him decent money. So we're going to have to, I think the Chiefs could be one of the teams that kind of came back a little bit. And they had a lot of close games last year that I don't think they could ever repeat that.
Yeah.
Like that was a historic level of winning 1-score games. So I think there's a very good chance Broncos are right there competing for the division, and they got the coach to do it. Harbaugh being in the division, I mean, it's unfortunate the AFC West is as loaded at coach as it is. You don't see a division that has this level of coaching, of championship caliber guys in any other part of the NFL. So that's going to be a hard thing to overcome. But like I said, Bo Nix, if he takes even just a slight step up, Broncos are going to be right there competing with everybody.
Yeah, Alec Omenor, he's gone. A lot of people in the chat were looking his way. Denver wasn't. His issues catching the ball and medicals is a big reason why Denver did not go his way and weren't looking his way. Just to throw that out there. And with it, that Carl, with that point is like, it's when you have as young of a roster as they had, obviously it's going to be all about the growth, especially at the quarterback position. That's first and foremost. In the NFL, you live or die by your quarterback play outside of very rare occasional occasions. And with that, with the Broncos specifically on offense, because that's the big one that I've seen. The Broncos offense is going to be worse. They're not going to be able to score points. It's going to be low scoring games that Denver just manages to win. They averaged over 20 points a game last year, right? What loss do they have on offense that's going to that makes them worse? Javonte Williams, and I would sit there and I would argue Javonte Williams was addition by subtraction with this. Yes, you lost him as a pass protector, but that is the only reason why he was seeing the field. RJ Harvey doesn't fill in that pass blocking, but he brings that explosive ability that you need. Pat Bryant, he's upgrading in the role that Lil Jordan Humphrey is and has a little bit more versatility with what he's bringing. Like, they still have options. They're hoping for development out of Troy Franklin. They're hoping for growth with Von Bailey, and it's been touched on multiple times. They have very high plans and high expectations for Devon Bailey this season. They are expecting him to step in and be that number 2 receiver. And then what growth do they get out of Marvin Mims, who was the only explosive guy that they had on offense last year? Offensively, I get the concerns with not adding that top back, with missing out on some of these weapons, on not necessarily going the way that the consensus board wanted, or a way that a lot of the ways that we did. But they went with what they wanted. Starting running back, bell cow back, sure, they don't have it, but that's never been Sean Payton's way of going about the running back position. So they're fine. The question is they could still be better this year and end up in 4th place, just because of, we can see all these teams win 9-10 games because of the improvements that have been made, as well as the falling down that the Chiefs have kind of had. They had a lot of issues with their offensive line, and the Chiefs are in a mad scramble to improve their trenches, the offensive line and defensive line. After that Super Bowl, they saw how big important that was. They're in a mad scramble for that. And I would say they've had some good picks, but their draft overall hasn't been great. And the Chargers, they're another one. They've had some good picks, but their draft overall, I don't think has been great.
Yeah, like I said, Javonte Williams is definitely a addition by subtraction. The play that sticks out to me, I can't remember what game it was, but there was one play, offensive line had it blocked perfectly. All he had to do was make a little bit of a cutback and go off the rear end of Garrett Bowles, and it was wide open. There was nobody to that side of the field. It was going to be a true 20, 30-yard run, and he just ran right into the pile. And like he ended up tripping Garrett Bowles. Like Garrett fell on top of him, and then Bowles got up and like picked him up and just goes, dude, and like pointed at the hole. And like you could tell it was just yelling at him. It was there. It was there. And that kind of thing. RJ Harvey, what was the first thing that Peyton and Peyton praised about him? Vision.
Yes.
That is such a key thing. And if I was building a running back and I could say, hey, this quality is number one. This is the best quality that they have. Vision would be at the top of my list. You know, breaking tackles, it's great, but if you can't see where the hole is actually opening up, it doesn't matter if you break a tackle, you're still getting hit because you're not going to the right spot. Terrell Davis was one of the best running backs with vision I've ever watched. He was not the most athletic, but that guy could see a lane opening up. You know, it's like he had an eye hanging out of the back of his helmet or a camera that was letting him know, like, hey, holes open up back here. And that guy would just make one cut and boom, open field. RJ Harvey can do some of that. There was one play that the play was set up to run to the right. And he was running to the right, and there was two defenders crashing down on him. And he took a false step to the right and got them to take a false step and boom, then cut it straight up the field and took what should have been a 2-yard loss and turned it into, I think it was a touchdown. That kind of thing. That is such a difference maker that we did not have last year. We didn't have a running back that could do that. McLaughlin did it a couple times where the big fourth down pass, I can't remember who the Broncos were playing, but you know, where Bo Nix was able to look off the safety, throw it off to the side to him, and he was able to barely squeak into the end zone. That was like the only time that I remember the running backs maybe making that kind of play. But beyond that, it wasn't there. So that's why, for me, I see why they went with RJ Harvey. Explosive play, ability to have some vision that can actually take advantage of this offensive line and the way that they are blocking. You know, I can't imagine the film room watches in that running back room. Like the running backs coach just be like, dude, oh, it's right there. And it just every week there were so many runs that were missed because our running backs couldn't do it.
Yeah, and on that, we heard George Payton mention how they believe in their ability they believe that it's easier to teach a receiving tight end to block better than a blocking tight end to receive. I kind of wonder if they have the same mentality towards running backs, that they believe they can teach RJ Harvey to block better than getting a blocker to be, you know, a different type, utilize that explosiveness and then helping him turn into a block. Maybe they'll have success with that, maybe not. But the one that I'm keeping an eye on the most and becoming a better blocker is Audric Estime.
Yeah.
Coming out of college, it wasn't great, but he showed the tools and the traits to be there. Just have to get around to developing him and seeing what he can do. And it's definitely an option for it. I do question RJ Harvey's ability, but maybe they see something there that I don't. And that's another thing too, is we don't know exactly what they're seeing. Like we can put the pieces together, we can envision their vision, but we don't know how they view the mental makeup of these people or the character outside of what little bit we hear. which that is one reason why team boards and drafts always go differently than what we are expecting. Cody W coming in with a $5 donation saying, RJ's agility is insane. This kid can turn on a dime and leave you looking like a moron when you're trying to figure out why your ankles just got broke. Yes. His ability to stop and then his quick acceleration to get upfield with the cutting ability. It is great with the vision as well. Some patience issues, but you know what? The Broncos, they have probably the best infrastructure in place for a running game in the NFL. And that's evident by number 1 in run block win rate by ESPN, as well as some other advanced metrics. And, Eagles, they're up there as well. It's just, they just need the running back to take advantage of that. RJ Harvey's vision enables him to be that kind of back who can take advantage of the infrastructure they have in. Dylan, your thoughts on Q Robinson, draft overall, Denver getting better, your thoughts there?
Something I want to bring up before we get to some of the guys we drafted. We talked about how good Sean Payton is as a coach at teaching up guys on offense and how much he can squeeze out of a team. I mentioned it last night, but are we even getting close to the playoffs in that Russell Wilson team he had if Sean Payton's not there? Absolutely not. And he had abysmal talent compared to what we have now. And all this talk about we don't have playmakers, whether it be wide receiver, running back, tight end I can see there besides Evan Ingram. But Troy Franklin, Vele, Estime even, are we immediately giving up on these guys? We don't expect them to develop going into their second year into the NFL. It does take time for these guys to develop. I mean, Estime didn't get so many opportunities, and yes, he did fumble a couple times there in short succession, but we need to give him a little more time to grow. If Mims was with Mims in his rookie season, we should have just thrown him out the window with this logic. You know what I mean? But he grew a little more, and he became not a complete receiver, but he's on his way to being a more pivotal piece in this offense. And so coming back to like a Pat Bryant. So this is a guy, yes, is this a very specific role? Yes, but Sean Payton knows what he wants to do with him. It's not like, oh, we're just going to, draft him and we'll figure it out later. No, there's a plan in place for him. There's a plan in place for RJ Harvey. I know a lot of people are harping on, we don't have a number 1 back, or, oh, he's not going to be a starter. Maybe he's a gadget guy. No. This is a running back by committee. I think we keep forgetting that. And maybe Estime is the power back that he wants. I mean, we still got plenty of draft to go. Broncos could draft a guy with their next pick, a power back, or they could trade back in and take someone, right? So I know, and I'm going to say this again, it's hard to not want instant gratification here. It's the draft, and you want the guys that you've been mocking in your mock drafts 100% of the time because they were always there, whether they're late or high or whatever. The guys that you loved, their board's just simply not going to be the same. And I know that instant gratification, you guys want that. I'm just asking for a little bit of patience. And trust me, I've had my frustrations with this draft as well. Plenty of players I would have rather had or in position of Harvey or Pat Bryant, but I'm willing to be patient and see the vision through. I think Sean Payton's earned that from us.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here real quick. Just got to say, we mentioned last night when the Seahawks took the quarterback that they took. Was it Milroe that the Seahawks ended up taking? Who was the quarterback that the Seahawks drafted?
It was Milroe.
Whatever the case is, we mentioned about them, what they're going to do at the quarterback, who's the odd man out. We have an answer to that. Sam Howell is traded to the Minnesota Vikings. And then we have, Tyron Ingram-Dawkins. He's another dude that Nick and I talked about. If Savion Jones wasn't it, Tyron Ingram-Dawkins was that same kind of mold to an extent, not quite as big there, more of a true edge. Cam Jackson going to the Carolina Panthers, Carson Vincent to the Baltimore Ravens. I really love that pick for them. And so there's still some guys here, but we have Anita Raffin coming in with a $2 donation saying Harvey, also a former quarterback who could add some spice. He is. He actually originally committed to Virginia as a quarterback in 2019 and then entered the transfer portal in July 2020, where he landed at UCF. And in the Senior Bowl, he had a passing touchdown at the Senior Bowl off a trick play.
So I got a question about Q Robinson. Could this be a little bit of an insurance policy if they cannot get a deal done with Bonito?
I think it's more insurance policy for linebacker from the sound of it that they're looking at moving him back.
Okay. I mean, it'd be a fun piece because he's a twitchy guy. And I mean, he can get into the backfield in a hurry, get downhill. And I mean, you can see the instincts there. This is what, I had a couple people in my area that were pretty good players in high school. And they had some Division I schools calling them. And one of the kids, he was able to go to Oklahoma, but he sat on their bench for 3 years. And I kind of told him, I said, maybe that's not the best place for you. Maybe you should go to a school that is going to give you a starting opportunity, just so you can get reps, so you can get used to how things are different, from high school to the college game. And some of these guys that go to a school like Alabama, where there's 5-star after 5-star recruit, and you might only get that 1 year of opportunity to actually go out there and start. And so, Robinson, when he had his opportunities, he was great at getting after the quarterback. I think PFF gave him a 90 pass rush grade. So, I mean, there's definitely talent there, but he never quite got the opportunity to fully show it in his time. So like I said, I could see him moving back to linebacker and being fine with it. It gives him a little more size. Like I said, the athleticism is there. And I do worry a little bit of anytime you do a position change. They did that with Drew Sanders. That didn't work out very good. I'm trying to remember that linebacker they did that to quite a few years ago now, that they kept moving him back and forth. And what was his name?
It was for the Broncos or Vance Joseph?
It was for the Broncos. Hold on. I think I can get it here pretty quick.
Well, for Vance Joseph, he has a long track record of it. Hassan Reddick, Xavion Collins. Denver kind of did a little bit of that with Baron Browning, Drew Sanders. Though, granted, Drew Sanders, it was Arkansas moved him to off-ball linebacker, and then Denver switched some things around there. And it's just one of those things that sometimes they have success, sometimes they don't. Zach Bond. I mean, he was an edge until this last year, and then just had hit the best year of his career and got a huge contract playing off ball. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. And, with a 4th round pick, it's kind of worth the risk a little bit. Have you figured out the name of that linebacker yet, Carl?
Did they do it with Lamine Barrow?
No.
Was he not one?
He just never caught on at linebacker, and they cut ways with him pretty quick. Parted ways with him pretty quickly.
Yeah, I didn't think that was quite the name, but I'm having trouble finding who I was thinking about here.
Well,
I'll keep looking.
Well, you do that. I have thoughts from Erick Galko, who is the guy who puts together the Shrine Bowl rosters and everything. He says Broncos fans got an NFL-ready, versatile pass rush weapon in Q Robinson. Q was a special teams ace for Alabama early in his career and developed into a versatile edge linebacker pass rusher who can work all 3 downs. At the Shrine Bowl, he greatly impressed NFL teams with his football and personal character. If not for recovery from an injury in the draft process, Robinson would have been a very likely top 100 pick. Great value for the Broncos. And yeah, he kind of touched on it. Edge linebacker, versatile pass rusher. From what I'm gathering, it seems like they want to move to linebacker. This is a guy to look at them to develop to potentially replace Alex Singleton after this season, while being an immediate upgrade for special teams this year. I would say Justin Strnad should be on, cut watch when it comes to getting down to the 53-man roster before the season.
And I did find the name, Justin Hollins.
Yes. Okay.
Oh my God.
He was one that they moved around. Like they started him off. I remember during the offseason workout, they put him at edge, but then we had a couple injuries to linebacker. So he moved back to linebacker. Then they tried to put him back, and it just, the back and forth did not go well. So I don't mind if they make the decision, hey, he's going to play off ball. Keep him there. Let him completely learn that position. Don't keep trying to move him around, even if there's some injuries. Just go ahead and keep him where you need, or where he's at, just so he can learn one position. It's already hard to make that position change going from college to the NFL. That's probably what I would do. Now, Hollins, when he finally was given the chance to just stay at one position. Unfortunately, it wasn't with the Broncos. I think that's when he went to the Rams, if I remember right. And he had, he had an okay season for them when he finally got that opportunity. But still, he didn't have quite the career we were all hoping he would have.
Yeah, and just a reminder for those in the chat, don't need to be name calling, don't need to be, rude or anything like that to other people. We all have different opinions. We all have our opinion on the best way for the Broncos to be competitive, which is in the end what we all want. We want the Broncos to be a great team. We want them to win every single Super Bowl between now and forever. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. And they're going to make mistakes. It seems like with a lot of you in the chat that right now they're doing a bunch of mistakes, but give it some time. I saw somebody make a comment about what have they done to earn the trust in the process of development, because bringing up players in drafts from before George Paton and Sean Payton were around. Sean Payton and George Paton, they've kind of turned things around with it. We're seeing a little bit more of the development, and Sean Payton, especially his whole time as a head coach, we've seen him be pretty consistent with the development of guys throughout the rounds. Doesn't mean every draft's going to be perfect. In the end, if you hit about on a third of your draft picks that you make on about 33% of them, you've had a good draft. That's just how it is. You're going to miss on the majority of draft picks. If it was anything close to a, 100%, you'd be the highest paid general manager. If you're even close to 50%, you'd be the highest paid general manager in the NFL. Even, in my opinion, the best general manager in the NFL, Howie Roseman, he even has his misses. It just happens. Denver's draft this year, I understand where you're coming from with the reaches and how it's gone, that not properly building around Bo Nix in the way that you guys thought or wanted. But only time will tell. Is Sean Payton really the smartest man in the room? Or is this just one of those years where he got a little too smart for his britches and fell flat on his face?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say last year's draft was a big reason that we made the playoffs. Bo Nix obviously being the biggest reason for that. You can make the argument he had a top 5.
We got Shadur Sanders.
Where's he going?
Shadur Sanders is going to the Cleveland Browns.
They got
all
Dylan
teams,
Gabriel,
that is probably
with
all the teams that don't need the media circus, it's the Browns.
Yikes.
Browns, make sure you keep them away from Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, they built a circus within a circus. With this pick. And
that is such a Browns move.
Good luck to them, I guess, with that. I'm happy for the kid. I honestly was starting to at first it was kind of a nice little running joke. But by the time we got to this point in the draft, I was almost feeling bad for the kid. And especially after somebody last night got a hold of his private number and prank called him trying to pretend that they were an NFL team, and he got all of his camera crew and friends and family around him. And then they're like, well, something about, you ready to join an NFL team? Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to keep waiting. Click. That was terrible to do that kid. Man, I can't imagine the feelings that went through him in that moment. But so no, I wish him well. I think he has some potential to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't see a great starter. I don't think he'll ever be a top 10 quarterback by any means, but I still think there's some potential if he can get his head right. If he can figure out this isn't the Shadur Sanders show, this is the Cleveland Browns show. That's what he's got to figure out. But anyway, back to the Broncos.
Couldn't resist when he said the Cleveland Browns show.
Yeah.
Just couldn't pass it up there. But
no, the reason that I do trust in what the Broncos are trying to do draft wise, Bo Nix last year, there was a lot of people that, especially around NFL circles, that were like, oh man, that is a huge reach. He just had a top 5 rookie quarterback season of all time. Now he didn't win rookie of the year because another guy had a top 3 rookie quarterback season of all time. But still, to get him as the 6th quarterback taken, Jonah Ellis had a sneaky, great rookie season.
Yeah.
As a backup to go get 5 sacks, he improved as the season went on. Chris Abrams drained, and the couple opportunities he got looked okay. Audric Estime could be a big part of the rotation this year. Vele, you could put that as a top 3 wide receiver season by a wide receiver taken in the 7th round ever. Yeah. Golston has top ever. But I mean, he's right there of the kind of season he had. Then the year before that, Marvin Mims turned into an all-pro player for the Broncos, taken at the end of round 2. Now it's special teams as a punt and kick returner, but he's showing more as a wide receiver than people thought. Riley Moss is a starting cornerback in football if he can stay healthy. Alex Forsyth could be competing still for the starting center position this year. And then George Payton. I'll give the guy credit for losing most of his draft picks since he's been here in Denver. Nick Benito is better than any of us thought possible. I mean, 2nd team All-Pro season this last year. Luke Wattenberg starting for them. Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year. Quinn Miners, maybe the best right guard in football. Baron Browning was good. Brought decent trade capital for the Broncos not too long ago. Jonathan Cooper, another 7th rounder that has turned into a starter. So, that's why I look at that and I say, hey, these guys have found starters at different parts of the draft. And this is their 3rd year working together. They know their roster. They know what they needed. And from what I can tell, when I'm looking at the biggest weaknesses from last year and the type of players that they went and got, I'm going, yeah, that guy, his biggest strength was our biggest weakness last year. Yep. So it makes a lot of sense.
I'm going to grab this comment here real quick from Tall, Dark, and Mexican saying, dude, well, I'm not cool enough to be called a dude. I mean, I'm wearing a Star Wars Hawaiian shirt and got Star Wars legs around me. Although I've still never seen that movie, and I keep getting ridiculed for never seeing it. He says, we understand not all drafts are 100%, but the picks need to make sense, and they don't. We are allowed to feel disgust with the lack of rationale compared to what was available. One, you are allowed to feel disgust. We see you, we hear you. Your feelings are valid and all that, and we get it. We have our questions about it, and we're trying to help you guys understand why these picks make sense. Doesn't mean that they still weren't reaches. Doesn't necessarily mean we love these picks. There are all day yesterday, and I would have gone a different way personally, but I'm not them. And I can see the vision that the Broncos have for them. I can see why they felt the need to make those picks. And we're just trying to shed some light on that. And it's coming off as defense of the picks and, watching things with, the blue colored shades on and everything. We're just trying to share the rationale from what we can get from us putting the pieces together. That's the biggest thing that we're trying to do. And we're going to keep trying to do that all summer. It's once these picks are made, is now time to evaluate, pin them in as to how we think they're going to be used. They've made some good picks. They've made some questionable ones. There's no denying that. But to say that they don't make any sense, I strongly disagree. I think they make sense, just not necessarily with the reaches. Although hearing RJ Harvey was expected to go within, a couple teams between 60 and 74, that kind of eases up the concern there. And same with Pat Bryant. Heard pretty reliably that there were a few teams in the next 8 picks after 74 that was looking really hard at Pat Bryant, including one team that was trying to jump up to get Pat Bryant there before the Broncos took him at 74. So maybe NFL teams value these guys a lot higher than we did.
And we're not even talking about our 1st round pick. That was an incredible value getting him there at pick 20. Barron added to this defense is a huge, huge piece of the puzzle when we're talking about this draft. It wouldn't shock me one bit if he ends up being rookie of the year for defense.
Yeah. And
him being opposite of Patrick Surtain, he's going to get opportunities for turnovers. So it wouldn't shock me one bit if he ended up with 4 or 5 picks this next year.
And Tall, Dark, and Handsome, or Tall, Dark, and Mexican is saying it wasn't until the end of the night. I got to tell you, that's not correct at all. When RJ Harvey was picked, one of the first things I said was that this was a little bit early for me. When Pat Bryant was said, I loved the player, but one of the first things I said was it was a little bit early for me. I said that multiple times throughout the night, and I tried to make sense of it then. So it definitely wasn't until just the end of the night. But we have Cody W coming in saying, wasn't Bryant the one that put Quinton Mitchell on his speed? I get his speed isn't good, but he catches everything, even when the quarterback thrown to him has a noodle. Yes. he absolutely destroyed Quinton Mitchell, and that is part of the reason why teams had him higher. Is because teams look at those games against great talents and see how well they did, especially when you can isolate it in the matchups in one-on-one situations like you can with corner and wide receiver. That went a long way for them, and that is definitely a really part of the reason why it's a good pick there. There was another comment here that I was going to get from someone, just trying to scroll through, see if I can't find it real quick. Apologize for the wait. Lonnie Alexander saying, great draft coverage, gentlemen. The Broncos 2025 draft will be remembered by them selecting the best possible talent with the 20th overall pick and then totally flipping in the opposite direction of no longer drafting the best player available. Your thoughts? I think it's safe to say they may not have drafted the best player available, but again, we don't know their board. We don't know how they did it. And Sean Payton identified these guys as guys that he wanted, that fit his scheme, that enable him to do what he wants to do. And again, I'm just, as a reminder to chat, remain civil. Don't need to, consistently bicker at each other and punch down on people as consistently as has been going on over the last about 20 or so minutes. And then, Dylan, it's been a while since we've gone to you. Anything you want to add here?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, these guys are Broncos now, and us as analysts, we're going to try and find, okay, this was early for us, like you mentioned, like not when RJ Harvey's name came out, we all kind of, interesting. There was no hip hip hooray going on when that name came across the screen. But just again, patience, obviously. Just because I'm not openly just tearing these guys down because I didn't understand why they took them where they did until now. I got to sleep on it. I got a little more perspective, and just patience. That's the big thing. I'm going to say it over and over. It's patience. These guys are Broncos now, and we as analysts are going to try and find their fit on this team. And honestly, and I feel like I could speak for all three of us here, we can see the vision that's there. Like, I mean, we harped on little Jordan Humphrey all season. He had some fumbles, couldn't catch at times. Who's going to step right into that role? Pat Bryant. And it may be a niche. It may be something that's not, you're not drafting him to be a number one receiver, and that's not what he's going to come in to do. Sean Payton is finding specific fits for his offense, whether it be RJ Harvey, whether it be Pat Bryant, and then defensively as well. And they're drafting these guys with a plan in mind, and we just need to stay level-headed. I'm not asking you to drink the orange or blue Kool-Aid, just trying to make these moves make sense to me. Even though my podcast is orange or blue view, I got those glasses on at times. I still try and be as objective as possible.
And when Weeb's react comes in, yes, but this is the time for us to overreact. That's part of it too.
Yeah.
Things doesn't go your way. You can you can approach the edge of the cliff there. What we're trying to do is just help talk you off of it. We're not trying to sit there and hound on the picks. We're not trying to be overly negative. We don't want to push you over the cliff. We want to pull you back from it. So we are going to, put things in a somewhat more positive light to an extent, but still keep it real and still highlight the fact that there are questions with it. I have questions about Q Robinson and where he was taken and what they're going to do with him. I'm not fully sure I see the full vision of him as a off-ball linebacker, which seems to be going about. I'm not sure I fully see the vision of him if they wanted to use him as a hybrid between the two. I'm not seeing it there personally, but I like the player. I like how much of an upgrade he is to special teams. I love Jahdae Barron. That is the one pick that it's like, I understand wanting a running back, but he is an outstanding player. You shouldn't slam him for his size. The lack of the length does show up a little bit on tape. I don't think it shows up as much as Nick does. And Nick and I, we've gone back and forth for years about arm length with cornerbacks and all that, but he's an absolute great player. And then tall, dark, and Mexican niche wide receiver over successor to Ingram doesn't make sense. Replacing Lil Jordan Humphrey as wild over a tight end. What's the more immediate need? They have Evan Ingram for 2 years.
Yeah.
Is it necessary for them to get in?
Oh. And I just wanted to add to that too. Like, how many times was Lil Jordan on the field, man? It felt like he was out there almost every
second
snap.
most snap count.
So you are replacing a role that was used frequently. This is niche in terms of, I guess, Sean Payton's offense, sure. but
And
it's someone he wants here.
And I don't think it's as niche as everybody's making out. We're saying the little Jordan Humphrey role because that's the immediate impact. But Pat Bryant can develop to be a replacement for Cortland Sutton. He can be a Z receiver. He can work in the slot. He has the versatility to move around. The more immediate impact is going to come helping replace little Jordan Humphrey, with Evan Ingram filling that role, that mismatch weapon that they didn't have last year, that they tried to, square peg in a round hole with Lucas Kroll, Adam Trotman, Greg Dulcich before they parted ways there, and they didn't get that. Evan Ingram is to upgrade that. He's to bring that weapon to the Broncos offense. He's not replacing Lil Jordan Humphrey outside of a small portion of it. Pat Bryant is. And then you have Devon Bailey, they're going to be stepping up. And part of the reason why the snap count last year was so weird is because, one, they did deal with some injuries at the position where guys had to, come out for now and then or a little bit. And they had this, and last year I would say that it was even more niche with the wide receiver position than it is now. You didn't have as versatile guys. You had a very niche role for Marvin Mims, very niche role for Troy Franklin, and very niche role for Devon Bailey. The only one who could be out there consistently was Lil Jordan Humphrey and Cortland Sutton. Now it's less niche because you're getting the young guys to develop some. You're getting the young guys to grow. And again, the vision is there. You just gotta be willing to see it. Yeah. Now it looks like Dylan did have to step away for a little bit. And so, Carl, it's just you and I.
Yeah.
And Tall Dark Mexican coming in on the field, but used how often? Lil Jordan Humphrey was the third most targeted receiver.
Yeah.
He was used a lot.
Right. And that's the thing is I remember how many times would we get to our podcasts after a game where little Jordan Humphrey did something terrible. And people would be like, why is this guy still getting snaps on the field? Because it is such a big part of what makes Sean Payton's offense work.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he just didn't have the player to make it work. I mean, like I said, square peg, round hole. He was trying to make it work, but now he's got a guy that he feels like could actually be in that position. So as much as we keep using that word niche, it's not quite that. It's, hey, this is a big part of what he wants to be able to do on offense. He wants to be able to go those 3 wide sets, have a really good big slot wide receiver that makes teams go, are they running? Are they passing? What's this guy doing? Is he helping block for a screen pass? Is he running a slant route? Is he running a slot fade? What's he going to do? He's got that two-way ability, and the Broncos just didn't have a wide receiver that could even do much of that. And some of the really nice plays that little Jordan Humphrey was able to do, think about it, when he finally would get the ball in his hands, he could make some people miss. What does Pat Bryant do when he gets the ball in his hands? He makes people miss. So I think this is not a huge upgrade, but I do think it is an upgrade. You got more trustworthy hands. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I do want to correct myself. I did misremember things. Lil Jordan Humphrey was had the fourth most catches and was the fifth most targeted receiver. But again, they all had very niche roles last year in it, and not having guys over there being able to do a whole lot made it so that it was pretty even between the other 4 receivers outside of Cortland Sutton. Pat Bryant helps alleviate that. And Jason Bonney coming in against Andy Omenor would have definitely been a higher upside pick, except he can't catch the ball and injuries with his knees. Denver was not looking his way 100%. Terry coming in saying Carl is the man with just to mock Lance here, even though he's not here a little bit, $2 California dollars. One of the funniest things ever. One of the first times we were doing a live show, we had somebody come in donating from Canada, and he goes, California? Just made me laugh.
They decided to become their own country. And I think that the big thing with, you were talking about it earlier, little Jordan Humphrey, not as many targets, but he had the second most snaps of any wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. So he was on the field a lot because they trusted him in the run game. And now Pat Bryant brings that to you. He's going to get a lot of snaps. He's probably going to be on the field for half the snaps on offense, would be my guess. And that's in the wide receiver room. That's a starter.
Yeah. And Tall Dark and Mexican again saying, just worry, scared by Cody Latimer all those years ago. I am too. There is a certain body type of wide receiver that I have issues with because of Cody Latimer. Like, who was the other guy? Carlos Henderson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one that he has some scarring with me there. But Tall Dark and Mexon, we appreciate you. We appreciate the Discord. We appreciate the conversation. And I gotta say, Jaden Blue going to the Dallas Cowboys. I am so glad I don't have to worry about that one every 30 touches with the fumble rate for there. I'm so glad that is not an issue for me.
So let me try to get you a little bit off the cliff here, Tall Dark and Mexican.
And everybody.
Cody Latimer, the talent was there. The football mind was not there. That was the bigger issue. You think about with Peyton Manning. There was a time where like Peyton was trying to talk to everybody, and Cody Latimer just took headphones and put them on as Peyton Manning of all people is talking to him. And then Peyton went to the coaches and was like, this guy's not on the field. I do not trust him. Do not let him on the field. So this is more of an issue that way, where Pat Bryant, team captain. This is the guy that everybody else looked up to in the biggest moments. He's the guy that got the football. So this is why there's a big difference here. Cody Latimer probably had actually more talent than Pat Bryant when you're just talking physical ability.
Pick the third.
Yeah. But the mind to actually play the position, the actual work ethic, the guy that can be trusted to do the right thing at the right time, that's the bigger difference here. And Carlos Henderson, man, that was one of my all-time bust decisions. Like, I love that pick. I remember we were on here and I was jumping up for joy, just all excited about the pick. And again, all the talent in the world, couldn't do anything mentally for the game. Just couldn't be trusted to be in the right spot. And that's such a big deal for a wide receiver. You've got to know at least where you need to be. You know, so much of the NFL is timing, and a quarterback throwing to a spot, not, hey, are you open? Are you not open? Like you see in college football, where it's see guy open, throw ball. NFL, you're covered. They're going to throw to a spot and you're going to break off, and that's how you're going to get open. And again, if you can't be trusted to actually get to that spot, quarterbacks just can't have you on the field. Yeah. So I think that's the big thing for me, of why I like Pat Bryant a little bit more than those other guys.
And Jason Bonnie, again, pounding the Ale Manor train about how he made Travis Hunter look silly. He definitely did. 13 catches, 294 yards, 3 touchdowns, 18 targets, also had 2 drops. Also before the knee injuries started being an issue. Also before his production dropped this last season. There's a reason why he fell this far, even though a lot of people viewed he was a second-round pick. There's a reason for it. Just got to keep that in mind. And then another guy here in the chat that I want to shout out, and we'll also get to his question here. Erick Figueroa. I'm hoping I'm saying the name right. But I just got to say, shout out to you. You spell your name the correct way. And he says, can we trade someone for more draft capital or not worth it? I wouldn't be surprised if Denver is making calls. Whether they're able to get a deal done, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're at least not. I would be more surprised if they're not trying to, and nothing happens, and if they try and not get something done. I think they're making calls.
And as they should be. I mean, it's day 3 of the draft. You took some players that make you a little more flexible with moving on from, say, a McMillan. Because I know a name you actually brought up, Eric, that I completely forgot about. Reese Taylor, the Broncos like quite a bit. So he's also an option if they think they can move McMillan for some picks. Maybe Reese Taylor fills in that backup slot role. There's a couple other players here. Ron mentioned PJ Locke. That's also a possibility. I know he's been a good depth piece, but if they think they can get something for him, and there's someone they really want to jump back into this draft to get, I'm more than happy with that.
And then
DJ Giddens.
We have DJ Giddens goes to the Colt. Dennis Woods coming in and say LJH trade bait. Now he is in with the New York Giants. We have another comment here that I wanted to grab. Got to scroll through. Ryan Main coming in saying, I hear you though, Eric. It's a weak linebacker draft, and so getting one with guaranteed special teams talent starts him on the right track. Yes, that is one thing that is good about Q Robinson. If they are wanting to move him to linebacker, he has the special teams ability to help in, and I do think if that is their plan, Justin Strnad could be getting looked at being moved on because they do also have Lavelle Bailey, who they also like a lot. And then we are, let's see if we got any more comments here, doing a quick scroll. Jake coming in, when you run a complicated offense, you may value smart players over pure athletes. Peyton will scheme people open, but everyone needs to do their job. Very underrated and unmentioned comment by all of us, and shame on you guys for not mentioning it. Not me, though, because I'm perfection. But it's a very complicated offense. And, I mean, we saw that last year with Bo Nix, right? It was very well documented that Sean Payton threw everything at Bo Nix right away. He didn't ease him into it. And Bo Nix struggled to start. Bo Nix is smart. He picked it up pretty quickly. He valued high football IQ guys because he wants to be able to do what he wants. He doesn't want to baby guys into his scheme. And that's going to help with these guys because of how complicated it is with their thing. And then Todd Ossendorf talking about how the wide receiver being thin. Wide receiver is actually pretty deep if guys can develop, right? We have 5 guys. We have Sutton, Vele, Mims, Franklin, and Bryant. And then we have Trent Sherfield. So we're at 6 deep there. And 6 or 7 wide receivers, I wouldn't be surprised if Denver keeps, especially with Sherfield being that special teams guy. So they're pretty deep there. I still think there's a certain role they can still look for, but it's possibility that they are looking for that a later on after the draft here. And Jason coming in, a noteworthy point is none of this draft class are underclassmen. They're all seniors. Yeah, they value experience. Sean Payton said that after the draft last year. They valued experience. They value football intelligence. Don't everyone talk at once?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was watching the Shedeur Sanders getting picked there, and he decided to jump into the pool to celebrate. So, I mean, I'm happy for that guy to go where he went. And, yeah, the wide receiver room, this is where you've got to trust your coaching staff. As you said, I mean, we saw players develop this last year. I don't think anybody would have ever picked that Nick Benito was going to become a second-team All-Pro player. Part of that is him and his work ethic and trying to get better, but part of that also is just coaching, putting him in the right spot, and also playing with a lead. Having an offense that can give you a lead, a defense that can hold people, that makes kind of a difference. But there's plenty of other players. I mean, we've watched Patrick Surtain develop into truly the best cornerback in football. Riley Moss took a huge step forward that none of us expected. Offensive line, you think of the development of Quinn Miners. It's been fun to watch over the years here. Even Wattenberg, the step that he's been able to take to get where he's at. It's not still, I still wouldn't mind replacing him, but he was serviceable for the Broncos. And Bo Nix, as the season progressed, you got to see the incredible coaching that was able to take over, where he's finally able to see some things on the field, work with his coaches. Okay, this is what I can do to improve, all those kind of things. So you got to depend on the coaching to maximize Vele, maximize Franklin, Mims, maybe being able to take a different step as well, where you finally figured out how to use them. Now you got a whole season where you get to figure out how to use them. And I really like the idea of having RJ Harvey and Marvin Mims in the backfield, one on each side. That's a lot of speed in the backfield. Good luck. Which way are they going? They're crossing. Maybe they're both going out. Maybe one's staying in to help block. Whatever it may be, you got a few more options than you had before. A.T. Perry, that's another name that is out there still on this wide receiver room.
He's a name. He's a guy. He's a player.
He's a name. He is. We still got to put him out there. He's a height, weight, speed guy. He's got a little something to his game. And
he's like Lucas Kroll.
Yeah, that's true. but no, you can't replace every position. And you've got to hope that some of your guys, you got to trust the process.
And we have Marcus Bow coming off the clock here for the New York Giants. And that is it. That's my last second round grade, following all the way to the 5th round there. Definitely, I knew some of the attitude issues. I just didn't realize it was as bad as it was, to where there were some issues during meetings with him. But on that is a Ryan Manning, he's a body. I'll say it out loud for you, Eric. Yeah, A.T. Perry, he's a body. He's like Lucas Kroll. He's a guy. How much of a player is he? Not much, in my opinion. But we'll see. Hey, I'm wrong. And one thing I gotta say is we had somebody make this joke on Thursday night. We had somebody make this joke last night. It is a weird world when I'm the positive one here at MHH. I get ridiculed a lot because of how overly negative I am. So some of you, there's a lot of new names here. I don't know if you guys are unable to catch us live and listen afterward or what the case is. I am known for being extremely negative. So it is a joke that I'm being as positive as I am, but I feel that there is a good reason to have some positivity about the Broncos and what they have done so far. And Todd was sort of saying, I am so negative. I am extremely negative. I am extremely pessimistic in all aspects of life. I always see the bad and the negativity in all things. And so and I gotta say, it feels weird too, trying to be positive. It's like something feels wrong. I'm blaming it on the fact that I've had 8 hours of sleep in the last 72 hours. 100%. That and caffeine. The amount of caffeine I've had in my body over the last 3 days to keep me going has been probably over like 4,000 milligrams, which probably isn't good. But
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm still here. I'm still going. It's the third day of the draft. It's my favorite day of the draft. I absolutely love it. I'm still waiting for it. I mentioned this the other day on the show, on one of the shows. I've mentioned it multiple times. I've watched 1,189 players. 1,183 of them are in this draft. One of them being Kieran Lacey, who, the sad news there, the other 6 of them ended up returning. The rest of them ended up returning to school. So one game I always like to play, Dylan, is who's the first guy that I don't know about? I challenge myself to make it that every single player drafted I know about. So I'm still waiting on that, Dylan.
Yeah, man, and that's why you need the caffeine. You're staying up watching film, trying to do just that. Figure out even just a little bit about each player that's taken here, especially day 3. I mean, I know a lot of names, and I haven't necessarily done deep dives on all of them, but I have a general idea. But nothing compares to all the work that you put in. And honestly, and you say you're pessimistic or whatever. You're just unapologetically yourself, and that's something that we cherish here in MHH, because we're not going to feed you a bunch of BS that we don't believe. You guys might not believe it, but it's what we truly believe, and Erick is the epitome of that. He knows what's up, and honestly, yeah, exactly that. But yeah, no, it's listen, we had to carry the optimism this weekend, man. You know what? It's your guys' fault. You made us flip.
That is one thing. I've actually talked about this on the show before. I like to be, the devil's advocate as well. So if chat's one way, I will go the opposite, but I'll do so without going against myself and my opinions. It's like last year with Bo Nix. My feelings on there were well known. I was wrong. I've eaten that crow. I've acknowledged it. There's still some cautious optimistic. We need to see how he progresses in year 2. There is some context and some, what's the terms and conditions there as well. But thank you guys for the kind words. I do just try to say, be myself, be how I am. I made Dylan laugh with a comment behind the scenes there that may not be the best to share publicly, but Phil McLaughlin said, gotta say, when Erick is approving these picks, I am truly happy. Glad to hear that. Miller Time saying, Erick, you're awesome. I'm going to grab every comment that mentions my name, by the way, just because, my ego loves it. And then there was a comment here. We have Logan Sewell coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Logan, about that. Dennis Woods, Erick, you're being naturally negative says a lot about your positivity about the draft. Appreciate that as well. Jason Bonney says, RJ Harvey is the key to this whole draft. If he's Darren Sproles, then hallelujah. If he's Keaton Mitchell, then dang. Facepalm emoji. Jade Barron A+. The rest, bunch of question marks. I get where you're coming from. I don't think that RJ Harvey is the only key to this draft, but Jason, I 100% get where you're coming from with that, because I know how much you were about Omarion Hampton. and just needing to get that running back early. I mean, you and I, we've had plenty of back and forth on that over the last few months, last few weeks, especially. So I definitely get where you're coming for that. Thank you, Jason, for coming in. And thank you, Logan, again, for your $20 super chat. Didn't want to overblow that and skim by it, not make it seem like it wasn't important to us. And he says, cheers to the hard work and pessimistic personality. Cheers to that. I don't drink a whole lot, but energy drink. Cheers to that with that. Bama X. Bama, it's good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. It was great to meet you at the meet and greet. I wish I could remember which year exactly it was, but they've all started to blend together, especially this last one. Needless to say, we were all a little hungover at the meet and greet. But he says, what is it with George Paton and injured Bama players? Glad for Q Robinson, but man, he was special teams guy player until he finally got his shot his senior year before getting injured. Yeah, and it's a weird one, but the Sean Payton, George Paton, one thing they have made very clear with this offseason, they trust their medical staff to keep guys healthy because all three of their big signings have serious injury concerns.
It makes me a little nervous because they have stayed away from injury players for a while here. So I do think that maybe it's a little bit overblown how much their medical staff has been able to keep this team healthy. But at the same time, I mean, some of the injury players that they had even before have been able to stay healthy. I think of Mike McGlinchey. He had a mostly healthy season here this past year. I'm trying to think of some others that were a little bit banged up before.
It's tough because Sean Payton got rid of a lot of them.
Yeah, it's true. He did. And honestly, I mean, that's the big thing. Availability is such an important part of what you bring to the NFL. If you can't be on the field, it doesn't matter if you have all the talent in the world. And talking about all the talent in the world, we got EJ coming in with $100 super chat.
Wow.
Woo, woo, saying, just wanted to say thanks again for all the work and time you all put in the drafts and draft coverage. EJ, woo, thank you. I mean, I hate that color, the red, just because it's the Chiefs. I live in Chiefs Kingdom, surrounded by Chiefs fans. I've already had a few of them contact me going, hey, how's the Chiefs doing in the draft? I don't want to tell you. Look it up yourself. but no, thank you very much there, EJ. Very much appreciated. And yes, this is a week that all of us look forward to. You know, we start talking about it, well, probably by tomorrow about the next draft. We're already starting to get into some of that. And so we definitely look forward to this every year and getting this time with each of you. It's really fun getting this with the chat. You know, it really just looking at all of your guys' comments and, you know, both good and bad. And I definitely get it. We're always going to agree and disagree on prospects. You know, there's been a couple that I'm sure that I've said that Erick's going, are you kidding me? Like, you like that guy? But that's part of it is we can disagree. We can still be respectful to each other. And it's just a fun time. You know, it's that dream of what could your team be because you've added these players. And I think that's the biggest reason that maybe we're a little bit more positive about this. It's maybe that we didn't think these players would go as high as they did, but because they actually make a lot of sense to what the Broncos need. That's the biggest thing for me, is I really do see a path for each of them to get playing time either this year or next year. You know, we haven't even talked a whole lot about Jones, Savion Jones. We all universally liked that pick. He could be saving the Broncos, what, $15-18 million a year?
Yeah.
Because we can let John Franklin Myers walk after this season, and which I don't want that to happen because I do like John Franklin Myers, but that could be a really nice extra comp pick next year because of that kind of draft pick. So it just, there's so many paths that I see this really working well for the Broncos.
Yeah. And going on that with with something you said about the disagreements that we have between us. I mean, it's like that with all of us, except for Dylan. We don't dare go against Dylan. He works out. He'll beat us all up. But all of us, there's those guys that we have disagreements on. Nick and I, one of the most contentious ones that we had was Jared Wilson and Jadon Blue. fumble rate, scheme fit. That's the big thing there. At least this year, I do got to say there hasn't been that one thing said that has one of us going like, what did you just say like last year? And as much as I like to ridicule Lance, it's always Lance is the one to say it, which helps lead to the ridicule. Lance, hopefully he's speeding through work. I think he said he should be joining us here soon with how he was working on, should be able to be here for the next pick. Denver does have one more pick left, but it's all fun. It's all enjoyment. And one thing too is we have enough respect for each other. We have enough respect for you guys and your guys' opinions that it's just a fun conversation, fun back and forth. And a lot of times it'll go back and hearing the conflicting opinion from one of these guys, I'll go back and I'll watch a lot of times. Here, Dylan, why don't you read this? As we get a super chat from Todd.
You are my favorite fan, Todd. You are.
Todd, glad to have you
Anyway.
in. It's always fun to have you in here. It's always fun for the back and forth. Been years of back and forth with you, Todd. Always fun, always jovial, and always an enjoyment. And then Cody W with the $2 donation saying, Tez is still available. Does he get drafted? He's getting to that point where I said that I think he would. That I think that would be worth it. There was some talk about, top 100 that I bought into, and I shared it because it's conversation that I've picked up that I feel is worth sharing, but not at all surprised he's gotten there. And I do want to go back and give another quick shout out to EJ with the $100 donation for all the hard work and time for that. Again, we cannot tell you guys how much it does. And even all those who've come in and said thank you for that, who haven't been able to super chat and all that, we appreciate you all because it is definitely a lengthy process for all of us. It is almost a 52 weeks in the year. 50 of those weeks I spend working on the draft. I only give myself about 2 weeks break. Sometimes 3. Sometimes I'll take the week of Christmas off, depending on how the mood of the wife there. But it's a long process of going in there. And then Cody W saying, "No, Todd, I'm the favorite." Hey, you guys can keep going back and forth about who's the favorite. Just make sure there was super chats.
That's awesome. But
embrace the discourse. Yeah. That is right.
That's right. Yeah, we'll definitely take that. No, there was a comment in here I wanted to get to, and I'm trying to see if I can find it here real quick.
Was it this one?
Peyton, I did see Erick. That one. That would have made me laugh. Hey, he's in good company there with the Peytons.
I'll take it.
That. Yeah,
that's more than I think of my own ability, but I'll take it.
And Jason came in. This is the one. Denver obviously valued locker room guys and leaders. Soon we'll have all leaders and no followers. I mean, yeah, there is a point you can maybe get too much leadership, and maybe you're taking guys that have such high character, but you're willing to sacrifice football ability. I think there has to be a balance act there between the two. And you look at Philly. They brought in a guy like Jalen Carter, who maybe didn't have the greatest character out there. Didn't he have like a DUI right before the draft? Something like that.
And wasn't he also part of the crash, that big crash, not in the driving the vehicles, but was part of one of the racing the other vehicle?
Yeah. So there's a lot of character questions there, but they felt like they had a good enough locker room to have a guy like that. And the Broncos right now, they had to start completely over. You'd been a losing organization for a long time. They needed a complete revamp of leadership in this locker room. It's why you go get a guy like Hufanga and Drake Greenlaw, who are known for their leadership. It's why you get a guy like Bo Nix, who lives and breathes football. I was watching, it was something, or his wife had taken a picture of him. They were flying for their vacation, and he's watching film on the plane. Like that was his entertainment for the flight, was watching film. That's what you love to see. Those kind of guys. The Broncos need that influx of leadership right now. Now, maybe by next draft, that could be the time where you're going, okay, we've got enough leadership that can really take on somebody like a Walter Nolan type player, where the talent is great. Oh, man, now we got a huge battle of who's the favorite here. And you're all our favorite, right?
That's what right now. EJ's the favorite, right?
Yeah,
EJ's the favorite. The way to our hearts is through money. No, we understand that not everybody can super chat and donate. We're joking about it. We appreciate those who do, especially in the times that are now. And we understand those of you who can't. We still appreciate you guys joining in and joining as part of the conversation. Just to be clear about that. But if you guys can't do so financially, there are things you can do to still help. You guys can like the streams, whatever you're on, leave comments afterwards, share them, all that stuff like that, because it does help with the algorithms on YouTube, on Facebook that are ever changing and ever becoming a nuisance for us, trying to get out there to all the followers that we have in this amazing community that we have built up over the last 10 years, 11 years. It's been too long. It's been longer than my daughter's been around. And let me tell you what, my daughter has put me through the ringer. So my memory is things that involve her and draft picks. That's about it. Like at this point, anyways. But going back to the draft here, I saw somebody mention tight ends. And we've kind of seen a theme going on. And this was a guy that Ron White mentioned up. Jackson Haas is still available. Denver has the 197th pick, right? So we still have a little over 30 picks to get there. But what has it been? Seniors, leaders, football IQ. Well, Jackson Haas, he was a captain as a senior, played special teams, praised for his leadership, praised for his football intelligence, physical blocker, and a lot of people believe there's a lot more there as a receiver than he's shown. It was a big talking point about him at the Senior Bowl. So that is a name that I'm keeping an eye on. Let's see here. He committed to Georgia Tech because of the school's academic reputation as well as the playing time. So that was, academics was a big reason why he chose Georgia Tech as well. And then it does sound like the Broncos are working a trade as well. Maybe it's a trade to move up. Maybe it's a trade of a player for some picks. Who knows? Something to keep in mind here. We are getting some word about that. Lance Sanderson passing along the information, even though he's not with us. But Lance does need to put the phone down. He drives a truck for a living. We don't need him texting and driving there. We have Patriot text coming in. Thanks for talking me off the ledge yesterday. Trying to take a wait and see approach. Still underwhelmed, but MHH for life. Thank you, Patriot, for the super chat. We appreciate that. And we're glad that it makes me happy that we were able to talk you off the ledge a little bit. We're still trying to today, even though we are, again, cautiously optimistic about the picks. We have our own reservations about it, but we appreciate you guys joining in and being part of the discourse over the last few days. And we still have a few hours to go. We still haven't quite hit the 6th round yet. So, and we've been live for 3 hours now. So here's to about 4 hours more.
So question for you. The last couple drafts, Sean Payton has traded for a player. JFM, that was before the draft, but they traded a 6th round pick for him. The very first draft that he had here in Denver, they traded for, who did they trade for?
Troutman, right?
Troutman, yeah. Dallas Goedert, what would you trade for him?
He's a tough one because Mark Andrews is the tougher one because of the contract. Dallas Goedert actually has a very favorable contract for trading for. I am not sure we've hit a point where the Philadelphia Eagles be willing to trade him. I think if you're going to do that, you're going to be sending a 2026 3rd or 4th round pick, most likely a 4th, with probably your pick that you have left. So it's a tough one, but I mean, I brought up that as a possibility last night, I believe, not just Dallas Goedert, but Mark Andrews. And we've talked about running backs multiple times as well. It's definitely an option. It is definitely something Sean Payton likes to do. But I think we're more likely to see a player for a pick trade at this moment, whether they use what they get for that player to then flip for some extra pick, or the picks they get for that player to flip for another player. That could be the case as well. But first, I think that it's going to be player for picks.
Makes sense. I just think he'd be a nice one. Gives an automatic upgrade, can play that inline tight end for you, brings a little bit of a different style game compared to Evan Ingram. And all of a sudden you go from worst tight end room in football to one of the better 1-2 punches at the tight end position. Now it costs you, but you can afford it right now when you've got Bo Nix on his rookie contract. So
Yeah.
I think that one would make some sense. Mark Andrews, like you said, the contract's a little bit tougher, but he's still a talented guy. He can still go make plays. I know had the 2-point drop. He's talked about it. He said his gloves were so soaked. He thought about taking them off, but they went up to the line so quick he didn't have time to make a decision. And so it sucks. I mean, hindsight's 2020 right there, but he's still a very, very talented guy when healthy. He's been struggling with injuries lately. And we got Cody W coming back with the $5 saying, can we draft Waterboy? I want to see him drop kick Mahomes. I'll take the penalty yards. Oh, I forgot about Kelsey. I want to see him drop kick too. I think one of my absolute all-time favorite plays is watching Von Miller body slam Travis Kelsey. That is just, I can't imagine Kelsey in that moment, like, what the heck just happened here? And yeah, hey, if it helps you out, if it freaks out Patrick Mahomes, this is why I've always been big on, I know edge guys are always the end thing, but interior pressure, I feel like that makes a bigger difference on a quarterback than edge pressure. Like, you can always step up in the pocket if there's a really good edge guy, but interior guys, Aaron Donald, I mean, I can't imagine quarterbacks when they're looking at this guy across the line, what he's going to bring to the table. Now, it's hard to find those kind of guys, obviously, but yeah, trying to find somebody that could do that and body slam. And I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Pot Roast that he talked about in the playoff game against the Patriots, where he sacked Tom Brady. I think it was, maybe it wasn't Tom Brady. I can't remember who it was, but he said it was one of his favorite memories because he heard like the breath come out of him, and he just made this sound when they hit the ground. And something about that, it just cracked me up. But he's like, yeah, that made me laugh a little bit. And the idea of like a 350-pound man landing on top of you, that'd be a little intimidating.
Yeah, we have Iama coming in. I see the name. I'm not finishing it off. Oh, don't worry about that. Responding to somebody else. We're not getting anyone we actually wanted. We get all the players no one has ever heard of. That's not exactly true. I've heard of them. So no one has never heard of them. I've at least heard of them. It's meant to be funny.
Their moms have heard of them.
Them too. Their moms have probably heard of them. Parents, and obviously Sean Payton and George Payton have heard of them, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's
bringing up Waterboy. Just a side conversation here, as we still wait for the Broncos to pick. What is your guys' favorite football movie? There's some good ones out there, and I'm sure that one of you is going to mention a movie that I've probably never seen. But it's the NFL draft, and every year I have this tradition of watching Draft Day because that movie is so terrible, but good at the same time.
So
yeah,
mine is the movie Greater. Do you remember that one?
I've seen that one. No,
that is the one about the kid that played for Arkansas.
Yep. Okay.
The walk-on offensive lineman came in too small, then gained a ton of weight, but was out of shape, and then worked his tail off to get into shape. And it's just such a cool story, and the fact that it's based on a true story, and then it stinks. Kid ended up getting drafted
first round of the Colts,
and then he ended up dying in a car wreck like the next week or something like that. And I gotta say, Colts handled that well. Like, they ended up giving his contract to his family, just to kind of honor him, like, because some of them were kind of depending on that a little bit. But that would be one. Here's another one, Little Giants. So many great moments in that. It's still one of mine of just when they're doing their little huddle, and you hear the Cowboys are doing their big one, and then they're going Giants.
The kid walks out in the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Part cracks me up where he's blowing the big old snot bubble, and the kid just pops it. Love that movie. Been meaning to watch it with my little one. We have Jason Bonney saying Little Giants because it's a Christian movie. Are you meaning Facing the Giants? I don't know, Carl, if you've seen that one, you doing your work. That is not to get, religious in here, but that is one movie that I thoroughly enjoy. But let's see. Remember the Titans. That's a good one. We Are Marshall. Went and saw that one in theaters with my mom. Made her cry. But my mom will cry at just about any movie. Waterboy is a good one. And let's see. I said Draft Day just because how terrible it is. But Little Giants and Facing the Giants are both up there for me. I really liked Facing the Giants. Also has with a bittersweet memory with it as well that is little inappropriate that I can't get into here, but comes with some sentimental value.
I can't believe none of us said Home Team. It's all about Sean Payton.
I just watched that the other day. That movie is awful. It is one of the worst movies, and it's not even like Draft Day awful where it's so bad it's good. It is just bad.
It is. Man. I mean, you got to watch it because it's about Sean Payton, and it's not even close to the actual true story. But hey, it's funny. Well, okay, it's funny in the sense of it's so bad that you have to laugh at it. Now, actual movie that I enjoyed that was meant for comedy, The Replacements with Keanu Reeves. I did enjoy that.
I haven't seen that one.
I would recommend that one. Longest Yard with Adam Sandler. That one was interesting.
I like The Blind Side, but now that the true story has kind of come out, it sours it a little bit.
It does. It does. Man, I hate that they ruined it that way.
Yeah.
And then
that one hurts.
That family looking worse and worse for sure.
We've had a couple people coming in saying Longest Yard. That movie has one of my favorite scenes ever. Group hug in the shower tonight. Cracks me up, and I'll say that so often. It's one of my favorite things. But there's some good football movies out there. Jason Bonney, I know you've been talking him up. Regret to inform you, Mitchell Evans was drafted. No more him. He's a guy who there were medical stuff with him as well. I saw Jason. You mentioned Thomas Fedone and the injuries there. Mitchell Evans also had some major medicals, but clearly the Panthers thought at this point that it was worth the risk. And Thomas Fedone is still having their Anita Ruffin coming in saying Necessary Roughness is so funny. I can't say anything about this one. I've never even heard of it. Have either of you guys?
No.
I do not. I'll have to add it to my list.
Yeah,
I appreciate the recommendation.
Let me look it up. I saw somebody mention a Varsity Blues as well. Mm-hmm. That's a good one. What is the? It's a stupid old movie that I gotta find. Here it is. I remember watching this one all the time as a kid. The Garbage Picking, Field Goal Kicking Philadelphia Phenomenon. Have either of you heard of that one?
Not in a million years would I have guessed that. No.
So it stars Tony Danza, and it came out in February 1998. I don't know why this movie just cracked me up as a kid. I don't remember anything about it. I just have the remember of me finding it hilarious.
Did you ever watch Wildcats?
No.
I kind of actually enjoyed that one. It was an interesting one. I'm trying to remember. Goldie Hawn, that's who's in it as the head coach. Mm-hmm. And all of her players hating her because, well, she's a woman and you shouldn't be our head coach, and ends up winning them all over. I don't know. I enjoyed that one for sure. Let's see. Here we go. Greatest football movie.
Yeah, there's been some
Pet Detective, Laces Out.
I've never seen Ace Ventura, but I've seen somebody else mention a movie that is definitely not a football movie, and I see you. And I am judging.
Oh, there's a new one coming out with Jordan Peele. He's a comedy guy, but he directs horror movies. So this is a horror football movie called Him coming out on my birthday. So I'm interested to see that because when it comes to movies, I'm more of a horror guy as opposed to sport. I do like some sports movies, but that's kind of an interesting one for people looking for a newer football movie.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen any of his. YA Black coming off the board. Pittsburgh Steelers. They're working on rebuilding that defensive line. As we gotta probably should shift it back to the NFL draft. There's still some talent on there, but we're getting to the point where it's like you really are taking your niche guys. And Denver, they started that last night, so they got the head start on it, right? But just to show that we're not always all cherry and roses about the Broncos pick. Jay coming and says my $2 only comes in if you watch Necessary Roughness. I'll look it up on Amazon, and if it's worth $2, I'll do it to rent.
There you go.
Let me see. Amazon movies. All right, but so Arondé Gadsden, he goes to the Chargers. I know that he was another name that's been thrown around.
Oh.
Not surprised he went this late. I know some people talked about him in the top 100, but he had a really terrible showing at the Shrine Bowl. And just cannot block to save his life.
No.
Plus, somebody asked about the Kurt Warner movie. I think it's called American Underdog.
That sounds
I haven't
right.
watched it yet, but it looked pretty decent.
I watched it. I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't my cup of tea, I would say.
Okay. And we got €2 coming in here from Marcus. Thank you very much there, Marcus. If you got a comment or a question, definitely send it in. We'll get it up on the screen.
Yep. Still a lot of movies here. Jaden Blue and DJ Giddens are gone. That is right. Thankfully for Jadon Blue. Don't have to worry about that. Word is in that he fumbled his phone when he was trying to pick it up when he got the call. Forcing that joke there. Terrible, I know. But yeah, I mean, we're just kind of wait and see mode. We've had, the comment about the possibility of a trade being explored. Just kind of wait and seeing if we can get any more information on that. Somebody did tweet out a pretty funny thing from Family Guy about the Cleveland Browns. It's where Peter, Cleveland, Quagmire, and Joe, they're all putting their hands in for something. And it says Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, and Shedeur Sanders. And then it has the pirate dude. He comes in and put his peg arm on there, and it says Deshaun Watson, and Peter just kind of brushes it away.
No, not you. Yeah.
No, not you, Sheemish.
Oh, man. I'm kind of wondering, Hard Knocks. They got to pick Cleveland now, right?
Oh, just God, that'd be hilarious.
Oh, man.
I'd pay to watch that. I mean, it'd be a train wreck, but it'd be getting eyes for sure watching that show big time. I really hope it's not the Broncos.
I regret to inform you, Jake, it is $3.99 to rent on Amazon. Sorry.
So close.
But
you're right there.
But no, I'll definitely rent it when here soon and watch it, and I'll add it to my watch list. Forgot to do that. David Wilder coming in, Facing the Giants and We Are Marshall, both really good movies. Both of them made my mom cry, and we see a profile picture with the Huddle Up t-shirt there. We appreciate that. So yeah, if you can do so financially as well as super chatting, make sure you go to mhhmerch.com here. Pull it up on here. You can get your merch on, not swag. I refuse to say swag. Absolutely hate the word. So you guys go check that on, get your merchandise, get hats like the one that's sitting above my head, the Building the Broncos. We got other hats, shirts, sweatshirts, all sorts of stuff, coffee mugs for you coffee drinkers out there, which I am not. And we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you, David. We appreciate you, EJ, Jake, Todd, 78 Leadhead, everybody who's coming and super chatted, not just today, but yesterday and Thursday night. We appreciate you all. You all really help us keep the lights on. You guys help me do this full time. We cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Jake saying, I'll get you the $4 when you quote the halftime speech. All right. One of these days. And then Cody W, Blue Mountain State. Tim Hall, if you don't have Big Lebowski at the top of your watch list, Nick might quit Broncos for breakfast. Not only that, Chad may fire me. Chad's a big fan of The Big Lebowski. And there was at one point where I mentioned I'd never seen it, and he just was completely stunned. Seen a lot of clips for it, have never came around to watching it. And you know what? While we're talking about it, I'll do a reminder. And you know, for the longest time, I actually owned it on DVD, just never watched it.
Really?
Dylan, I see that confused look on your face. DVD, there's these little round discs that you would put into a thing and play some movies.
Hey man, I had a couple Lion King and Jungle Book VHSs lying around somewhere here, right?
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh,
I was just thinking the Facing the Giants movie. First time I watched that was in Ecuador. I was living there, and
oh wow.
they had a DVD copy. Found out it was a bootleg copy of somebody that had gone into the movie theater, and so there was only like 2/3 of the screen that you could see. And so when I got back here to the United States and I got to see the whole thing, I'm like, what in the world? This is a whole new movie. It was the same thing with Transformers. I missed like a third of the movie. That's all they had. That was the only DVDs they had were those. So it was quite the experience. That movie sticks with me in big part because of that memory of being in Ecuador.
Wow. Yeah, you get two different perspectives on it. So that's two different ways to watch, I guess.
Yeah. I didn't know if he made the field goal in Facing the Giants. I mean, they were celebrating. So I'm like assuming that they made it, but I'm like, I didn't see it go through.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
But somebody is asking about Damian Martinez. He is still available. One thing with Damian Martinez is he is very scheme specific, concept specific. So even as teams do kind of, have more of a 50-50 balance, there's 50% of plays in your rushing offense that he just can't do. So that's probably why we're seeing him fall. But man, is he great at that one type of concept that he can do. He is really good at it, which does play into the Broncos' hands and cards a little bit if he continues to fall. And I do got to ask, for those of you who want Damian Martinez, say Denver does land him with their next pick, does that make you more comfortable with taking RJ Harvey earlier? Just a question for some of you guys out there. Jeremy Furman coming in as Jarquez Hunter still available. He is not.
Devin Neal is though.
Devin Neal is.
So that would be honestly that would be maybe the direction I go. I think he can do well in any kind of scheme. And like I said, he's not great at anything, but he's good at everything. I think he'd be another guy that's just going to step in. He's a little bit older prospect. Hey, fits exactly what the Broncos have been taking lately. And it feels like he's been in college football forever. I'm a KU fan, so I've watched him for a lot of years, but I'm sure any CU fans in here absolutely hate that guy, but you'd love to have him on your team. So again, he'd be a really solid player. For a 6th round pick, yeah, I'd be for that.
Yeah, Lance isn't here, but one of his guys goes to the Bears, and Zaw Frazier. He's a fun corner to watch. Long, lanky, the UTSA guy, Tariq Woolen. Some similarities there, not as fast and very scheme specific. Cover 3, that's about all he's going to be able to give you. Some bump and run, but there is a lot there and all that. And just to recap, all Denver's done so far today is take Q Robinson. We did get word that they are trying to trade from Lance Sanderson, sharing a report from Benjamin Albright. Not sure if it's, trying to trade up using a player to, get some picks, or even looking at trading for a pick. But there has been apparently some conversations about that. Just waiting for things to clear up. To recap the last few picks here, Mitchell Evans going 163, Y.A. Black to the Steelers at 164, Oronde Gadsden to the Chargers at 165, Torrey Horton to the Seahawks, Jackson Slater, that's a guy Nick and I have talked about a lot, mocked him a few times to Denver. They're with one of their 6th round picks. He doesn't even get to their 6th round picks, even the ones they had originally, as he goes 167. Drew Kendall going to the Philadelphia Eagles, then Zoff Frazier, and then Jordan Hancock, a defensive back out of Ohio State, going 170 to the Buffalo Bills as they are continuing to focus on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they got ran over by in the playoffs there by the Chiefs, as they always do. I mean, they kill them we got a revenge in the regular season, then once they get to the playoffs, kind of right back down to earth. So smart for the Bills to build up their defense, and yeah, I mean, got to get past those Chiefs.
I was just reading. I didn't realize Tom Brady mentored Shedeur Sanders.
Yep. It was big reason why a lot of people were pinning, Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders. But Tom Brady, he has his input, yeah, but he's not the main decision maker. He's being a little bit hands off, which I saw somebody mention that he can't really be in the decision maker with the fact that he's also an announcer, that he's kind of got to be a little bit hands off and allow, the other guys to kind of do their jobs a little bit. And just things go that way. So not surprised there that, the Raiders ended up passing on him at all. Didn't seem like that would be Pete Carroll's guy. I kind of mentioned it, I think last night or earlier this morning. It's all kind of blended together now. After the media circus that kind of ended up coming up with Russell Wilson from that early success, just kind of wanted to pass on that a little bit. And Todd Ossendorf saying Desmond Watson would like to see Denver grab him as an undrafted free agent. I would not be surprised if the Philadelphia Eagles drafted him. Dude is the strongest guy in the class, and they're just going to, every time they do a tush push, they're just going to line him up between Jalen Hurts, or they're just going to have him pick up Jalen Hurts and throw him. Refrigerator Perry with Desmond Watson. Refrigerator Perry that.
I mean, he should be a Bronco because I think his nickname is the Mountain or something like that. So he should be a Denver Bronco, but he won't be. And I did want to say here, Ty Robinson is gone, Michael. He would have been a nice one, but he's just too talented to make it this far into the draft. And I've seen a few people talking about Tez. Is he going to be drafted? Is he not? I think a lot of it has to do with how do people view him as a special teamer? Do they think he could be a returner for them? Does the team have a need at the slot and they like those little bit smaller guys? Most teams seem to be going to a lot bigger slot position. They've seen the advantage that brings Drake London, Michael Thomas. Those kind of guys become a huge matchup problem when you've got a slot corner that's 5'9" going against a guy that's 6'5". You're going to win a lot of those battles. So I think if he was drafted, or if he was in the draft, let's say 10 years ago, and you got guys like Wes Welker and Edelman and those kind of guys, I think he maybe goes a little bit higher because he fit that kind of build. I mean, he's still a little bit smaller even from those guys, but that was more of how the league was looking at the slot position back then. It's really changed now, and I hate it for him because I do think he's a talented guy. It's going to be hard to figure out exactly how you're going to use him in the NFL compared to college.
Yeah. And I saw somebody make a comment about, the altitude in Denver. That's definitely an issue, but it's not a thing that you're going to time you're going to be using them a whole lot. I mean, it's maybe 20% of plays. Like, as an undrafted free agent, that's if he even hits, and even if you can find a role for him. So altitude wouldn't be that big of an issue for somebody that big because of how limited his role would be for them. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely an issue with the size, but man, the fact that the amount of force that he had for his 40 time, which was 5.63 seconds, is equal to a linebacker, a 6'4", 240-pound linebacker running like a 3.19 or something like that, is absolutely insane. Like, just so much force for that. And that's something that I could see some team trying to take a shot on at some point in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes one team to fall in love with a player, and this late, I could absolutely see it. You mentioned earlier he gets good separation, He plays quicker than his 40 time. 40 times aren't everything. Yeah, and like Jason says, short area quickness at that. It's just the size. That's kind of the big thing here. How long is he going to last? And if you're going to take a shot on someone like that, it might as well be here late day 3.
Yeah, he's going to be, like Erick said, he's going to have such a limited role. That's why he's dropping. He'll never be a great pass rusher. You're going to view him as a two-gap, take on a lot of blocks, push people back, open the run game for other people to go make a play. If he finished the season with more than 10 tackles, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
But he does have a talent. Don't get me wrong. It's just such a limited thing. And when you're talking, college, it works. You can have a roster of 100 people. So you can have a guy that's only going to be on the field for 15, 20% of the snaps. NFL, when you're limited to 53, and even there, it's limited down to how many active guys you can have. It makes it a little bit more difficult to see why you would take a guy like this when you need somebody that can come take snaps from Zach Allen, that can be on the field. I would say you want somebody that can be on the field 35, 40% of the snaps so you can get a better rotation going.
Yeah. It would be a very specialized thing. And the Detroit Lions got a guy who I felt was really falling. I felt he was a top 100 pick, Miles Frazier. They, again, continue to address the offensive line. There's some future questions there. Aging in the middle. And, they got Tate Rutledge, Miles Frazier. They fit that mentality that they like. And I thought Miles Frazier could have been part of it there for the Broncos when they took Q Robinson. I don't think he offers a whole lot of center versatility, but, maybe. But it's a good pick for them here. And again, we're still at that waiting point, right? It's like sometimes I wish the Broncos would have all these day 3 picks. Like, we're talking about it and going through what's been going on. There's been a lot of picks from just multiple teams here, and the Broncos aren't one of them. Like, just want more picks here, so we have more to talk about. But just in the wait and see mode, and just definitely still some options out there, some options for the Broncos. And as I update it, Damian Martinez continues to fall. Seth McLaughlin, he's kind of a center only, which doesn't really fit the mold. But at this point, hey, who knows? Jay Toya, great run defender, but only a run defender. Dorian Strong, Chase Lunt, Kyle McCord, though a quarterback. Aeneas Peebles, that's a weird one there. Cameron Williams, man, some injury stuff there. Some stuff about maintaining his weight and sustaining it. Played games at like 370 pounds at offensive tackle, pushed 400 at times. And so there's some work there. Maxon Hook is a talented safety. Quarterbacks, Carl, you mentioned it earlier. Backup quarterback, there's some options following there. Joshua Gray, who is one of my darlings on the offensive line, guard that's going to be a play center in the NFL, still has that versatility. There's still talent out there and still options, still guys that they can be looking at. And Willie Lampkin, he's still there, smaller guy. They could be even looking at punter. Don't ask me to name off any punters because I don't know any this year.
Neither do I. And, we're getting to the end of the 5th round here. So, it's usually some dart throws throughout day 3 of the draft, but we're really going to start to see that. Erick mentioned earlier, leaning on athletic ability, even some certain specific traits. So it'll be interesting to see where the Broncos go. Obviously, still got a little bit of a ways to our pick, but maybe some players will get thinned out and we'll have maybe a clearer vision of who they might take here.
Yeah, one guy that Carl has mentioned going to the Rams there, and Pooh Paul, Chris Paul Jr. goes by the nickname Pooh. Can't remember the story for it, but the story is kind of funny. Let me see if I can find the story there to share. I remember him talking about it at the Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl, one of the two. Let's see here. But yeah, he was one. Not surprised he fell this far. Some medical stuff throughout the process. And then, there's some concerns about his size and his build. He's a guy who doesn't have the length. He's only 6 foot, and he plays around 220, which is a little light. Definitely a cover only kind of guy. Unfortunately, I can't find the story about his name, but I just remember it being a funny one.
Oh man, yeah. There's always some crazy nicknames or just names in general coming out the draft each and every year. I can't tell you how many times I called Marcus Marcus M. Until I heard you saying it on the show, and I was like, oh, shoot, I've been botching people's name, but I do that consistently.
Yeah, Marcus Bow, that was a fun one. I mean, I was there. I remember Nick was in, and I was like, "You mean Marcus Bow?" And Nick hit me with, "I'll have to hear it first." And so I sent him a thing that had the proper way to say it there. Tyler Shook, that was another one. I was there. I kept
Oh
saying
my God.
Shao, and then I heard him say
Mhm.
Shook at the Senior Bowl, and or Shuck, sorry, and I was like, that is very surprising. Um, and it does look like Jackson Haas goes to the Buffalo Bills. That's
Ooh.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Sad face,
mean,
crying
yeah,
face.
you still kind of want that blocking tight end. He definitely would have helped out in that area, but hey, you still got Kroll and Troutman, right?
Is Todd in the chat? If Todd's in the chat, we're not allowed to talk about Lucas Kroll.
Oh, my bad. Um, man, yeah, still some good players here. I mean, we'll see what happens going forward. Still 2 whole rounds to get through, and again, there might be a trade in here. So we'll be here sticking with you guys throughout the rest of the draft.
Yeah, and still got about 20 hours left in the draft right now. Not really, probably closer to about 3 hours left because they always have that log jam there because they have to announce all the picks. They do all those special things. As long as we don't get what was it, a gorilla or a orangutan announcing the pick that annoyed Mike Mayock so much a few years ago. Many years ago. That was like 10 years ago now.
Oh my God.
But they always do those special things that leads to it taking a little bit longer. And so still plenty of time left, still plenty of conversation to be had, still a lot going on as I click over back to the StreamYard and see Carl's back and joining us. Carl, hope you had a nice little break there. Hope you washed your hands. Glad to have you back.
Of course I did. And yeah, I saw one of my guys went, Chris Paul, Mr. Pooh.
Yeah, I was trying. Do you remember the story about why his nickname Pooh Paul?
So only his family knew the nickname for a while. And then he was at a traveling football game and he scored a touchdown. And his family held up a sign that said, "That's my Pooh." And all of his teammates saw it, and then they started calling him Pooh. And he finally just decided it's better just to lean into it at that point. Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and I was trying to find the story. I couldn't remember it, and then Chris came in and said it, and saw that after you started talking. Thank you, Chris, for sharing that as well. Michael Davis does not want a blocking tight end. Michael, I think you kind of stand alone in this a little bit. I think a lot of Broncos country is really wanting a blocking tight end, and do I just way off topic here? Do either of you ever feel that like just wanting to say Broncos Nation just to just for the reaction? Every time I say it, I just want to do it and just sit there and laugh to myself.
I mean, it's like nails on a chalkboard when I do hear it.
Mm-hmm.
What was Mike Bliss trying to get it to become? He tried to change it a couple years ago. Can't remember what he said, and it never caught on. But he's one of those guys that tried to make a little change and just see if people would do it.
No, it's too ingrained, man. We can't try and switch up now.
It is definitely ingrained, and the meaning behind it is also pretty cool. It's because like a lot of places when they first got television, it was tuned into Denver channels. Alaska's one of them. When Alaska first got television, it was Denver channels, which is why there's a lot of Broncos fans here in Alaska. I can't say that's the case for my family. My family originates in Colorado. Both my parents were born there. I'm the only one in my family who was born in Alaska. So we're migrants to the state, but it's a cool reason as to why it's Broncos country. And I'm with you. Broncos Nation doesn't feel right, but it is just one of those things that I always want to do just to make a joke.
It's definitely a way to get people fired up. It's always funny when you got people that are new fans and they don't know it. And all of a sudden, they make the comment, "Hey, Broncos Nation," and all of a sudden, just people, especially on Twitter, "You don't call it that." And so I get it. I mean, we don't want to be like everybody else, because everybody else, I mean, Chiefs have Chiefs Kingdom, I guess is what they call themselves. And I always hate the teams that I hate the most in sports seem to have like the best like songs that go with them. I'm trying to think of the Chiefs one about like Red Kingdom or something like that. I don't know if you've heard the song.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the Cubs one. I'm a Cardinals fan. The Go Cubs Go. That one, I'm like, oh man, that's like a catchy song. But it stinks that I can't sing it because then it's me cheering on the Cubs.
Yeah, it was really funny night one with when Marcus Golden got drafted. Instead of starting a "Go Pack Go" chant, he said 1, 2, 3 Packers. Like that's such a missed opportunity.
Broncos Nation is hate speech. Yeah. And Todd saying my dad lived in Denver, I lived in Anchorage, and that wasn't not it for me. Not quite sure what this is about. I know that with where I used to live in Southeast Alaska in a place called Cake. And when I was there, when in the early 90s, everything was the cable was in for Denver stations. And it was like that for a lot of Southeast Alaska during that time. So not sure if Anchorage might have been different and it was just a fact of how close we were to Seattle or what. Thought is I'm older than Erick. A lot of people are older than me, although I have a lot more gray hair than a lot of people.
I'm closing in on a year till I'm 40. So Tuesday I turned 39.
Yeah,
and it's hit me that I'm getting into another decade here pretty soon.
And we all know Dylan's younger. We had to explain to him what DVDs were, so Dylan's on the young side.
Oh man.
Oh, here's an interesting one. Not the fact with the pick, but the fact of his teammate going before his teammate. Robbie Ousts, the other tight end, more of a fullback out of Alabama, going before CJ Dupree.
Wow. I said you're saying he ran a 4.9. Oh my god.
I like Robbie Outs, but he's a fullback, and a fullback in the 5th round, a fullback in any round is not for me.
Yeah,
it's funny.
I mean,
so I'm following the PFF draft tracker.
Mm-hmm.
He's the first name that's come up that you couldn't click on to see their profile.
On that note, he's the first player that I had that didn't have a draftable grade that's been drafted.
So
wow, it took a while.
My board.
It had to happen eventually. But no, I'm just looking over these last few picks here. How close are we getting to the Broncos?
So we are now into the 6th round. So we had Robbie Outs at 175, Tyler Barron, the edge out of Miami, as 176 to close out the 5th. So as I click over to the 6th round, we are on the clock at 177, and the Broncos' next pick is 197. So 30 more picks.
Gotcha.
So still have about 20 hours.
That is definitely how it feels. No, like I said, I'm still, if I'm leaning any way for the Broncos, it is a trade for a veteran. That's what I want to see for the Broncos. I really would love Dallas Goedert to be a Denver Bronco. There's still some running backs out there. Algiers, we've talked about here. I think he would be a great combination with RJ Harvey. I think that'd be a decent 1-2 punch. Not best in the league, but definitely not worse than the league like we had this last year.
Yeah, we have Phil McLaughlin coming in asking if the volcano's ever erupted yet. Nope, we're still in any day now, and as we have been for the past month, waiting on it to erupt. It is funny when we're doing the roundtable mock draft on Tuesday night, about halfway through, I got a text message from the wife. Did you feel the earthquake? And no, didn't notice it, but I went back and watched, and apparently you can tell you can see my camera shake, and it's something that I didn't notice. I didn't feel it, so not the first time that I've had been doing a show and we've had an earthquake though. Earthquakes are extremely common here in Alaska, and for the most part, if it's not above, a 6.57, I typically don't really notice them. Of course, it also depends on the location and all that as well. But for the most part, don't really. We did have a big one a few years ago, and it's unfortunate because that big one, my daughter was still young. So now anytime there's even a small one, she gets terrified. But so it's tough, but I would rather deal with earthquakes and volcanoes than tornadoes, which scare the crap out of me. Hurricanes. We don't have snakes up here, which I'm so thankful for that. We deal with blizzards. That's fine with me as well. But a lot of the other stuff that, natural disasters you guys deal with down there, we don't have to. I'll take my earthquakes and volcanoes.
I will tell you, we had a hailstorm last year that actually shredded. There's about 5 houses here in town that were completely destroyed from top to bottom. There was nothing left. Like they just had to take it to the ground. That was a pretty scary storm. I was in a metal building when it hit. So all that hail hitting off the building and knowing my vehicle's outside getting destroyed, that didn't help either. And that was probably one of the scarier storms I've been in. I've been in tornadoes. I've had to jump in bathtubs, cover myself in mattresses and all that fun stuff. I'm trying to think what other storms I've been in. Dust storms. When you're driving, those are pretty scary because your vision goes down to zero and you don't know, should I stop? Should I keep going? What are the cars in front of me doing?
Floor it.
That's what you do.
Floor it.
We're just getting on through. No, those ones get a little shaky for us.
And then
I haven't dealt with earthquakes a whole lot. Hurricanes. I lived in Miami for a little bit, and I made the mistake of mentioning, I was like, man, I'd kind of almost like to experience a hurricane. And everybody in Miami, like, you shut up. You do not say that kind of thing around here. So that was my bad. But I've had people do that I'd love to live in Kansas. I want to go experience a tornado. I'm like, no, it's not like the yellow brick road. It's not. That's not what this is like. It's not like you're flying up and you're going, oh, hey, everybody else that's flying up here. No, it's not even close to that.
We have Michael Davis saying earthquake, Eric. Matt, I just pick up my shelves. My wife has an ongoing joke that if we ever have, next time we have a big earthquake, that I'm going to push her out of the way just to check on the Lego sets, primarily the big one that I have up here and the big Falcon that I have. That I'll be more concerned about that than anything else, including her. That is her joke. It's not true. At least that's what I like to tell her. But, and then Joe Brewer, Eric's favorite movie is Snakes on a Plane. I love to fly. I refuse to watch that movie because I'll be terrified of it. And then earthquakes like riding a roller coaster you didn't need to pay for. Exactly. That is exactly it.
Yeah, I'd say the other scary thing that I had lightning strike the tree next to me. I thought it was an earthquake or a bomb went off, something. There's a tree between our neighbor's house and our house, and lightning struck it. And we both came running out because we thought the other person's house blew up.
Oh, jeez.
That was loud. My daughter was screaming. We were trying to tell her, get under the table. We just didn't know what was going on. And that one was pretty intimidating.
Yeah, we have Michael Davis asking when the 2025 schedule comes out. I found it silly that on the first night of the draft, they stopped everything to make the announcement of it. May 14th. That's when the schedule is coming out. And the fact that they stopped the first round of the draft to make that announcement, yeah. And then also asking, what's your best Lego set? The Falcon. The Falcon's up there. I have the big one. I could move my camera and show you. It's sitting on the floor behind me for earthquake. I only put a few up for the backdrop here. But my favorite one is the big Venator that I have that's just sitting up here. And then there's one that actually has more sentimental. It's only a matter of a few pieces. My wife, a few years ago, she got me custom Lego pieces that is for me, her, our daughter, and our cat. And they're actually sitting on the Venator that you just can't quite see out of the picture. So that one's my favorite one.
That's very cool. I like that. Yeah.
Move. And you can kind of make them out. They're sitting right there. Kind of make them out on the top.
Yeah. Nice. I like it.
Very cool.
But yeah, so that's that. I paid her back. I got her a custom Funko Pop. I also, one year for Christmas, I got her a custom written song as well.
Wow.
Only thing is I don't know how to up myself from that, and that was 2 years ago. And this year she was really disappointed in the fact that I didn't up myself. So
set the bar too high, man.
Set the bar too high too early, apparently.
Yeah,
jeez.
My wife and I have birthdays that are 2 days apart, and so hers is on Sunday tomorrow, and then mine's on Tuesday. And the other day she came up to me. She goes, "You didn't get me anything, right?" I was like, "Oh, I got you a little something." She goes, "Dang it, I didn't get you anything. Now I feel like I'm the worst spouse in this relationship." And so I had to do the husband thing and go, "All I need is you."
Oh, great answer.
That's right. Get
C Chain coming in. What pick do we have next? 197. And as of right now, that's the last pick the Broncos have. But again, there's Lance shared with us privately that I guess Benjamin Albright has talked about Denver making some trades to get more picks. So we'll see what's happening there. And it looks like there was a slight break before getting into the 6th round. I think there typically is every single year. And they give a quick break, and it starts off with the Bills taking Dorian Strong. So we are now officially in the 1st round.
Oof. Only many more picks.
27 hours to go.
27. Oh, man.
So, question for you. Of the picks we've made so far, other than our 1st round pick, who are you most excited about for not just for the now, but for the future?
Pat Bryant. Like, he's the one that I also view the lowest just because of how I view the wide receiver room, but I absolutely love his tape. I love his game. So I'm the most excited for him for now and the future.
For me, after I dug into him a little more last night because I couldn't sleep, I watched some Savion Jones, and I'm really excited for what he's going to do for this defense. Very versatile, high motor, someone who could step in for John Franklin Myers if they decide not to re-sign him or trade him or whatever they want to do with him. Just keeping a solid defensive line rotation, especially with how we got just absolutely bullied by the Buffalo Bills in that playoff game that was so embarrassing. And obviously you get in Greenlaw, Hufanga to help with the run defense as well. But the defensive line is that first line of defense. So that was a solid pickup for me.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, great choices. I mean, if I've got to be different, of course, right? So RV makes a ton of sense. Yeah. And it's been so long since the Broncos have had an explosive running back like this. A guy that can truly make, like, they've had fast guys, but not guys that can make people miss.
Yeah.
And so I'm definitely very excited about that one. I do think he could become a really good receiving option. He showed it at least a little bit there at UCF. You know, there was one play, I can't remember who were they playing. They might have been against Colorado, and he ran a wheel route, and it was perfect. I mean, it set it up perfect, kind of just went off to the side a little bit, looking like it was going to be just a pass to the side, and then boom, cut it up the sideline. Easy play for him. And those are like the little details where it's not just, hey, I'm going to run full speed the whole way. He had a little bit of nuance to his game. I'm excited to watch him in the pass game.
Yeah, I have a question that goes off that, but I want to grab this from James real quick. Been in earthquakes and tornadoes. I'd rather be in a basement in a tornado than top floor in an earthquake. There is a place in Anchorage called the Fifth Avenue Mall, and I have serious issues with heights. And every time I'm in that building, in the food court, which is at the very top, which we have to stop by there because it has one of my wife's favorite places to eat, I am shaking because I am terrified of an earthquake being in that building. But I'm still more afraid of tornadoes. I was forced to watch Twisters when I was a young kid, and I had nightmares for years after that. And in fact, I still have nightmares about being caught in a twister to this day. It's just one of those things that's always stuck with me and always terrifies me. I've lived through big earthquakes. I know what to do, and I'm used to them. But I hear you. I get it. I definitely understand it. I would not want to be caught in a big building when when an earthquake hits like that, and try being in the top of Captain Cook during an earthquake. No, I'll pass. Todd, getting up to the top floor for the food court in Fifth Avenue terrifies me because you either have the escalators which are right on the edge, or you have the elevators that are the glass that overlooks everything. In the Crow's Nest, I've been there once, and I was like 6 years old, and I peed my pants. I was terrified.
Fun story.
Little bit of TMI, but hey, third day of the draft, things always get wacky. Anyways, the question that I was going to go ask about what the Broncos did with it is, what is one pick that you would change? I'm going to add a caveat here. It has to be somebody that has between the picks. So it can't be like, oh, you can't do RJ Harvey for Alec Omenor because it wasn't between the next pick. It'd have to be RJ Harvey for somebody who went between that pick and Pat Bryant, or Pat Bryant and Savion Jones, so on and so forth. Who would be that one change you make?
I would love Jordan Birch. He went about 4 picks after we took Pat Bryant.
Yep.
Adding him to the defensive end room, that size. I like Jones, but Birch gives you more day one impact from the edge position and has that ability to go down if you need him to into the
Speaking
interior.
of earthquakes.
Oh, if we lose Eric,
Whoa.
that was kind of cool. All
Hold on,
good.
I made it off of here. It's still going.
Okay.
That was a pretty strong one.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious what was going on.
Caught me off guard. I was getting ready to go. Still going. I can see that my water off to the side still moving, but hey, back to business here. After that, give me quite the shake. Shook my boots a little bit. I was getting ready to go pull up, but Carl, sorry to interrupt, but just thought that was funny. As just got done talking about earthquakes.
Yeah, no, like I said, I would love Jordan Birch there in the 3rd round. I mean, if we were going wide receiver, Jalen Knoll was still there. That'd be a couple names. Caleb Johnson. I know we already took running back in the 2nd, but he would have been an interesting one to pair with RJ Harvey. Caldwell on the interior. Talk about some size, a guy that can help in the run game. He'd be a fun one to add as well. So I'd say that'd probably be the direction I'd go. Maybe if we're looking from our late 3rd round pick there with Jones, I don't know. I feel like he was actually pretty darn good value right there compared to who went next. Ty Robinson maybe would have been a direction I would have gone, just as that guy that can get after the quarterback from the interior.
Yeah, I think that let's see here. Man, that earthquake is so recent that I can't even get the magnitude of it yet. But we have Chad jamming in the background while I'm dealing with an earthquake. How lucky it is to be Chad jamming away on a guitar. Yeah, just kind of caught me off guard. I mean, I'm sitting here talking and then I just feel my chair move just from it. And but anyways, I think I would probably go Jordan Birch over Pat Bryant, because then that gives you a different option with Savion Jones. As much as I like Savion Jones, I think that would be my pick. Is there?
I mean, for me, Carl brought it up. Jalen Noel, I really liked him. I thought he brings something a little different to this offense. Obviously, I've talked about how much I do like Pat Bryant in the pick, but where it wasn't really what I liked or preferred anyway. And now they have both the Iowa State receivers on the Texans, which that should be a pretty potent offense for them now. But Jalen Noel for sure was my guy there.
Anybody from second round after RJ Harvey?
I was just going to pull it up, but I just want to throw out my joke of, the Joker, JJ Pegues going to the Raiders. Hey, maybe they got their Joker. Future tight end right there. Hey, he's on the defense. Maybe he'll still catch passes from Bo Nix. Hey, hopefully not.
Yeah. Darius Alexander was one that I really liked that went right after RJ Harvey a couple picks later.
Yeah. Him.
Kyle Williams for the wide receiver room. So James Palmer put out there that when he and Steve Smith Sr. were talking about, wide receivers and Steve Smith Sr., I don't listen a whole lot, but he did say Kyle Williams was the one wide receiver that reminded him of himself.
Yeah.
So that's huge respect coming from him because he's one of those guys like, nobody's like me. I'm one of one. So for him to say something like that, it kind of shows the thought there. He would have been one that I would have been jumping for joy there at pick 60.
Yeah. Had it been any bigger, Michael, you would have seen me grabbing the Venator that's sitting up there. But there is a fun thing that I might be able to pull up. Or I won't pull it up because I don't want, even though I've talked about it, don't want you guys knowing exactly where I live. Alaska's fine. But just still waiting to see what the magnitude was because it was a nice jolt. So it was either a pretty decent sized one or it was really close by. Sorry to interrupt the football talk with earthquakes, but
No, all right. We're just glad you're okay.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Yeah, a couple players I did like just came off the board. Ollie Gordon going to the Dolphins. That stinks. Kyle McCord
hurts me.
Just got taken by the Eagles to be a nice backup for Hurts. So he was one that I thought maybe Broncos could be looking at for the quarterback room. But no, we're getting a little bit closer. Almost there. We've been waiting here for a few hours, and we're about, I don't know, what, 12, 13 picks away?
Yeah, I can see him on the little ticker there. They're right at the end.
We're on 183s on the clock, and they pick at 197.
It's 14 picks. There we go.
Almost there. Unless they trade back.
Just hoping we don't lose Erick before then.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, if I suddenly get crushed, there's enough Funko Pops beside me that they might do it. It was a 4.3 near Happy Valley, Alaska. Thank you, David. I mean, the Alaska Earthquake Center hasn't updated for me yet, unfortunately. But thank you for that. 4.3. Yeah.
We can keep going. 4.3 doesn't bother us.
Yeah.
I know up in California here, we get a little earthquake and everyone starts freaking out. So I'm more worried about the wildfires we get every year. So earthquakes aren't really I'm usually asleep when they happen, or if it does happen, I don't really notice it. So not too big of a deal.
Death by Funko Pops would be a new way to die. Hey, I could make it onto that one show. What is it? A Million Ways to Die or whatever it was. During a football podcast, an earthquake happened and was smushed by Funko Pops, particularly the Rancor with Luke Skywalker and Slave Ula pop figure from Star Wars and Encounter on Endor, since those are the two big ones that are sitting above me.
I was thinking more some of your Star Wars Legos behind you that turn into a spear and come down.
That's just the big one, and there's There's about 2 feet, but I'll be hanging on to that one for dear life. If the earth's gonna open up and swallow me, that's coming with me.
There you go. You got Michael saying in Hawaii we get all your earthquake tsunamis. That would be. I've never done a tsunami before. Those don't sound fun.
No, like
Mm-mm.
we get alerts for them every now and then, and it was bad one year. There was an earthquake that was down near Kodiak, and Homer, which is a little bit south of us, they had a tsunami warning, and somebody told everybody to evacuate when we're supposed to wait for official word, and it caused some rather major chaos that the Homer Police Department was not happy about. And we have the Patriots taking a kicker. We got a specialist off the board. Kickers are people too.
We got one.
Just don't draft them.
First specialist off the board.
First guy
we haven't
not
even
on my
talked
board, but
about
he doesn't count because he's a kicker.
Would the Broncos be thinking punter at all at this pick?
You're gonna make me cause an earthquake to get smushed by Funko Pops. Punters are
He's
people,
gonna tear
kickers are
down the
people
shelf
too.
himself.
Just don't draft them.
I'm
We have
with you.
staunch
I
Patriot.
just. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we have staunch Patriot coming in, and I've heard the best vision label get put on several running backs in the draft. Different folks, different strokes for different folks. People see things differently. I mean, there are people in the chat that think Omarion Hampton has great vision. I don't see it. I think there's a lot of vision issues there with him. I think RJ Harvey has some of the best vision in this class, but it is, and it just depends on how you're evaluating for it. Having talked to a running back coach and how they kind of talk to me about what they count as vision and everything. That's kind of what I go off of. I go off of what I was told by a running back coach. So, but again, just different strokes for different folks and different ways of valuing, different things or different aspects of it. But I will say with RJ Harvey, I believe George Payton said that one of the things that stood out was vision. Might have been Sean Payton. One of them said that vision stood out with him.
Yeah, I think you do see it on film. There's some of the cutback lanes where he's pretty much getting ready. Looks like he's running into a pile, and then boom, cuts across the field. I'd say more once he gets to the second level, that's where you really see his vision take over. His ability to really figure out, okay, this is the lane I can take to go maximize my yards, and really make a few people look silly at some of the angles they try to take at him. Where, we got him stopped right here, and boom, he's out of there, going to another spot. That's where I see his vision.
Mm-hmm. And he's a back that's going to be able to utilize the blocking from this offensive line. They were awesome at run blocking, but gave Javonte Williams a few too many opportunities, I would say, running into the back of his line, or no, it's actually just a lot of that. And then even he wasn't breaking tackles anymore either. But just in terms of using his vision, it's something when I look at running backs, that's what I value a little higher than some other traits, just because I need a back that's not going to just run into a wall, like I said with Javonte. So finding cutback lanes, avoiding defenders, that's something RJ Harvey is going to be able to do. And we're paying these guys offensive line quite a bit of money, so let's get the most out of them. Let's take a back that's going to utilize the blocks they're being given. Yeah. Oh, there goes Devin Neal to the Saints. Oh, are you muted?
I am muted. I muted myself as I adjust myself in my seat. Didn't want to hear all the banging of my knees on the desk. But Devin Neal goes to the Saints. And hey, 6th round pick. I remember getting ridiculed a while ago for saying that he's probably going to fall to the 5th or 6th round. Here we are.
Yeah.
There are a lot of concerns about his game. And obviously. And we just see him fall. And then it didn't help that I think that in a normal year, we're probably talking 4th round for him. But with the strength of this class, he just kind of got pushed down a little bit. But on back to the whole earthquake thing, just to kind of can't show you because I don't want to show you exactly where I live, but it wasn't that far south of me, and it was a 4.3, which is why it was kind of that big jolt that I had to kind of took me off guard a little bit.
Well, all is well now, so hopefully we don't get any big aftershocks or anything.
Yeah. Who knows? I'll try to manifest another one for super chats. No, kidding. But let's see. Can bring this down and see if there's any chat here. I've been looking at other stuff here. Don't be mad. We weren't going to get Neal anyway. He's not defense. It's funny. Probably weren't going to draft Neal anyways because of the type of back that he is. Thoughts on Taj Brooks? Lot of miles on those tires. Let's see here. Eric, did you get the aftershock yet? No. I want Eric's analysis on Taj Brooks. Again, a lot of miles on the tires. Fine runner, but he's probably a guy that you could bring in. I think there's a good chance he goes undrafted with the way this running back class. I wouldn't mind bringing him as an undrafted free agent, and you could probably get 2 or 3 years out of him before the mileage catches up.
Yeah, man, what running backs do we even have left here?
Let's see. Running backs, we still have Damian Martinez. Jordan James went. Devin Neal went. Haven't updated my board a whole lot. Missing some guys.
LaQuinn Allen's still out there.
LaQuinn Allen. If you want a pass blocker on a receiver, a true third down option, there he is. Brashard Smith, he's just a receiver only. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, he's an interesting one. Marcus Jones, he's another just a receiver runner type, but another explosive guy. Mario Anderson, he's a fun one. Land Larison, probably undrafted option. We're kind of getting to the point where it's like, all right, like David Martinez is very intriguing, but outside of that, LaQuinn Allen, it's probably wait and see what falls undrafted. Tight end, depending on medicals, Thomas Fedoni. Gavin Bartholomew is a very interesting one. Joshua Simon, he's a sleeper of mine. Jalen Conyers. Moliki Mataveo. Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane. Maybe you can get something out of there. There's some options left at the two positions, but it has ran thin, what you expect when you get this point in the draft.
Exactly, and it looks like Will Howard's going to go to the Steelers. So, hey, man, is that their quarterback in the future? Maybe. We'll see. Aaron Rodgers' watch, I guess, still there, but certainly an option for them.
Definitely. And I mean, they brought back Rudolph, Mason Rudolph, right?
Yeah.
They brought him back, and obviously they're still kind of waiting and seeing on Aaron Rodgers there. I wouldn't be surprised if they still take yet another quarterback and just kind of double up on drafted quarterbacks. It was surprising that they passed on Shedeur Sanders as much as they did. There was a lot of talk about a good relationship there between Tomlin and Sanders, as well as Tomlin being very okay with it. And Tomlin has taken chances on guys that come with that media circus before, as well. And as an update, we were expecting Lance, but it looks like he's not going to be able to make it now, which is a shame. It's always good to get Lance's insight on it. It's also good because if you listen closely, you can get some really good sound bites out of Lance. But love Lance, one of my best friends. Glad he's part of everything here that we do at Mile High Huddle. And it's unfortunate that just because of his new job, well, not so new anymore. He's been at it about a year, that he's going to be most likely unable to make it. Maybe he can jump in here at the very end, depending on how things go. But we're sitting at pick 187 as the Ravens at 186. The pick is in. Don't know who they pick yet. 187's on the clock. So we're right there closing in on it, on what the Broncos are. So if you're in the chat, let me know what way are you looking? Serious ones. And there's been a lot of comments about kicker, punter, quarterback. Serious answers only. Who are you looking at for the Broncos here?
Jeez. Who do we have left? I mean, we already took some defensive line, like edge players. I did like Elijah Ponder quite a bit. Maybe he goes undrafted. We could pick him up there, but not sure Chat would be too happy with yet another another edge player there.
They have been linked heavily to offensive line, and they brought in one. They've been playing close attention. Nash Jones out of Texas State. That said, Denver's been very quiet about the guys that they've taken so far. Their like of them hasn't been so well known. So Willie Lampkin, I said earlier, there's a lot there, but maybe there's somebody else that they haven't been connected to that they're looking at. Thomas Perry, Marcus Wurr, Joshua Gray, those are all guys that I haven't heard of any connections for. Clay Webb, there's been some talk there. So Jake Majors, there was some talk there. So going off of what we know, I could see one of those guys. I think Joshua Gray, he's a little bit older, senior, team captain, well-liked, smart. So maybe he could be it. I'm going to go pull up some information on him real quick and see if I'm correct in remembering that information, the fact that he was a senior and all that.
Yeah, I mean, the Broncos have been picking experienced players, older players, and the maturity shows. And he, like we mentioned before, Sean Payton wants guys who are a little more mature and smarter, right? Every interview I've heard from RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, and Jade is they come out as very mature and they know the ins and outs of whatever playbook they have at their respective colleges and just well spoken all around. So it would make sense to continue that trend on throughout this draft.
25 years old, just turned 25 on March 13th is Joshua Gray. 2-year voted team captain 2 years in a row, junior and senior year, the last 2 years. Praised for his intelligence, durability, only missed one game over the past 5 seasons and starting 56 games. So, talking about the guys who kind of fit the mold that the Broncos have looked for, Joshua Gray, he's a name that I'm keeping an eye on. Versatile, played guard, can play center, even has some tackle ability, though that's more of a in emergency only, the break in case of emergency. That's kind of a thing there. Doesn't have the length, doesn't have the wingspan or anything like that, but definitely guard center versatility on both sides. And again, team captain, experienced, senior, 25 years old, and yeah, Joshua Gray. That's the name I keep an eye on. And of course, with my luck, it's going to be the pick here for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, they continue to take great players. I was heartbroken when we didn't mention him until today, but Teddy Buchanan, and of course, they take him as we are not too long after we brought him up.
Seems to be the way it goes. Oh man, while I stepped away, I happened to catch the video of the Browns war room when they drafted Sanders. That was an owner decision through and through. The head coach was in the front just going like that. I think the offensive coordinator is next to him, same thing. There was not a single smile in that room. So that's interesting. Sometimes that's ownership does that. It's about the money for them. Sometimes it's not always about winning for them.
Yeah, it was funny. I did see someone pulled up a tweet from Dion from I think it was 2018, and it said quarterback getting drafted to the Browns should pull an Eli Manning. There's no way a young quarterback should have to play there. So, yikes.
So Baltimore took a kicker, and there was another tweet that said that Dylan Gabriel has now entered the transfer portal. But guys, I'm going to step out for just a second. My stomach is starting growling at me. I'm going to go down a protein bar real quick and take a quick break and hopefully be back before the Broncos pick. But Joshua Gray, that's my guess. And he's not the Texans pick either. I missed who they took. Jalen Reed, injured safety that Denver had some interest in, supposedly. But yeah, I'm going to pass it off to you two. Hold down the fort, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Sounds good, Eric.
Enjoy your power bar there, bud. Yeah, no, I'm looking at my list. My top players left. A name I don't think the Broncos would have interest in. We haven't talked about him a whole lot, but Restrepo of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I like his game. I know it's not the kind of wide receiver that Sean Payton goes for, but he would be a lot of fun. He gets open a lot, and he'd work some of those underneath routes that the Broncos have been missing. He'd be a fun one. Kobe Bryant, cornerback for KU. He took a fast shorter guy earlier. Now go get your long, stronger guy here in the 6th round. I could live with that. Tight end wise, you still have Jurcek from Georgia. Didn't get as many opportunities. I think he could have a decent NFL career. So there's definitely a few names I know. Let's see. Following the trend of this draft, I'm thinking Bartholomew or Brittingstool. A couple other names that are definitely out there. And I don't know. There's still a few players to like. I think this is probably the problem with this draft that I find is at this point, we've kind of run out. It's just such the best part of this draft was the 2nd and 3rd round. That's where the talent was. They didn't have as much top end talent for 1st round, but middle of this draft looked really good. And now day 3, it's just pretty slim pickings of finding true impact guys.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but there are still some guys out there. Damian Martinez continues to fall, as I believe. Yeah, the Titans just took Kalen Mullings from Michigan, so another running back over Martinez there, which, hey, keep falling. I'd be happy to have him here. And we need that bruiser back, even if he's a little limited, per se, in scheme. CJ Dippery's out there as well at tight end. Someone I'd like a little more in line, and that's kind of what we need. We have Ingram to be basically a big slot or a wide receiver almost. So there's some ways I can go here. Again, looking at, I might just filter to older prospects here because that seems to be the trend for the Broncos so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why Jared Ivey is still on the board.
Yeah, I know Nick was a big fan of him.
I mean, had a very productive year this last year. One of the best edge players in college football. Very gifted athlete. Big size, 6'6", 285. He fits that older. He's 23 right now. So for me, if I was the Broncos, I'd go, hey, this is really good value for us. I know we've already taken an edge guy, but you can never have enough edge guys to try to compete. So he would be one that I probably had as at least a top 4 round pick that's still on the board. I don't mind doubling up on that kind of position. That's for sure. And then
definitely, yeah.
I'm trying to think who else is still out there. Seth McLaughlin for the center position.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's definitely some love for him out there.
Who else? Is there any linebackers you're looking at? Did Cody Lindenberg, did he go yet?
Kobe King is maybe a guy.
Okay.
He's definitely a little bit bigger, not quite the athlete that you'd like to have, but if you're looking for a Singleton replacement, a guy that can hold up in the run game, I think he would be an interesting one. He's not going to be great in coverage, but I guess that's why you went out and got Dre Greenlaw to be that kind of guy. So I wouldn't be shocked by that. And yeah, 78 Leadhead about the Baltimore taking a kicker. Father Time hurt Justin Tucker. I would also say the allegations against him hurt Justin Tucker.
Yeah, two things
stays in the NFL might be done.
Yeah. That's quite the combo. Him and Mike Green there. Yikes. Todd brings up Efton Chisholm. He's a very interesting player. I know Erick's pretty big on him out of Eastern Washington, I believe. Yeah, I could see him. I know Sean Dolek at linebacker is also an option. I mean, we're getting 6th, 7th round. You can kind of take who you want. I know fans have been a little upset the Broncos taking some liberties with where they value certain people, but hey, at this point, just take a guy you like, as they've kind of been doing all drafts.
Well, and a lot of times when you get to the 6th and 7th round, it's maybe that you're not taking the highest guy on your board, but you're taking the guys that you don't think you'd be able to get as an undrafted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that you think would probably sign with somebody else. and maybe there's a guy that you have with a better grade, but you know they're going to become an undrafted guy, and you think you have a really good chance to go get them. So that could be something that plays into this right now. Although I think, maybe you wait on tight end because there's going to be some tight ends going, Broncos, they have some openings. This is a good place for me to sign. Running back. Maybe you don't take one here because you're going to get some guys as an undrafted free agent. They're going to be willing to come here going, yeah, there's a big opening. I got an opportunity to actually make this roster.
Exactly. And looks like we got another quarterback going off the board, Riley Leonard to the Colts, to add to the quarterback room of Anthony Richardson and Danny Dimes. So should be an interesting battle there. Yeah, I don't know. Anthony Richardson never really, or hasn't yet lived up to expectation. He was a little cocky towards the beginning of the season. I believe it was preseason. He was talking, this NFL stuff, it's actually not as hard as college. Not something you really want to say during preseason.
I still remember they were having their off-season practices with other teams, and I think they played against the Bengals. And Bengals players were making fun of him. And then the Bengals have the worst defense in football. And it's if they're the worst defense in football is making fun of this guy for not being able to do quarterback things, that's not a good look for you. I get it. They still got to give him another year. You take a quarterback that high, but I just don't see it. He doesn't have it.
No, it's a shame because that's the number one thing that gets coaches fired is potential. This player can be good. I think I can get this out of him. And all it takes is one team. And, I thought the Colts might have been able to do it. The head coach's name is slipping my mind, but he's been able to do some good things, especially they almost made the playoffs with freaking Gardner Minshew. So it's kind of an unfortunate situation for them there.
Yeah, it is. And I think Josh Allen ruined a lot of people for when it comes to quarterback evaluation. Big, strong, just needs a little bit of time. And it takes me back to our Drew Lock days. Oh, yeah, look what Josh Allen, he was terrible his rookie year, and they just kept sticking with him and building around him, and look what he turned into. And I mean, it's kind of it's Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick quarterback, and look what he turned into. It's a one of one, okay? And it's just as great as it is to bank on athleticism and that athletic profile. With quarterback, we're seeing time and time again, it still comes back to they've got to have a mind for the game. Their athleticism only gets them so far in the NFL. It's great that you can run, but that can't be your career. You're going to wear out in 2-3 years if you're trying to make a career out of that. So I look at a guy like Jalen Hurts. He is an athletic freak. He's big, strong, fast, but he's figured out I've got to become a thrower. I'll use my legs when I absolutely have to, but other than that, same with Lamar Jackson. He's a better passer than people ever give him credit for. And it's great that he can run, but he is so much more than that.
Yeah, and one thing, I don't know what you guys were talking about when I came back, but I heard you mention talking about undrafted free agents. One thing is, and I've said this before, Denver's already making calls. They've already told certain players that, hey, if you go undrafted, we're going to have interest in you. And so they could be playing a thing of maybe at running back, there's a bunch of running backs they like. We're going to see who's left, and we're going to push for multiple undrafted free agents at running back to add additional competition. Tight end, multiple guys. And there's still multiple guys that fit both the receiving tight end mold and the blocking tight end mold. There's still a lot of options at those positions here. I mean, strong classes, and we've seen talent get pushed down here on day 3. Day 2, the tight ends kind of got pulled up a little bit. And it's just kind of one of the ways that it works. But they are already calling and talking to people, talking to prospects, talking to agents, saying, hey, we're willing to sign you. It's also why there's so much confusion after the draft about who's signing where. I wish that, I don't know about you guys, I wish we could sit there and do it where we covered, the first hour or two after the draft of undrafted free agents and just see where it is, because there's also, again, there's so much confusion for it because agents hear from 3 different teams and they may say to 2 different teams that, oh, we signed you. And then we're going to sign with you. And then one of those teams goes and signs somebody else at the position. And now that player and that agent feel like, no, we have a better chance at this one. So we're going to pull out of that one and go to the next one. So it's always an interesting one. Maybe I'll reach out to Chad Lee about doing that, but I doubt he'll say yes. He's always told me no. Chad doesn't love me.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, looks
maybe I'll say something when he gets in back in the green room in the back and all that. But where are we at in here? We saw Tim Smith to the Colts, Miles Hinton to the Eagles, Bryce Cabledew to the Seahawks. So again, we're at pick 194 is on the clock. Denver picks at 197.
Almost there,
close.
guys.
I can taste it. Yeah. It's been a grind, but we're here. Oh,
so
man.
any guesses as to who? Or call your shot, I guess. That would be the better way to put it. Call your shot. Who are the Broncos taking?
I'll go top guy remaining on my board, Jared Ivey. I think they still want to keep adding to the defensive line. I think he makes a lot of sense. He's got the size, he's got the athleticism, can move inside, can be outside. I think it just gives him a little more versatility in the defensive line group.
Man, I still want him, and he's still here. I'm going to go with Damian Martinez. I want that bruiser back, and even if he's, maybe a little limited in terms of scheme, I don't care. I want him in this room and let him compete.
You got to be right one of these times, right?
Please.
Let's throw out 100 names and try to be right. And with our luck, Denver would still choose somebody that's not one of those 100 names that we throw out. But Nathan coming in with the $2 donation says, so Chad can love you a little more. Nathan, I'm going to pull this back up. I'm keeping an eye on Chad in the green room. I still see his guitar, just waiting for him to pay attention to it a little bit to the draft room so I can sit there and mention it to him and just still get told no. I know it's coming. Not trying to get my hopes up, but I mean, part of it is I would just love to sit here and continue to talk football with you guys in the chat. And of course, Carl and Dylan, who are joining me. The Bengals, we had a lot of people asking about Taj Brooks. The Cincinnati Bengals just selected Taj Brooks.
Another running back.
Yep. And Jason, saying one of my favorite guys. We were just talking about him, Restrepo. Here in the 6th round, he'd be a fun one to add to that wide receiver room. That separation ability. You guys talked about earlier that you didn't like that with Pat Bryant, that he's too slow to get separation. Here's one of your best separators in all of college football.
Yeah, I mean, another wide receiver to bring in, let him compete.
Few people talking about punter. There's going to be punters that go undrafted that you're going to be able to bring in and compete. So I'm really not too worried about that position. There's a couple decent names at the position that I do like for punter. Crawshaw of Florida, he's a good one. Burnup of Alabama, a couple guys. I mean, it's hard to scout. It's not hard to scout, but like punters are not fun to watch. So you're kind of looking more stats and how they angle things, hang time, those kind of things. And so I think the Broncos will probably bring in somebody undrafted, compete. Don't know if they'll make it.
Yeah, and as we check the tracker, 195 is on the clock, waiting for the Jaguars pick at 194. So we have the Jaguars picks in, Bears on the clock, Lions, and then the Broncos with what is currently their last pick. Could very well be their last pick of the day as well, depending on potential trades. And a Niederer fan coming with a $2 donation, also saying I'd watch an undrafted podcast. It would be fun. I may have to just text Chad. That's what I may have to do. Tell him, yell at him, hey, put down the guitar. It's draft day. No playing guitars on draft day.
I got to say, I mean, we still have at least from YouTube, looks like over 700 people watching just on that. So, yeah, I mean, we're in the 6th round. I think this is the most we've ever had for day 3.
Yeah. And now we do have an issue with Facebook because we can't publish content to Facebook while streaming there as well. But hey, we have some guys here on Facebook as well. I know a lot of them do have the ability to jump over here, and we do have some support for sticking around for a little bit as we get undrafted free agents. which is definitely a frenzy with how quickly stuff comes out there. But we'll see. Maybe if we get close to it, if Chad doesn't jump into the back into the green room here in a little bit, I'll shoot him a text. But one way to try to help convince him is support from you guys, as we try to do what we can to do what we want. We are dancing monkeys, and you guys are telling us what to do.
All right, 2 picks away. I think, let's see, Luke Newman just went to Chicago, so
Lions are on the clock, and then the Broncos.
So close.
it's been a long wait.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had earthquakes between picks. We've had conversing about moving, talking about, a field goal, garbage kicking, field goal extravagant guy with Tony Danza, whatever the name of that movie is. I can't remember. Had a lot of fun conversations, and we're ready for it. I'm also ready for a player trade. Trade a player. Get us another pick.
Something.
Just
Anything.
do it.
Do it for us.
And the Broncos are officially on the clock.
Okay, here we go, people. Everybody put in the chat. Who are we taking?
Oh boy.
How many times can we hit refresh on Twitter here?
All right.
Race to see who gets to go first.
Phil Clemenson, we would love the undrafted free agent extension.
Trade back.
Trade back. Yep. Yay!
Great flip.
More picks to wait for, baby.
Woohoo!
Watch it all be picks for next year. Do we have the details yet of the?
Not that I've seen.
Watch, they're going to do it for like a 2026 fifth.
Oh, God.
Honestly,
All
be
this
okay with
waiting
it.
for nothing.
Oh boy. Come on.
Refresh
Give me something.
trades.
Somebody let us know. Texans, there's lots of trades.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Chad. I don't know if Chad can hear me. Hey, Chad, some people in the chat, they want us to go a little bit long and cover some undrafted free agent signings. Like, I'm down for it. It's up to you. One thing is, I know with the Facebook stuff, we can disconnect Facebook and let them know before we do that too. But we're waiting for the Broncos, the details of the trade, apparently. As
They received number 216 and a 7th round pick. So we got to wait another 19 picks. And now we have a pick in the 7th round. People really were like, I saw somebody say, hey, are you all signing off when we make this pick? Now you got to wait till the 7th round, people. Stick with us.
And we're going to be sticking around a little bit longer. Chad's okay sticking around for that. Some undrafted free agent stuff.
What?
Peer
You
pressure.
get enough of us.
And we do not have 2 7th rounders. We have a 6th and a 7th rounder. 216 of the 6th round and 241 overall. So Nick's dream of the quarterback wide receiver guy out of Montana State, Tommy Millet. I can't remember his last name now. He's all about that. Well, that 7th round pick, that is a wonderful time for my camera to freeze up on. But anyways, that could be a pick there. My camera today is not liking staying on. And we have Nathan coming in. Can we turn trades off now? No, give me more. Trade down from 216. Just do it. just to spite us.
Oh, there
value
goes
wise. Does that
Ahmed
equal out?
Hassanin.
Ahmed Hassanin, he's a guy that I really liked. Awesome story. First Egyptian-born player to be invited to the combine and the first one to get drafted to the NFL. So congratulations to him on that. Plenty to celebrate, and I really like his fit with the Detroit Lions.
And more juice in that pass rush. They were sorely missing any sort of defensive line presence with all the injuries they had last year. So another great pick for them.
Yeah. Hey, and with us sticking around longer for undrafted free agents, maybe we'll have another earthquake that I got to sit through.
Oh, geez.
Now that we got the details of the Broncos trade, I can take the time to upgrade my board to see what's left. Always put it on pause as we approach the Broncos pick. So whenever you see a trade down like this, always makes you wonder, was there a guy they were wanting that just did not fall there? If so, probably within the last like 10 picks is where you would think they gone somebody they really identified. Is there somebody you can see in the last 10 picks or so that you could see Denver being that's who we want?
Looking at the board here.
There's a lot of offensive linemen that went. You talked earlier that the Broncos were looking pretty hard here late in the draft for offensive line depth. So Luke Newman, Bryce Cabeldew, Miles Hinton. Those are three guys that went in the last 10 picks for the offensive line. That would be my guess of what they saw one of their offensive linemen go off the board.
Oh, man.
Let's see here. Also could be a situation too that it was still guys at positions that they want, still a cluster of them, and willing to trade down and just let things kind of declutter a little bit.
Yeah, that would make sense. Broncos have now made 4 trades in this draft featuring 20 total picks. And number 20 will be the only one of their original selections that they actually used.
That's awesome. And it's nice to see 3 of them were trade downs. You know, I got to say, it was kind of funny that every time we were talking about Denver trading down at 20, Denver trading down. Obviously, they didn't trade out from 20. But it was always got met with Sean Payton never trades down. Sean Payton never trades down. And then in this draft, we get 3 of them. So it is a little funny there with that. And see, just going through, checking chat real quick, seeing if we missed everything here or anything that stands out. Chris calling for one of my favorites and Warren Brinson. He's kind of the guy that goes under the radar in this defensive line class. Nick is a big fan of Cameron Williams because of the size, length, athletic profile. Just isn't a has some questionable football talents and then some questions about his weight. Again, I said this earlier. He had games where he played not last year, but the year before, about 370 to 400 pounds as a tackle. It's a little bit big. And then he also put on like almost 20 pounds in a month from the combine to the pro day. That's another point with the weight concerns.
Yeah, I did want to point out Broncos adding a 7th round pick. George Payton has done well of finding a starter quality guy. You got Jonathan Cooper. I'm trying to remember. Was George Payton around? Yeah, he would have been around when they made that pick. And then last year with Bailey. So they've been able to find impact players, clear even to the 7th round pick.
Yep.
I will give him that.
We have Eric Flynn coming in with some stars. Never has a whole lot to say, but always donates some stars. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate that. And Jason Bonney, thank you for mentioning the super chat that you had. I saw it early. I saw it when I came back and forgot to grab it. He says, anyone who is the all-time leading wide receiver at the university that has NFL Hall of Fame wide receivers shouldn't be overlooked. All-time leading. Is this about Restrepo?
I think so.
My college football and stuff isn't well versed outside of what teams run and scouting prospects. So, Miami has produced a lot of great wide receivers. He's fine. He's a good route runner. He can create separation. he had that bad 40 time that a lot of people are knocking him for, but he came out and said that during warm-ups prior to that, he actually pulled his hamstring and then was advised to run the 40 anyways and didn't put out that slow time. So whether that's true, not sure. Don't want to call him, don't want to say he's lying or anything, but it's not like we haven't seen a player before say, oh, ran a bad time. Be like, oh yeah, I pulled my hamstring. Restrepo's one of those guys I would definitely believe it, but
Yeah,
still something to
he
be quite unsure about.
he definitely leads. He's got the most receptions all time with 200. He has 2,844 yards. Next closest is Santana Moss. And then you got guys like Reggie Wayne, Michael Irvin. Let's see who else. Andre Johnson that were up there for stats. I think the big thing there, those guys had a profile that the NFL teams look for. Restrepo, he's going to have a role. I'm just not sure how much he fits into today's game. He's a little bit smaller. He doesn't have the long speed for the explosive plays. He needs to go to a team that is about timing, that has a quarterback that can take advantage of him, because he doesn't have a big catch radius. He's been very fortunate there in Miami to have some pretty good quarterbacks thrown to him. So if he can get that kind of situation, I'm trying to think of some teams that would be really good for him to go to.
And what do you think about that real quick? I just want to grab this quick comment here from Skylar Martinez. Bro, can we get some trade coverage from these guys? Geez. Skylar, there's not a whole lot we can say about moving down 19 picks and picking up an extra 7th. Like there really isn't. I mean, it's Denver obviously sees something caused them to want to trade. Either they're a guy or two they were identifying they're at 197 went off the board, or they still have a large cluster of guys there that they're willing to, get moved back and let it clear up and value that 7th round pick, which 7th round picks, those are guys that they're looking at undrafted free agents that just don't think they'll sign. But there's not a whole lot of coverage we can give about it. Not at this point. Not this late in the draft.
Yeah. A team that I would really like to see him go to is the Bengals. Restrepo.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, very, very accurate quarterback. Getting a receiver that can take care of the underneath stuff when you've got 2 great receivers on the outside. I think that would be a really nice place for him to go. Tua with Miami. Again, 2 great receivers. Get him a lot of one-on-one opportunities. I could see that one being a location. Jared Goff with Detroit. Geno Smith with the Raiders. He's a highly accurate quarterback. I know somebody said Hunter Renfrow comparisons. I think makes a lot of sense.
And with that, we do have who the Texans took. Lowest guy on my board. He was the lowest person on there. Graham Mertz, the quarterback out of Florida. He was my lowest graded player that I kept around. Granted, my board was at 574 players out of 1,182 that could have been put on it. So of the guys that had a grade that was worth putting on my board, he was the lowest one. So there's that. Part of it, though, was some injury stuff. So
yeah,
that was a big reason for him as to why he was so low.
Yeah, I really liked him coming into college, and he just never could live up to the billing of what he was supposed to be.
He was with Wisconsin. He was the one who had that one huge game with Wisconsin, like very early on in his career, right? That was like 7.
Yeah, everybody's like,
passing touchdowns.
The next great guy, and then he just never came back around.
Yeah, just one of those things, and another reinforcement as to why you have that. The NFL likes to have that 3-year in betweens of before being able to declare for the NFL. Why it's not, after 1 year they can't go and declare.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Okay, so
for Denver, so makes the trade worth it. Traded up to draft the lowest guy on my board with Denver. So
they kept you in mind.
And then Packers take Warren Brinson.
Ah, one of my sleepers on the defensive line. I really liked him. Again, Shrine Bowl defensive line was stacked, and Warren Brinson was one of them. And I'm glad he went before Nazir Stackhouse. I thought he was significantly better than Nazir Stackhouse.
Let's see. Sorry, just trying to get caught up on things here. So Chargers on the clock. I'm trying to think who all have they taken? They've Hampton, Trey Harris, Caldwell, Kyle Kennard, Lambert Smith, Gadsden the second. Okay. Not a bad draft for them.
They definitely needed some receiving help, and they got it.
Yeah. I
Just
still question.
McConkey.
I still question the Hampton pick when you already have Harris that you just signed to a big contract. I get like Harris isn't your long-term solution, but I feel like there could have been a more complimentary back that they could have gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tez Johnson, until he's drafted, I'm going to keep throwing that name out there just because of the Bo Nix connection, just so everybody knows. I'm going to consistently throw it down there. But real quick, Dylan, why don't you give me a countdown from 10 real quick? Just you came in with a little bit of a booming audio. Just want to see if that's
okay. 10, 9, 8,
much better.
7, 6.
I don't want you to get to 0 because the 0 is when I'd have the earthquake that my Funko Pops crush me.
Oh shoot, yeah, I don't want that. I think it might be sometimes the audio leaks through my headphones, so maybe it's your voice going into. Oop, I just smacked my mic, but maybe that's it.
Yeah. And I did want to, Jason, I know you're a big Restrepo guy. I get it. Yeah, Bo is a timing quarterback. I just don't think Sean Payton wants that kind of receiver. You just took your big slot receiver already, and where you'd be playing Restrepo would be in the slot. He's not going to be able to play outside for you. He doesn't have that size. He doesn't have that kind of game. So that's where I just don't think he's going to be at the pick for the Broncos. I love the player. I just don't think he'll be a Denver Bronco.
Yeah, and we have, I lost the comment here. Jason coming in saying the quantity of trades and then adding a third day 2 pick, I think speaks a lot about their views of the overall depth of this class. George Payton and Sean Payton said this often. They loved the day 2 of this draft that in the early day 3, sitting there from about pick 33 to 150 or so. Denver made sure they got 4 picks in that area, moved down from 197. And it fits. That's about where the strength of the class was. And there's some guys who have fallen a little bit beyond that, but it's far more niche at this point. But of course, the Broncos have been drafting for niche all along. Anyways, and then let's see here. One thing with Restrepo, and as somebody comes in with Ajante Wester as well, 2,000 receiving yards with Shadeur over the last 2 seasons. Sean Payton loves size at wide receiver. He loves height in particular. I could be wrong. I just have a hard time seeing either of them be there because they're not over 6. They're not 6 foot or taller. That's where my issue is. I think Restrepo as a player would be fine in this offense. I just don't think he has the height for Sean Payton.
Yeah, he's got a thing against us short kings over here. By us, I mean me. So, except Harvey, different story. When it comes to wide receivers, absolutely.
Yeah, I think he likes that a receiver can make a catch outside of his body, that it doesn't have to be the perfect throw to still have to be a positive play. And that was my one thing with Tez last year is there's a lot of plays that are outside of his body. And he can't come up with the catch. Or Troy Franklin. That's who I meant, not Tez. He's kind of one of those guys. He needs it perfect to be able to make the catch. And even when it's perfect, there were a couple of times he still dropped it. So that was one pick. I'm like, what in the world? This isn't. I mean, I get that it's Bo Nix's guy. Yeah. I'm sure that played into it. That Nix talked him up a lot. And this is where, I get going to your quarterback and saying, hey, who do you like from your old team?
Yeah.
but especially a guy like Bo Nix, he's probably going to hype up everybody because he loves his teammates. He's one of those kind of guys. I'm not going to speak ill of a friend of mine.
Yeah. And then we have Ernie Mays coming in. Ernie, I got to say, I'm just a little disappointed in you, bud. It says Broncos A, Chiefs D, Chargers D, Raiders D. Disappointed in the fact that you didn't give them all Fs. And disappointed with the no-go Broncos country only. But thank you, Ernie, for jumping in. Appreciate you. I always get a smile when I see your go Broncos country only. Always makes me smile. And nobody really exhibits that hate for our divisional foes more than you do. And we had another comment here from Denver Luke. Is Nick stopping by today? Unfortunately, no, Nick is not able to make it. He is on baby duty, emphasis on duty with Nick today, so he's not going to be able to join us with that. So
You're stuck with us three for a little while longer.
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
Lonnie Alexander saying you guys are the best. Appreciate that. We appreciate everybody here in chat as well. Jeff C is Erick in his closet. Do you mean me? If you're meaning me, I think the C in your name is missing from mine. If you mean me, I'm not sure what you mean. Hopefully that made sense. Made sense in my head.
Man, I had a big run on picks there real quick. Branson Taylor to the Chargers, Lane to the Jags, Kobe King, there he goes. Going to the Vikings. Vikings back up again. So thankfully, they're trying to speed it up a little bit. I think teams are at that point of just get your guy, go. No waiting around, no trying to figure out trades, just go.
Yeah. If they're trading, they're already talking about trades. Like they're not going to use up the clock, and not only that, there's not a lot of time left on the clock. They kind of have to go quickly. So definitely going to start zooming here a little bit. LeJonte Wester, he goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Gavin Bartholomew to the Vikings. He's a very underrated tight end. So there's a couple of guys. Wester was somebody that obviously was mentioned here in chat that we just got done talking about a little bit. I am a little surprised that he was the first receiver to go, though.
Andrew Mason, he tweeted out the war room of the Browns, and he said, "Blink twice if the owner told you to make the pick."
Yikes!
So that's a good one.
And then Phil McLaughlin coming in with some stars on Facebook saying, "Guys, do you think we have 3 possible teams from our division in the playoffs this year?" I think it's entirely possible. It's definitely, I think it's going to be more competitive. I think Pete Carroll is going to help raise the floor of the Raiders. I am not sure if they're at the point of playoff contention, but I think they're not far from it, unfortunately. And I hate saying that, but I still think the Broncos are in a battle with the Chargers for the second spot. The Chiefs, I think they've kind of come down a little bit. So maybe the Chargers or Broncos could even jump them just because of issues that they have with their roster. But I think it's a very tight roster, and we're probably going to get back to this being the toughest division in the NFL again here shortly.
And, when it comes to the Chiefs, they're going to be number one until you prove you can dethrone them. We've come close handful of times, but even now, like you mentioned, the Chargers, they took us to the limit twice, especially that primetime game. Oh, my God. Having that lead and just completely blowing it, I was pulling my hair out. So these aren't the same Chargers, although they did choke in the playoffs again. So in that aspect, they are. But in terms of competitiveness, they've always kind of been up there with the Broncos, whether one team's bad and one team's good, or they're both bad or they're both good. It's always a competitive battle. So can't count out anyone in this division.
Yeah. And I got to say, guys, over the last 2 nights, my office has been roasting. I am freezing today, and my toes are like icicles. I just was moving my feet and touched my back of my leg with one, and about jumped. My feet were so cold. But Justin Colbert coming in. Could we see a guy you all loved at the bowl games in Burning Stool? I will say this. I am not as high on Stool as Lance is or Chad is, or I don't know your guys' opinion on him. I am not as high on him. He is a very, so maybe he is the Broncos because he's a very niche player. He's a receiver only. That's probably more of a, fullback type than he is a tight end or even a big slot.
Yeah, I think if I was looking for tight end, I'd be looking for somebody that can help in the run game.
Yep.
Not a big, like you said, almost wide receiver more than tight end. So he's probably not the direction I'm going. I mean, I get it. It's great to have more receiving options, but that's why you brought in Evan Ingram. And I just don't see Brenning Stool ever becoming that full-time tight end for you. He's always going to be a part-time player, which, I mean, at this point, I guess when we're talking 6th and 7th round, I could be a lot more okay with it. I'm not sure I'm wanting him to take up a roster spot when a lot of what he does, you're already probably trying to get with Evan Ingram.
Yeah, and there's a few other guys here too, like Dippery. I think I would probably prefer a little more. He's got a little more blocking to him, so I'd lean someone who can play a little more in line.
Yeah, for sure. And then we have Raymond Shelby coming with a $2 donation. Thank you, Raymond. We appreciate that. It says, what do you expect our record could be now? At minimum, 10 wins. That's the minimum I see with this team. And it's a little early for me to give what I think their max could be. And I definitely want to see how the schedule plays out before I get that. It's going to be a little bit tougher schedule this year. And when games are taking place, the bye week, all that stuff does play a factor into the overall outcome I see for this team. So May 14th, that's when the schedule is released. We'll be talking about that often for probably the week after that comes out.
So I'm reading on the interview that Q Robinson had with Bronco Media. I think people are going to like this kid. He called them the freaking Broncos. I couldn't believe that he got the phone call, and he goes, not even knowing if I would get drafted because of my injury until now, getting this phone call from the freaking Broncos. Just seeing my mom cry, seeing everyone in my family cry because of this moment we all shared together. It's pretty big for all of us. I think that's one of the best parts of the draft process, or the entire draft. Going back and watching those videos of when players get picked, knowing that their life and the life of their families has been changed forever. I think that's such a powerful thing. So, but getting to Raymond's question here, I do think the Broncos could be a better roster and possibly finish 9-8, just because the division, they're going to eat each other. That's the hardest part. Mm-hmm. 2 games against Chargers, 2 games against Chiefs, 2 games against the Raiders. It's going to be tough to have a winning record in your own division. You know, if the Broncos can go 4-2 in those games, they're a playoff team. 3-3, it's right on the edge. 2-4, you're probably missing the playoffs.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And then honestly, whatever my prediction is going to be whatever Papa Bear David McGilrath picks, because he was pounding the table for the Broncos record throughout the whole season, and he got it right. So I'm just going to steal whatever he says.
Now, working through here, trying to find something. Let's see here. We did get word from Lance, who's not listening to us. He's listening to KOA, and apparently Benjamin Albright has mentioned Sean Duloc, the linebacker out of Buffalo for the Broncos. That's somebody to keep an eye on. I still lean offensive line. There's been a lot of love there, but maybe that is one where after picking up that 7th round pick, maybe they're going to grab a guy that they wanted as an undrafted free agent, have gotten word that there's a lot of teams interested in there, and he's probably leaning elsewhere, so they're going to force it and make that pick. That could be a situation that they have, or that they're looking at, and why they wanted to trade down a little bit and get that guy. Sean Dolak is really good. I absolutely love him. He is one of my favorite linebackers in this class as well. Let's see here. Anything else? Just taking a quick look through the chat. Not seeing anything right here. Checking on this. Chase Lunt, Kane Medrano. He was a really fun linebacker to watch with the Washington Commanders. Chase Lunt, he's probably going to be a interior offensive lineman. Interesting to go to the Bills, though. Not really sure he fits what they want to do offensively, but at this point, he's a good athlete. Bet on athletes.
Yeah, and if the Broncos are going to take any tackles, it'll probably be after the draft. They like to take some UDFA guys and try and squeeze whatever they can out of them, with Frank Crum being the latest.
Yeah, definitely. That just seems to be the mold. And we're kind of see it like the developmental offensive tackle. We talk about it. We've talked about it for years, and I've been saying this for a few months now. That developmental late round tackle just doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. Either take it early or go undrafted and use that ammo on positions that on special teams, on athletes, at I don't want to say more valuable positions, but at positions that you're more likely to hit on at this point, just because late round tackles, especially over the last 10 years, have become so rare in being able to hit. I think if I remember right, you actually have more undrafted free agents at tackle going on to be successful than you do fourth, fifth, and fourth through or day three tackles, fourth through seventh round. Might be mistaken on that. I think I remember seeing something along those lines a few weeks ago, one of the times when I was bringing that up.
Absolutely. First No Fear comes in bringing. I didn't realize Cody Lindenberg was still available. That's someone I actually like, and I've been saying through this whole stream and even last night, I'd like to get a linebacker to sit behind Singleton and Greenlaw because I want to develop someone, or just have some insurance because, let's face it, Alex Singleton's coming off a pretty nasty injury, and as is Greenlaw. So a little insurance there would make me feel a little better about that linebacker position.
Yeah, and linebacker was one of those positions this year where there were some options, right, early, but not many, and they kind of went quickly, and then it just kind of died, right? It was a position that there just wasn't a whole lot left. So I don't blame the Broncos for waiting. I think that honestly, with linebacker, there isn't a linebacker that has gone day 3 up until just a few picks ago that I think was really worth it. Kane Medrano was the first linebacker that I was thinking is like, I'm fine with that linebacker where they took him. Let's see, anybody in the chat here? Always got to go back and do that. Cameron Williams just getting drafted. I see some disappointment there. If he can get his weight in check, that's great. Eagles taking him. They're a great team to take Cameron Williams with that and try to develop him, try to keep his weight in check and all that as a potential Lane Johnson replacement, something that they were looking for. A lot of people were talking about them looking at tackle in round 1, even to sit this year and then move over to take over for Lane Johnson, who is apparently contemplating retiring either after this season or next.
I see a comment about Isaiah Bond. Yeah, he's got some allegations came out against him. So there's a reason he's falling this far. It's not due to talent. He's a very talented receiver. He's the number 1 receiver there at Texas, but some uncertainty with off the field stuff. So I'm not sure Sean Payton wants to take a swing at that, especially with all the high character guys that he has brought in thus far.
Yeah, and guys, I got my scouting report. I'm going to drop a link here in the chat. Got my scouting report of RJ Harvey published. Go click on that, check it out, and then come back and scream at me about everything I got wrong. I dare you. Double dog dare you, right? You can't turn down a double dog dare.
Exactly.
Now,
we got nothing but time right now, so
yeah, and we're going extra long today.
Yeah.
So, Dylan, I don't know. Saturday's normally orange and blue view. I don't know if you and Ron were planning on doing that or not.
I haven't gotten any word. Maybe I'll have to shoot Chad a text here. We'll see how up for it I am.
Yeah, especially if we're going to be longer, and depending on how long we go, also depends on when the draft actually ends as well.
Mhm.
Depends on if Orange and Blue View is going on. If Orange and Blue View is going on, obviously we want to give some time between, finishing this up and their show. So tentative plan is to stay a little bit longer to do some undrafted free agent stuff. But Broncos, they've last few years, ever since getting Sean Payton and even going to the Saints, they were always a team that kind of waited a little bit. Like they would go make their signings, few leaks, but they wouldn't give the official announcement until almost a week after, like the following Wednesday or Thursday after the draft was over. And it can be really frustrating because I like to wait for official word before getting on something and or getting something up on it. And so it's annoying because I like to be quick and timely, but I don't want to go off of anything that's not official. Nick is celebrating because a lot of his quotes or comments are getting put out there talking about Savion Jones, Q Robinson, Denver taking guys that he likes, and he's being able to go pound the table for them and get clips from the Broncos for breakfast that we've been doing and getting those published. So if you guys haven't seen those, you guys can go check those out. And just saw the Jimmy Horn. He was the first Colorado receiver I thought would be drafted. He's going to the Carolina Panthers, and the Philadelphia Eagles take an edge rusher who is a very good run defender in Antoine Randall Ryland. Sorry, Antoine Powell Ryland here at pick 209 as we still approach ever closer to the Broncos pick, only for them to trade down again just because.
Yeah. Of course, they had the pick they traded back to get was the very last pick in the 6th round. So really making this stretching this out for us, and then I believe they're the 25th or so pick in the next round. So
something like that.
We'll be here for a while, guys. Barring, I'm still pulling for us trading away a player. Let's get some more darts here, or hell, even get a couple picks for the end of next year. That's fine too. You can never always got to think about the future as well. I mean, this is fun. Now, obviously, we want that instant gratification I've been talking about, but let's build the future too.
Conga comes in saying, fun fact, Shedeur is likely to earn less from the Browns than he did NIL money at CU. He is guaranteed to earn less. With the amount his NIL was, he had to go anywhere after the top, I think it was like 15 or 16 picks in the draft. He would be making more money off his NIL deal that he had with Colorado or when he was at Colorado than his rookie contract. So after the first like 15 or 16 picks, he's making less money now than he was. What about Jake Majors out of Texas? As we have Staunch Patriot coming in a couple times asking about it. Saw a couple other people bringing him up. Do you know much about Jake Majors?
I didn't spend as much time on, especially like interior offensive line this year, but no, I'd leave that to you.
So Jake Majors, I've mentioned this before with Sean Payton. He likes versatile offensive linemen. Jake Majors is not a versatile offensive lineman. So we'll have to see what it is. Maybe they go away from it, but Sean Payton, he's always gone for versatile guys. Guys can play more than one spot. Jake Majors, with the length concerns that he has and overall size concerns, he is a center only. And while I think he can be fine in the scheme, I don't think it's the best scheme that he has. So we'll see there. Jason Bonney saying they'll keep McMillan as injury insurance. They might. They have made some calls and some explorations of moving him. May not have a whole lot of interest in it, and may not be. They may have a certain price they're wanting for him, and teams aren't willing to go that. So it could be a situation where they keep him through training camp and go from there as the roster cut down, a late trade there, or even before the trade deadline, depending on how things are going. Because one thing I've heard too is that Reese Taylor, they also really like, who could be competing if they do keep McMillan for the depth spot at nickel and saving the Broncos some money.
What did I miss?
Oh,
maybe for really still, he'll think we're frozen.
Dang it. My computer's messing up again. So I was going to ask you guys, because I just heard you guys talking about McMillan, and other than McMillan, who's at most risk to not make this roster because of draft picks that we've made this today, or well, just this entire draft?
Damari Mathis. Can I cheat and go with another corner?
Well, yeah, it makes sense.
Maybe John Franklin Myers, just with who they've kind of added there. I'm sure they want him back, but that's off the top of my head the only other one I could think of. Maybe a running back. We'll see if they take another running back, depending on what kind of build they are. Yeah, Bidet is an option as well.
Yeah, it depends on the type. Let's see, Justin Strnad, if they really do view Q Robinson moving over, even if they don't, I could still see Q Robinson taking it, because Justin Strnad, granted, he brings that depth at linebacker, but they really like Lavelle Bailey, and I think they'd rather roll Lavelle Bailey than Justin Strnad if Q Robinson can replace him on special teams. Damari Mathis, obvious. I think that he's another one that they've been trying to kind of trade here, because I think he's the one that's the easiest one to say, like, we don't need you anymore. Let's see, trying to think if there's anybody else. Jordan Jackson, I think, is more likely than John Franklin Myers. Just because I don't think Savion Jones is ready to be a starter, and they don't have a starter. Let's see here. I think that's about it with who they have as to guys that they could potentially look at moving on from based off of what they've done so far in the draft.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Trying to think. Tillman, is there any chance he doesn't make the roster?
Man, he was the best run defender in that room, and by far. Showed up big when they needed it.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, it's tough because, like, again, there's some uncertainty about what are they doing with, they said Savion Jones, he's going to be that 3-point stance defensive lineman, but they did touch on his versatility and his ability to stand up out of a 2-point stance. And then you have Q Robinson. Is he going to be edge, or is he going to be a linebacker? And both those kind of muddy the picture there with Dondre Tillman. I still think Dondre Tillman is pretty safe. Can't have enough pass rushers. That's something that they've highlighted before. But it's a tough one just because of the versatility they have up front with the guys they added.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'd keep him. I thought he had a very impactful year last year and gives us that size at the edge position that none of the other guys have. So I'd definitely keep him. And like you said, have Jones more being a threat to some of the interior guys and their chances of making the roster. Like you said, Jordan Jackson, Wazirike, Henningsen, those kind of guys.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh man. Did you see the guys that prank called Shedeur Sanders posted their video of them doing it?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Why would you post that? Like, you've now opened yourself up to a lawsuit possibly of one, how'd you get this number?
Yeah.
Because he just got that number just for the draft, from what I understand, so that people couldn't call him.
Exactly. That's like we mentioned before, like, it was a little funny when he fell out of the first round, but as he kept falling, started to feel a little bad for him, and then prank calling him like that's just like kind of evil. Let's be real. Like, I know he's been kind of an arrogant guy through the process and all this stuff, but like, he didn't deserve that. That's pretty rough.
And then going back real quick to the comment that we had from Conga about Shedeur Sanders' NIL, finally found it. Shedeur Sanders had all of his NIL deals, $6.5 million. That is equal to the 6th overall pick this year for their cap number for this year. Obviously, overall contract is a little bit different, but
this is why I said earlier,
year.
You're going to have older prospects entering the draft than you've ever had before. Not just because of COVID, but now just those NIL deals. If you're not taken in the first 2 rounds, you're probably making more at the college level than you are at the NFL level.
Yeah. That's why we're seeing teams go and get their own general managers so they can kind of handle it out. It's something to worth that. Dr. Steve Rule coming in saying Isaiah Bond worth a look here. No. Don't want to get into the details of it. A quick Google search about some recent stuff off the field will probably answer the question there.
If that didn't happen, where would you have taken him?
I would have taken him probably. I don't think I had him before knowing about this as I switch over to my board and pull it up, as a top 100 player, somewhere between 75 and 100. That was before that. And as I got news, once I set my board, I didn't adjust it like I have in previous years. I just left it as well as it was. Which is why some injury guys that are falling are not surprising. So yeah, I think somewhere in there, had you been looking this way, I don't think Denver would have, though, because again, size at wide receiver is very important for Sean Payton. And I mean, I can see them breaking his rule for Tez Johnson just because of Bo Nix. Yeah. But it's like offensive line. If you can't play more than one position, I highly doubt Denver's looking your way.
Yeah. And I don't think Bond will be a Bronco by any means. I just, there is talent. Height, weight, speed guy that can really open up a team. You know, kind of what we hoped Troy Franklin would be, of that deep down the field kind of guy. And he's definitely not lived up to that quite yet. I mean, he can get open. He just can't catch the ball once he gets open. So let's see. Raiders on the clock. So we are 3 picks, and then it's the Broncos. Maybe.
Oh, man. Let's see. Todd pulls up a funny comment here. He says, Broncos have not done much of what they were expected to do. That's because we defy expectations, just like last year, making the playoffs.
I will say, though, I mean, positions-wise, running back, cornerback, defensive line help. I mean, it's actually positions most people thought they would take, just not the players they thought they would take.
Yeah. And when?
Yeah.
When?
Like, everybody was expecting, I mean, with George Payton, if you weren't expecting a cornerback at some point in this draft, I don't know what to tell you. Obviously not at 1, but expecting a cornerback, yeah, that's kind of there. Everybody expected running back, wasn't where they wanted. Everybody was expecting a wide receiver. Everybody was just expecting it day 3. Everybody was expecting defensive line help. Everybody thought that that'd be round 2. Edge was something that was often talked about. Edge was talked about as an early day 3 pick. So that's probably the only one that really went where they kind of expected that. We were kind of talking about edges a little bit, was that Q Robinson pick. That granted wasn't theirs to begin with, but 122 was where that conversation was.
Yeah. So like I said, I think really position-wise, it does line up.
And Todd Ossendorf, just to say here, no one expected 2 edges. They didn't draft 2 edges. They drafted 1. Xavier Jones isn't an edge. Only Q Robinson is. And he may not even be. They may be looking at him at linebacker. David Young coming in says, with $1.99, just to say thanks, guys. Love all the picks. Thank you, David. We appreciate that. Glad you're here with us. Hope everything's going well medically. I know that you were having some issues there for a while. We appreciate you joining us every single show that we do. Let's see. Robert Longerbeam going to the Baltimore Ravens. I gotta say, he was one of those guys that I wanted just because of the name. Longerbeam. Nick Stream dies as Tommy Mellett goes to the Montana State. I really should look up how to pronounce his last name. He's the quarterback for Montana State that everybody's saying is going to be a wide receiver.
They listed him at wide receiver on the ticker as well.
Yep.
Wow.
I had him as a quarterback. but I also don't do position changes. All right. Why has Kobe Bryant fallen so far? Let's see. I saw this going up here, and one of the things is just a lack of versatility. Teams with how much they are kind of like do different things with their coverages is it's not like it was 10 years ago where you are just basically 90% man. It's like with rushing concepts. It's more 50-50 nowadays, 60-40. He's a outside zone only corner who doesn't offer up special teams ability. I love Kobe Bryant. I thought he would have been long gone by now, but I understand why he's still here when you factored that in, and his issues against the run with getting off blocks in particular with that. And it is worth noting that Dane Brugler had him as a 7th round pick.
Oh, they got the best segment on the screen right now, talking puppies.
Puppies!
Some dogs have stolen the show here at the draft.
Oh. Anyway, back to football.
I clicked over at the wrong time. The puppy they were showing just happened to look a little bit like my dog Kamari, who we had to put down back in February. So it's a little heartbreaking. Definitely
click away.
Clicked over, saw that, and immediately clicked back. But O'Donnell Fortune, cornerback, South Carolina, has not been drafted yet. Dude got roasted at the Shrine Bowl, and I came away with serious effort concerns. Like there was one time where he bit on a outside jab step from the receiver, and after he bit, he walked off the field. He didn't continue the rep. He walked off the field. Team saw that. That wasn't the only play where he did that. Ball hawk for sure, but when you walk off the field in the middle of a one-on-one rep, it's not going to go well.
Oof.
Chargers pick is in, then the Raiders, and then the Broncos are back on the clock.
Yay.
So, man, the Raiders had a lot of picks this year.
Yeah, and
they did do
most of them.
They did that big trade back from what? Top of the second round.
Yeah.
Traded back pretty far, and I think they got about 3 or 4 picks from that, and then they traded back twice.
Yep.
At that point, so not a bad decision for them when they have so many holes on their roster. I definitely get why they would do that, and like you said earlier, I hate to say it, Raiders have made some smart decisions.
Curse Pete Carroll, curse John Spytek, curse them. We have Michael Ronquillo coming in saying, good afternoon, Eric, Dylan, and Carl, just showing some love from work. Go Bo Broncos. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. Glad you're finally able to make it. We're going to be here for a little while longer. We're going to wrap up the draft, see what time it is, see what's going on with Orange and Blue View, and possibly stick around for some undrafted free agent stuff for a little while. When we get to that, we will have to cut the Facebook groups, though. So we'll still be around on the Mile High Huddle YouTube account, which you can find at youtube.com/Mile High Huddle.
And RJ Mickens to the Chargers.
All right. So we have the Broncos on the clock. Or no, the Raiders are on the clock, and then the Broncos.
Yeah, Raiders.
Okay.
All right.
See, looks like the Raiders pick is actually in now.
So the Broncos are on the clock.
Yay,
Here we go.
did it.
And they're going to trade down. No, I don't know. I'm just making a joke. Just making a joke. Haven't traded down yet. Waiting to see what's here.
You calling your shot? Who are they taking?
Oh, Joshua Gray. Give me Joshua Gray. A+ draft if they take Joshua Gray. BLD 2342 saying, let's see who they pick now. We are waiting for it. We are all sitting over on X, Twitter, whatever it is you want to call it, smashing the refresh button and waiting to see who it is.
I'll go Martinez.
I'm sticking with it.
I did have Ivy last time, so maybe I should stick with that.
Maybe I'll change it up. Maybe Sean Dolock.
Yeah. Why not?
Maybe I'll go
man?
that way.
I mean, we're this far in.
Watch, now that I switched,
Just-
now it's going to be gray. Reverse psychology there.
I don't
Reverse
know where
jinx,
the
whatever it
Ravens
is you
pick.
want.
They might steal someone from us here.
We
They're gonna
got
steal one of our guys.
some. Here comes Tez. I'm being told don't speak straight into being a thing. Why not? More picks, more darts. Luke Lachey, LaQuint
Yeah.
Allen. Todd Osler saying clearly you can never have enough corners. Efton Chisholm coming in. Andrew Armstrong coming in. Cam Miller, a quarterback that Denver was in. And the pick is in. Denver is not trading down.
We did it. Who do we got?
Come on.
So just
Let us
waiting to see
know.
who that pick is. As soon as whoever has it, as soon as you have it, feel free to jump in.
Raiders took Cam Miller.
Yeah. The North Dakota State quarterback. Can never remember
North
which one.
Dakota.
Yeah. Guy that Denver did have some conversations with, some interest in there. How much interest, we don't know. As it seems that a lot of guys never had interest in were guys that they were willing to pass on. They brought in a guy, team visits. Nick and I talked about this. Guys they brought in for team visits really seemed like they had specific things they wanted to get look into, and doesn't mean they weren't interested in, but they had a very clear spot they were interested in the mat, and they may not have fallen there. But they had questions that they wanted to look into. So, does anybody in the stream have it?
Yet.
Not yet.
No,
Not
Jay
mine,
Toya.
anyway.
That wouldn't be a bad one as a big nose tackle there. For any Buffalo fans, this is the first time Colorado has had at least 2 receivers selected in the NFL draft in the same year since 1972.
Oof.
And only 2 receivers have even been drafted in the previous 10 years, from 2015 to today, or to 2014. So for UCU fans, something to rejoice, and they still could have another one. Will Shepard, that's the guy that Sean Payton specifically pulled aside at the Colorado Buffalo Pro Day to speak with. I spent about 15-20 minutes talking with him.
Oh my gosh, nothing yet still.
Let's see.
Are we trying to
Still-
trade?
It's been so long that they decided to take their sweet time.
Yeah. Really
Maybe somebody-
milking
Whoever's
us down
announcing the
round
pick,
six.
probably in the bathroom. 78 Leadhead saying trading a bet. The pick is in, so they're not trading back. They are making a pick. They're taking a punter.
Ooh, Jeremy
Oh.
Bradshaw.
Jeremy Grich. Okay. We did it.
Todd, you talked it into existence. They're taking a punter. I will say that I don't have them on my board. I did watch a few punters. Crenshaw was my number 1 punter. I did like him. He fits well with the new special teams coordinator. His name slipped my mind. Darren Rizzi. What he likes. He does fit with that. I wasn't sure if they would go him over the Alabama punter, who is a little bit more of a fit for what he has done and looked for prototypically. But I think Matt Hake is very much on this outside looking in. And Carl, going back to your comment about veterans on the outside, Kershaw is one of them. Chad's happy. He said the dude is awesome, and he was killer at the Senior Bowl. He gave us thumbs up on
I'm
it.
looking, and he's Dane Brugler's number 1 punter. So there you go.
Yeah. No, I mean, you could make the argument punter was our second biggest need that was still left on the roster after running back when this draft started. So solving that problem with the 6th round pick, guy that could truly become a starter. You know, if you're talking about finding 3 or 4 starters in the draft, you probably just found one.
Hey, and he was, Dane Brugler's number 1 punter, rated as a 6th to 7th round grade. Pulling up Pro Football Focus to get some numbers about him real quick. They definitely needed a punter, and Chad's letting us know Scott loves him too, as much as you can love a punter anyways. Punters are people too, but you shouldn't ever draft a punter. I stand squarely on that hill.
Well,
But
there
they
has been a big
needed a punt.
yeah, I was say there's been a big emphasis on special teams, which is smart. I mean, defense and special teams get the ball back to your offense and put your offense in a good position to go score. So don't hate it here. I mean, you're in the literally the last pick of the 6th round. Take who you want, and apparently they wanted a punter. So
Yeah. And one thing that you look for in punters in Denver is hang time. You don't want to outkick your coverage. Denver was inconsistent last year. And in this draft of the punters that really seemed like they had a chance, James Burnup, he was the top punter in hang time, 4.29 seconds. But Jeremy Kershaw, he was at 4.21. There's a couple other punters that just likely weren't going to be able to get it. He had 17 that were returned compared to Burnup's 8, but he averaged 45.8 yards per punt compared to 45.2 and allowed about 1.5 yards of returned over compared to about 2 yards. So definitely sticking in with his with it kicking within his coverage. Did well downing balls inside the 20 without getting a lot of touchbacks. Good at hitting the sideline there to help pin people deep instead of having to bounce it and hoping that your coverage gets there in time or that it doesn't bounce into the end zone.
I will say I feel much better about the punting situation in Denver now. When Rizzy came in, and I'm trying to remember the name of the punter that they brought in with him.
Matt Hack.
Yeah, Hack. Yeah. I didn't like him, but I guess he set the floor of, hey, this is at least what you're going to get. You're not going to be worst punter in the league, but you're definitely not going to be best punter in the league. So this kid has a chance to be a top 10 punter, and it'll be fun to see what that battle does. I had somebody post the other day the added value that players have all time for the Broncos. And like cornerback was one of those positions Broncos blew everybody else out of the water. You got Champ Bailey, Lewis Wright, Aqib Talib, Chris Harris Jr. You know, you go down the list and you're going, oh my gosh, look at all these great corners. And then the position you would expect to be really good in Denver, punter, was terrible. I was just shocked that it's been very, very few punters we've had that have been like, oh yeah, that was even a competent guy. So it'd be fun to find one that you can just sit there and say, hey, this is going to be our guy for the next 10 years. Maybe this will be it.
Yeah, it's a punter. You will never convince me drafting a punter is a good idea, though. As much as I like him. Drafting specialists is one of those things that is good when somebody else does it, not good when you do it. So for those of you who thought that I was hyping up the picks a little bit too much, you won't hear me do that with this one. Told you the stats about it, but Denver drafted a punter. I did see a funny joke that this is a message to Bo Nix that, hey, we're going to be punting a lot. So a whole lot of confidence into Bo Nix from Sean Payton with this one, right? It's a joke. But
who was the quarterback that went up to the punter and was like, hey, you're not going to be doing much this year?
That was Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Caleb Williams made that comment about the punter out of Iowa last year. That he's not going to have to do a whole lot of work.
And then he was one of the busiest guys of the year.
Oh, I like the pick a little bit more. He's an Australian punter.
There we go.
So
I don't know. Australia, you're fighting for your life. You got to be ready to kick at any time.
Dallas Cowboys take Jay Toya. I thought he would have been long gone by now. But I guess it kind of makes sense. Run defender only. Still some good quality nose tackles left. Like, little surprised. There's not many names left that I'm surprised about, but a handful. And Denver does have one more pick as well that we're just kind of waiting on. let's see. Damian Martinez is still falling, which is probably, that's probably one that's catching us all by surprise. He is my highest graded player left. Seth McLaughlin's falling. I had him as a top 100 grade. Injuries are why he's fallen. Isaiah Bond, another top 100 player. We get why he's falling. Then I have a few guys sitting between in my top 200 that are still left as well. But of the three guys in the top 100 left, two of them are perfectly understandable. But now I have a long wait before we get to the Broncos' final pick. It is 2:41, and we are sitting at 2:18, or 2:19 is on the clock. And then there are 257 total picks. So we are in the final stretches.
Ooh, almost there, guys. Almost there.
Final stretches for the draft, but going to be hanging out a little bit longer, depending on the time, and depending on other variables. Who knows? Maybe by the time the end of this draft is, I'm laying here passed out asleep with 8 hours of sleep in the last 72.
We'll just leave the video going, see how long it takes you to notice.
There's a Twitch streamer who streamed him sleeping and made like $100,000 in donations for that.
There you go, guys. Do you want to see
Sounds like
Erick
a good
sleep
gig
through the night?
I'm sure there's some people in the chat that saying my snoring would probably be better football takes. No. This is what we could title it. This is what the Broncos draft did to the MH8 senior draft analyst.
I'm scrolling down here. So Chiefs are going to take Mr. Irrelevant this year.
Now Denver's going to trade down and get a 2027 seventh round pick in the Mr. Irrelevant from 241.
Right.
They're going to do that, and it's going to be Damian Martinez. It is kind of funny. Every year, there's that one guy that we all really like that falls down the board, and we just can't stop talking about him. There was Braxton Jones a few years ago. There's a couple guys last year that we had that happen to. One of them, I believe, fell undrafted. So always happens a little bit. Always fun to sit there and have that discourse as well. So it is going to be a interesting close to this draft here. Craig saying Tom Grossi was for charity. That's not the one I was thinking of. There was another guy. His name escapes me at the moment. I don't really watch him, but it has become a big thing on Twitch of doing long streamathons, as they call them, subathons, where when you sub, you add time to a timer, and you can't stop streaming until that timer is, and it goes while you're sleeping too. So a lot of them, what they do is they'll put on old videos and play through those. But there are some who do that. I think it was what is his name? Big time streamer now. And as soon as I hear his name, I would know it. But anyways, that's beside the point. We're here to talk about football, right? Not Twitch streamers, not gamers. Can't let my nerd take over a little bit. Can't derail the conversations. Don't want to derail it back to. Do I want to derail it back to earthquakes and have another earthquake happen?
Oh no,
that was fun. Does Quinn Ewers get picked? Probably not. Big conversation around him was that he should have returned to school and transferred out. Or was he out of eligibility? Or he had another year,
I believe
right?
he had another. I believe he had another year. But he decided to declare. So, yikes.
Tim Hall says, "Let's talk about movies again." Yeah, let's talk about how amazing the sequel trilogy of Star Wars is. Best movies ever. The best thing. Well, guys, I gotta go. Chad just fired me for that take, so just giving Chad some crap there. Chad and I have different opinions about it. I'm not saying that they're the best movies ever. I found them somewhat decent, better than the prequel trilogy, but still not great. Jason Bonney with a $2 donation said, if I had picked 257, I'd take Kieran Lacey for his fam. That would be a pretty sentimental thing to do. Taking him, but teams probably wouldn't. Like, just to kind of be honest there, but I definitely get it, and that would be a pretty sentimental thing after what happened there. Tez Johnson is still on the board. That's going to be Mr. Irrelevant after the Broncos trade down. They're going to get Bo Nix's brother. And you know how they bring out the Mr. Irrelevant jersey? On the back of it, it's just going to say Bo Nix's brother.
Doesn't even get a name.
Bo Nix's brother. What is it? You know the Peyton Manning SNL skit with the kids where he's like, "Hey, you," and then like decks him in the head with the football and all that. That's what it's going to be like with Sean Payton. Instead of Tez Johnson, it's going to be, "Hey, Bo Nix's brother." He's like, "Pay attention," and he's going to aim to hit his head. It's going to sail about a mile over it because he's so short.
He is a small target to hit.
Yeah. Phil coming in. It's definitely late third day. Yes, it is. I have been up for about 10 hours now. And again, 8 hours of sleep on 72 hours. It's worse than other years, honestly. Normally I get more sleep than that. Staunch asking if Jared Ivey is still on the board. He is. He is definitely still available. He was a guy that Nick kind of liked. Bad athlete. Thomas Fedoni goes to the New York Giants. They're at 219. Jack Nelson, tackle out of Wisconsin, going to the Falcons. Marcus Bryant, a tackle out of Missouri, going to the New England Patriots. So a pair of tackles and a tight end going. All right.
I kind of liked Jack Nelson as a swing tackle option for the Broncos, but went there at pick 218.
Yeah, he was an interesting study. Like, it's tough because when you say obviously there's, when you talk about warts in their game, it's obvious. We're talking about 7th round picks here. When I watched him, I always came to the issue of where is his best position. I'm not sure if it's really tackle. I'm not sure if it's guard. He's just one of those guys that I'm just not really sure where I would play him.
Yeah, I definitely get that. Like I said, 7th round pick, I'm willing to take a flyer on a guy.
Oh yeah,
it could be something. And swing tackle has value for the NFL. At some point, your guy's going to go down. So, and he could be practice squad guy. 7th round picks. You're not too worried if you lose the guy at this point. But I'm trying to think of some other names here still. Rashad Smith is a running back option. I know. I'm trying to remember who else is still out there. LaQuint Allen, we talked about him earlier with his pass blocking ability. That could be a really nice addition for the Broncos.
Yeah, we do have Jonah Monham going, the center out of USC. We had a couple people mention him there in the chat earlier today. Joshua Gray, he's still available. He's a guy that I've mentioned multiple times. Damian Martinez, we've always talked about. Jake Brenningstool, one of Chad's guys. Holland Pierce, talk about a massive mountain of a tackle. He's still available. Nash Jones, who the Broncos showed some interest in. He's my top guard left. Seth McLaughlin fallen due to injury, but Joshua Gray, Zeke Biggers, I've talked about him a lot. Cam Horsley, a Boston College guy that a lot of other draft analysts whose opinion I value and listen to, they were really high on him. Jared Ivey, who Nick is really high on, and we all know I don't value Nick's opinion a whole lot. Obviously joking there. Nick's awesome. Just hopefully he's not tuned in. If he knows that, he'll never let me forget that I said that. But we have Lance Sanderson joining with us. Lance, my man.
The man,
How
the
you
myth, the
doing?
legend.
Dude, it's been a long freaking day. Let's just put it that way. Work sucks. I know the whole Blink 182 thing, all the small things. That's where I'm at right now, trying to get caught up. So I've been listening to you guys for a little while. I was listening back and forth with KOA, listening to a couple different places, trying to just bring in as much draft content as possible. And I haven't been able to really keep track of what's actually been going on. Obviously, the Broncos just took that punter from Florida. I heard a really cool thing about him just a couple of minutes ago on KOA. He is apparently from Emu Plains, Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Australian rules football player, and then came to Florida about 4 years ago. I think he's done all 4 years at Florida. So
sorry to interrupt you. Cody Lindenberg goes to the Raiders.
Damn
you
it.
mentioned him earlier. Damian Martinez to the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh
man,
no!
Cody Lindenberg is one of my favorite watches. I thought he should have went way before here. To see that he just went off the board is a little bit surprising to me, and to see him go to the Raiders, that one stings again. And I mentioned it in a comment on the stream just a little while ago. The Raiders are quietly, actually, I don't even know if it's quietly. I think they're just straight up smashing this 2025 NFL draft class. I mean, obviously you get Genty at 6 overall, then you get Jack Besh, then a guy that I really like out of Tennessee, and Deontay Thornton. And the combination of those three players alongside Brock Bowers, with the speed that Thornton brings, the verticality that he brings to an offense. You got Besh working over the middle of the field as a good slot receiver, a guy that can kind of block up front for you. Bowers with what he's able to do over the middle of the field. You get the top taken off by Thornton. Those two guys working sideline to sideline. Ash and Genty out of the backfield. Man, it's going to be kind of rough, especially with a guy like Geno Smith, who can throw the deep ball, works the middle of the intermediate middle of the field area as well. So I'm impressed with what the Raiders have done so far today, and also just over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, so the Houston Texans took Deontay Hamilton, the defensive lineman, out of Rutgers.
He's kind of a sleeper defensive lineman that I liked quite a bit.
And so, defensive linemen, they're kind of clearing up a little bit here. Some guys just, sorry guys, I'm sorry, I'm having some issues with my audio.
The box here,
Trying to get things corrected. Okay, hopefully everything's good. Everything back to normal now? Oh, sorry guys. I've been wanting to do that for all 3 days now. I just finally had to do it.
I can't tell if you're like still trying to sound like Calais Campbell or not.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I turned it off.
No, you still sound
I
like
thought
Calais
you were
Campbell.
There we go.
I thought you were joking for us to keep going along.
There we go.
Could have went along with it.
It caught me off guard so bad.
I've been wanting to do that for all 3 days now, and I finally thought that this would be a good time for it, as we're kind of waiting. But Keontae Hamilton, I liked him. He really flew under the radar. Was a guy that I was hoping would go undrafted and could be picked up a little bit, but clearly not. Looked like there was a from you, Lance. What was that about?
Well, I don't know if you said it in your if it's been mentioned yet, but Damian Martinez off the board at 223 to the Seattle Seahawks. I was really kind of hoping he'd continue to fall and be available for the Broncos here. Is it 240 or 241? The Broncos, with that trade down. I know that as I was listening to Benjamin Albright and Ryan Edwards on KOA, Ben Albright said to watch out for Sean Dolak, the linebacker from Buffalo, with one of these two picks for the Broncos. Is a name that he said that they had been very interested in throughout the draft process. I believe that's the guy that everyone has been really, really high on in terms of a small school prospect that could really potentially be an impact player, especially a special teamer right early in his career. But it sounds like there's some high end upside with him to be a big time player at the NFL level. Erick, I haven't got a chance to see him. There's a lot of these guys I'm not going to really comment on because I haven't got a chance to see a lot of these guys. I want your thoughts on Dolak though, because I've been very intrigued based on what I was able to hear of other people talking about him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I had him. Hold on, let me see. I can pull up my board and see where exactly I had him. I know I had him well before this point in it. I think I had him as a 6th round grade. He had a 6th round grade, but with how my grades worked, he was in that 225 to 250 range. So right about here. He is a lot of fun to watch. He's going to be 24 on September 14th. So obviously he is on that older side. Leadership, praise for his football intelligence. He doesn't have the best size or length, plays about between 215 and 220 pounds, but he's so competitive. He's so fierce. He's going to be a special teams ace at the very least, I think. And he can really work in coverage. He has such a good awareness and football IQ in coverage, and quality athlete. Like, not a great athlete by any means, but definitely quality athlete.
Yeah, I think it was Brett Coleman was really talking about him on his podcast. It's a Boomerang. What is it called? The Boomerang Podcast, something like that. I can't remember exactly what he does. It's him and EJ Snyder. Really good show. I listen to it every now and again. Brett Coleman is awesome, but he was the first one to bring him up, and that was a handful of weeks ago, like coming right out of the combine, I believe. And when Brett Coleman is starting to talk about football, that's a player you probably want to keep your eyes on and keep your ears on, because Brett does a really, really good job.
I gotta say, give a shout out to Denver Luke with a $2 donation. Thank you, Denver. We appreciate that. Glad you thought that was funny. I've been wanting to do that again. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Lance, as we sit here and wait here, real quick, we had this conversation earlier. What's your favorite football movie?
Oh, honestly, I probably got to go The Replacements. Keanu Reeves.
Never seen it.
You've never seen The Replacements? How can you be serious with me right now? You've got to be joking.
I've never seen The Big Lebowski.
It's been a minute since I've seen The Big Lebowski, so that one's okay. I can be with you on that one. But no, dude, The Replacements. Keanu Reeves as Shane Falco. Clifford Franklin. All the guys. The Smith it's not actually his last name, because they escaped. They broke him out of prison to be their starting strong safety, and he's like a former great collegiate player. Oh, dude, so funny. That's a great movie. I also Any Given Sunday is a really good one. That Al Pacino and the big speech that he gives in the locker room. We used to listen to that when we were in high school before basketball games to get everybody fired up and ready to go. So that's a movie that's kind of been a big part of my life for a while. Also, Remember the Titans. That's definitely got to be up in there. One of the best Disney movies of all time, quite honestly. Denzel Washington, an amazing performance as Coach Boone. So yeah. Those are probably the three. Test Prep jumping in here saying Waterboy is the only football movie worth watching. I mean, it's that's definitely up there. Adam Sandler, the stupidity of that. Joe is the best linebacker we've had since Joe Montana. Joe Montana was a quarterback, you idiot. But yeah, there's some good ones out there. There's definitely some good ones.
See, I thought you were gonna say the Barney movie where he teaches them how to play football.
I love Barney. Okay, leave me alone.
That's what I was expecting. But
so I'm glad that I actually got a chance to jump on this. And I know that we're kind of getting away from the draft a little bit, but at the same time, this is a draft relevant question for you. You and I kind of talked about it a little bit ago on the Valley Deep Divers when we were talking about, I believe it was actually Jahdae Barron with him being a versatile player. You line him up all over the place. And you said there's a difference between being versatile and being positionless. So I want to talk about that a little bit. But there's another flip side of this thing I want to talk about as well, because you hear this a lot of times with like an Ariante Ursary, a raw left tackle, a lot of good size, good movement skill, stuff like that. Still got to work on some technical aspects of him, raw hand placement, stuff like that, or underdeveloped. Like, is there a difference between raw and underdeveloped to you? Like, I just want your thoughts on this. I've kind of been thinking about this for the last couple of days now.
So raw and underdeveloped, I'd say it's the same. It's different ways of saying the same thing.
Okay.
I would add that when I hear underdeveloped, I would start to ask a question if that is coaches not paying enough attention, if there is issues with him picking up coaching. But I still have those questions with raw. But if I hear raw, I'm also looking, how many games have they played? Mm-hmm. How much experience do they have? So there is a slight difference there, but to me, there's overlap. As for versatile, are you really versatile or are you positionless? So this is a big one for me, is you hear versatile for guys who just don't have a position because they can't really do things that the two positions are being looked at. So they just do them at both and try to figure out, make things work. Versatile means they can do things at all these different positions. Jahdae Barron, he can play the nickel, he can play the boundary, he can play the safety. He has shown the ability to do that. It's not like he can't play here, can't play there, can't play safety, and they're just trying to figure out a way to make it work. It's the same thing with Xavion Jones. It's not that they're trying to figure out a way to make him work. Now, there was an example that I had of the Broncos who took this versatile player a few years ago and then just trying to make him work when they couldn't. Name escapes me at the moment, but I've mentioned it before when I've always talked about, is it versatile or positionless? Which one is it? And the other one is that I also love to throw out is, at what point does potential just start being who they are?
Yeah.
This is another one. It's like 4 years in the NFL, they still have potential. No, at that point, they are who they are.
Yeah.
After 5 years, the odds of them suddenly turning it around and being something other than they are so slim. Obviously, situations matter, but in most cases, after 5 years, you've changed positions, or the situations have changed. Either new coaching, new team, new scheme, whatever the case is, something has typically changed. So it's some of those, sayings that we hear a lot that I always just tend to question a little bit here.
So the reason why I want to go back to raw versus underdeveloped here, and when I talk about, like, when I think raw players, one, like you said, experience, how much of this has this person actually played? How many games, snaps did he get? Like a guy like Quandarius Robinson, the Broncos just took in the 4th round. Raw or underdeveloped, which one is he? Because he is an incredibly athletic specimen. I got to watch some highlights. I haven't got a chance to really break him down yet, but some of the highlights that I did get to see, flash play, stuff like that. You see the speed, the first step, explosiveness, the transferring speed into power, all that stuff. It's there. It's absolutely there. But the hand fighting techniques and the ability to chain moves together, to create a counter move and set up an offensive tackle, I have never seen that. So is he raw in that aspect, or is he underdeveloped? Because raw athletes win with athleticism. Then you have developed technicians that have good hand fighting techniques, good bend, leverage and stuff like that. That's where my question comes from, because specifically to Quandarius Robinson, this is a fun player to watch. I just don't know anything about him.
He is raw. He just lacks experience, and you can coach technique, and you just need the exposure in a game-like setting to really hammer it down. You need that experience to hammer it into them. I mean, you can get a little bit in practice, but until you're in a game setting where you're going full speed and every snap something's on the line, it may not necessarily be drilled into them. It may not become second nature. Key Robinson, he's played like 370 total snaps of college football on defense. He's definitely raw, and it just doesn't have the experience for it. And it's one of those things of, like, with that is, there's no questions about his coach being able to take coaching. It's just the exposure, some injury stuff, like, just hasn't had the opportunity to fully grow in game settings to, get up there. And we do have one that's going to hurt a little bit. Kansas City Chiefs take Brashard Smith, the receiving back out of SMU. I wouldn't really call him a running back. There's a lot of issues with him as a runner. Wouldn't call him a receiver. He is former wide receiver, but he is a receiving back through and through. And at this point, the Chiefs, they did a lot of focus in the trenches. They can go get a receiving back to add some competition at the depth there. They did really like their running back room, especially getting Isaiah Pacheco back and healthy this season.
Interesting. A handful of picks have come off since we got a last chance to talk about them. Obviously, Keontae Hamilton to the Houston Texans in 224. Right after that, Kyton Crawford, a safety from Nevada, to the Arizona Cardinals. Carson Bruner, linebacker of Washington, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Curtis Rourke, quarterback out of Indiana, to the San Francisco 49ers at 227. That's an interesting scheme fit there for the 49ers. Then Brashard Smith, obviously, to the Kansas City Chiefs. And then Dante Kent, a cornerback from Central Michigan, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Detroit Lions are on the clock at pick number 230 right now. Has Quinn Ewers been drafted yet?
Nope.
Last I knew he had not. See, this is interesting to me. What's the big deal here? I'm not sure about Ewers. Is it just so inconsistent and the issues there?
Do you want me to be upset Texas Longhorns fans, or do you want me to be somewhat political with my approach about how I say this?
I don't give a crap.
Quinn Ewers stinks.
As you say that.
One mind.
I mean, there's a lot of flash potential there. I mean, he's got a big arm, a decent athlete, not the best athlete in the world, but a decent enough athlete. It's just he's so inconsistent, man. It's a hard watch.
Doesn't have it where it takes.
Fair.
He doesn't have it between the ears.
Mm-hmm. Our guy,
no, it was quite telling. He still has eligibility left. And when it came out that he was declaring, and I get a bunch of messages saying that he should have stayed and transferred, that he made a mistake, quite telling.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't liked. There's a lot of issues to his game. Now, will somebody take a shot on him as a 7th round pick? Possibly. I doubt it.
So I was listening to. I got to bring this in just real quick, and I'll give it back over to you, Dylan. I'm sorry, dude. I know I'm like running things, and like I need to talk right now. I haven't spoken to anybody all day, pretty much. But
You're good.
So I was listening to KOA, and the Tommy Malone, the Montana State quarterback, got drafted, and they were asked like, "What's the deal with Quinn Ewers here?" And like, what does this mean for Quinn Ewers right now? And our guy Zach Seegers is on there, and he says, "Yeah, it's bad news for animals."
Yeah, Quinn Ewers has depending on how your views are on hunting, Quinn Ewers has a great draft room or a terrible draft room. It's a little bit much for me. That's my personal opinion on it. Dylan, let's just check and see. Last 2 times you've jumped out and jumped back in, you just came in a little bit boomy. So let's just, I'll let you talk a little bit, see if we're still having that kind of boom issue.
Yeah, we're going to count down again. 10, 9, 8, 7.
That sounds good.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
0.
Yeah.
So Lance, I don't know if you've heard this. We were live and I dealt with an earthquake about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I got your message. You put it in the group chat. Was it a good one?
It was a jolt of one. Like it just kind of hit as a jolt and then steadied out.
Awesome. Has your volcano started to erupt yet?
Let me see. Mount Spur.
Oh, no, not that one. I about messed up.
Oh. Let's see.
Hey, Erick.
Eruption warning updated.
I know you're trying to read right now. I was just going to say, can you do me a favor and share me your big board, please? Because I have no reference as to who's even available right now.
Let's see. Yeah, give me a second.
Because yesterday I had the PFF mock draft simulator pulled up, and it was still like updating as the picks were going, and it still had their big board up, so at least I could take a look. I have no reference right now to even know who's available.
Apparently I missed it. Apparently yesterday they lowered the warning on the volcano. It's no longer any day now. It's still possible, but back to wait and see, which we already were. When we're at any day now for a month, it's wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let me share that in here with you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know that's like really unprofessional to be like that, but I didn't make my big board this year, and I wouldn't even be this deep anyways. So, yeah, just trying to get caught up. Thank you. I appreciate you for that.
Paul saying, don't candy coat it, Erick. It's very rare that I candy coat things. We had that conversation earlier as well. And thank you for joining us, Paul. Let's see. Dan Jackson, very interesting safety out of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I missed it. I know we've already had a player who wasn't invited to the combine drafted. I just can't remember who the first one was. I always like to track who the first one was.
There's a handful of guys in here that we can have some fun with. Ooh, there's my dude.
Oh, wait, I think Quinn Ewers just went to Miami.
See, and that makes a lot of sense there. That makes a ton of sense there.
Hey, between Tua and Quinn Ewers, they have half a quarterback.
Put Tua's brain in Quinn Ewers' body, and you might actually have something there.
If you put Tua's brain in, never mind. That might be a little bit too messed up.
Good Lord.
Moving on.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Wow.
Quinn Ewers, more like Ewers.
Right. So I'm looking through your board. There's a handful of guys I really like here. Xavier Restrepo still available. Andrew Armstrong still available. Kyle Monungai. Man.
Do you know the story with Andrew Armstrong?
Not a whole lot, no.
So I'll tell the story, and I absolutely gravitate towards him, and YouTube will know why. He had a brother who dealt with some mental health issues, who had some incidents that led into police being called. In an incident in December, his brother ended up passing away, and from a mental health issue. And as a result of that, he pulled his name from the Shrine Bowl, from the Senior Bowl, and just kind of, took a step back in his preparations for the draft as he was there around for his family.
Good for him. That's a very unfortunate situation, quite honestly. I mean, I know a bunch of people are dealing with issues, mental health issues, and guys, it's okay to not be okay. There's some times where I have some stuff going on in my own personal life as well. And I mean, the big thing is just make sure you seek that help. Don't put yourself in a bad situation and get yourself hurt or hurt yourself or do anything to others. It's a horrible thing, not only for yourself to be in that position, but to everyone else around you too. Like it's something that we all deal with in some way, shape, or form. I mean, life sucks. Get a helmet. I mean, that's not really the true what I'm trying to get at here. But yeah, every now and again, you need to have that someone to reach out and wrap your arms around you and just feel loved. Like that's a big thing for me, and I try to preach that as much as much as possible.
Todd, yeah, I know I froze. I'm just letting it sit. I'm so tired of my camera for today. It's been freezing up so often. I'm so tired of it. Calling us and feel bad for Derek Harmon as well. Yes, Derek Harmon's story is absolutely heartbreaking as well. And finally get that unfreezing.
Yeah,
Zal Frazier is gone. Thankfully, we don't have to hear Lance try to talk about him.
What? I love that kid, dude. Big, long, physical. Love that kid. He's fun. Better zone coverage. I misspoke.
There are a lot of things that can be said about Zal Frazier. Physical is not one of them.
Okay, fair enough. I think he's more physical than that. To each their own. Ooh, there's another guy. This is one that I know you like a lot, Eric. Efton Chisholm III. Wide receiver. Is it the Eastern Washington kid?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm looking through your board and looking back and forth and stuff like that. So what else we got going on? Hunter Whaler.
Pick 234 as we're waiting for the Broncos to come on the clock at 2:41. Let's start calling our shots. Who's it going to be? I don't know any long snappers, but give me the best long snapper available at this point. Just because, I'm going to jump in, walk myself towards the edge a little bit. They drafted a punter. Hate special teams. Don't draft special teams. So they're going to draft a freaking long snapper.
Well, I was calling Damian Martinez for the past 2-3 rounds, and then they traded down, and then it ended up not happening. They might go for the feel good with Tez Johnson. I would prefer maybe like a CJ Dippre tight end. Let's add another body in there to compete.
How about we take a look at some centers here? One specifically, Eric, I know you like him a lot as well. Willie Lampkin from North Carolina. Obviously, there's size concerns for sure. He's very short arms, but he uses that in a way to his advantage as a run blocker because he does such a great job building leverage in his lower half, and he's got a very strong lower half. You could also use him like some position versatility stuff too. If you get some goal line packages, you need a fullback, a guy to go just smash his head into somebody. Like that's one I that I like a little bit. I'm also with Dylan here. CJ Dippery would be a good one. Maliki Mataveo from UCLA, I like a lot as well. Zeke Biggers, the nose tackle from Georgia Tech, another guy I like a lot. Eric, what do you think? Oh, dang it. Jason Bonnie coming with the guy that I was wanting to talk about too. Kyle Monungai from Rutgers gone to the Bears now.
Yeah, so just doing some stuff here. Willie Lampkin, definitely undersized. I think we're kind of seeing it. It is a thing of with Tez Johnson, with Willie Lampkin. They're just kind of passing because the historically small size for them. I mean, the closest comparison is Tutu Atwell for Tez Johnson, who was a second-round pick, but he was an electric special teams player. That's what got him drafted. And with Willie Lampkin, there is nobody even close to it. The closest one is still 30 pounds heavier than he is.
Yeah, he's only 260, isn't he?
He's 270.
270, okay.
And he doesn't have a frame where he can really bulk up. And even then, he's 5'10" with 31 some odd inch arms.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. I think that if you're looking for a backup center, a guy that can come in and compete for you, but also, again, be that kind of specialist, really, the backup center, just put him at the tail end of your roster, throw him out there in some goal line situations, short yardage situations, and again, let him go crack some skulls because he obviously has the foundation as a run blocker, as a center there, but he's a decent enough athlete that he could still go out and do some stuff like that and be a good enough mover that you could run him out there as a lead blocker and have some success with him. Now back to Tez Johnson here. So, and you said Tutu Atwell. The other one's like Tank Dell is another one. The big difference here, and this may seem petty in a certain way. Tez Johnson ran 4.51 or 4.52, something like that at the combine. Those other two guys, Tank Dell ran in the 4.3s. Tutu Atwell ran really low 4.3s, if I remember correctly. If you're going to be a historically small player like that, you better have explosive speed like that to be able to run away from defenders. And even then, you're still a massive injury risk. I mean, Tank Dell has now had a broken fibula, suffered against the Broncos in his rookie season, and then a severely dislocated knee this last season against the Kansas City Chiefs. And it's ugly there. I'm not sure if he's even going to be able to play this season. I haven't heard any updates. I'm just kind of speculating here. But when you dislocate your knee, you're talking multiple lead ligament. Oh, there's bone damage in there. Go ahead, Dylan.
Tez Johnson to the Buccaneers.
Wow.
So,
yep. Bo Nix's brother is out of the running here for the Broncos. I said before, once we get to 6th, 7th round, I thought that he was worth a shot. I've mentioned this before as well. I don't think Sean Payton would have been looking his way. Sean Payton definitely has a height requirement specifically, and Tez Johnson comes about 3 feet short of that.
It's kind of bad. I think I mentioned this the other day. Someone was talking about Tez Johnson, and he's 5'10", 155 pounds, 29 and a quarter inch arm length, 8 3/4 inch hands, like historically small. I'm exactly exactly down to the 1/8 of an inch, the same exact size as Tez Johnson. And if you saw me, you would say that's not an NFL football player.
Yeah, we have Dennis Woods coming in with a $2 donation saying tight end Luke Lachey or Jake Brenningstool next. Who knows? When we look back at this draft class, we can speculate all we want, and we just come back to who knows. Luke Lachey is a interesting tight end. Jake Brenningstool, I don't think is really a tight end for the NFL level. So definitely wait and see. I think the Broncos probably offensive line. They've been linked to interior offensive line late rounds. And it's something that they've done a lot. Alex Forsyth, Nick Gargilo, Luke Wattenberg, they love those later round interior offensive linemen. LaQuint Allen going to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
Went a little bit lower than expected. Pick 236, which was originally Denver's, ironically. That was traded, I believe, with the Albert Okwuegbunam trade to Philadelphia, and then ended up in Washington, to Houston, and now to Jacksonville, who are making the pick.
Oof. Man.
So Eric, what interior offensive lineman do you have your eyes on for the Broncos here? I'm not recognizing a bunch of these names. Like I said, I didn't get to do a whole lot of work on the tail end of this draft class this year. So just curious to your thoughts, interior offensive linemen, like guard versatile players, guard center versatile players, something like that, that you kind of have your eyes on here.
Yeah, Mile High Nugget coming in 5'11", 180 pounds, ain't small. If you're talking about Tez Johnson, that's what, 3 inches taller and about 24-ish pounds heavier than what he actually is.
Yeah, he's like, I think it's 5'9", 155 was what he measured in at the combine. I'm 5'10", 155, 160, roughly the same size. But in terms of length and stuff, yeah, everything the exact same.
Let's see here. I can 5'9", 154 pounds. So 2 inches, sorry. Back to interior offensive lineman, Joshua Gray. That's the guy that I like. So when at the combine, they had the offensive lineman go through the drills, and they said if you want to do center drills and snapping stuff to stick around, they also had NFL teams sit there and say who they wanted. Joshua Gray was the only one that every NFL team said we want to see him do center drills. So definitely projection, only been a guard, but he has that positional versatility that Sean Payton wants to play 3 of the 4 spots or 3 of the 5 spots, compete at center. Definitely fits the mold that they've done previously with these picks here on the interior offensive line over the last few years. So come in here, Milwaukee man saying absolutely loving this draft. People who dislike these picks must not watch college football. Look at what these specific players are good at. Sean's scheme is going to be crazy and fun to watch. Yeah, they definitely drafted for Peyton's vision for this offense. We have Demetrius coming in with a comment. Why are we drafting so cruddy? I can't show it on stream, unfortunately, just because of a certain word there that I had to change. But it's funny. It's one of those things we talk about often. You can't please everyone, and the Broncos are definitely showing that. Although I think that the Broncos are showing that are just trying to upset as many Broncos country as they possibly can, just to spite all of you who don't like the draft, right?
Let's see here.
Wait, I think we got it. I think we got the first guy who didn't make my final big board. Never mind. As I search his name, there it is popping up. Sorry, false alarm. Outside of special teamers, but that didn't include special teamers, every player drafted has been on my big board so far.
Ah, dang it. LaQuint Allen to Jacksonville. I just saw that.
Did you not hear a word I said just a few minutes ago?
No, I didn't. I was trying to find something because I had a comment last night and I was curious to see if I could find the information because we were talking about RJ Harvey. It's just going back through this draft class really fast. And the more I think about RJ Harvey, the more I really, really like this player for the Denver Broncos. Like I said last night, the Broncos run a fairly decently high percentage of shotgun run. And with RJ Harvey, the vision and the explosiveness that you have, getting him further away from the line of scrimmage, utilizing some RPO looks, it makes a lot of sense. At least that's what I thought. Then I go to, this is from Sharp Football Stats. The Broncos ran 23% of their running plays out of shotgun. So that's not a crazy high percent. I mean, obviously Baltimore 45%, but that also includes the Lamar Jackson runs. It's pretty close to about middle of the pack in terms of NFL. I don't have a way to sort this. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Never mind, I don't. But anyways, yeah. So like 23% for Denver, 22% for Dallas, 21 for Detroit, 22 for Green Bay. Like right around that particular area is about middle of the road for the NFL. But still, I mean, a higher volume of shotgun runs with RJ Harvey. I mean, it makes a lot more creative, dynamic looks for this Broncos scheme. So like that to me says a lot of why you want to go with an RJ Harvey in this offense. Now to Pat. I mean, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Demetrius, it's all good. There's just some things that we can't flash and we can't say on here. And I'm sorry, Lance, you were saying something?
Well, I was just saying, that, like going back through the draft class, I got the privilege of listening to Pat Bryant do an interview on KOA earlier today, and this dude he's just fun. I don't know if anyone's really mentioned it at all, but one of the first things that he said was, if you don't do the little things right, you're not going to see the football field. So no block, no rock. It means if you don't get out there and go work your butt off, and you don't get out there as a blocker, you're not going to be rewarded with seeing the football anytime soon. And with him, that's a big thing. He also said that he likes to go put cornerbacks in the dirt as a blocker. So the physicality you get with a guy like this, and just the reliability. I don't know if you guys have mentioned any of this. Like I said, I haven't got a chance to listen to everything that you guys were talking about today, but I just found those comments very insightful. Grew up with like 4 older brothers who all beat the holy hell out of him. And if he couldn't stay physical and keep up with them, then he couldn't be the person that he is today. So he's really thankful for his brothers, for his parents, and the way that he was raised. And just that helped breed the physicality into him. I thought that was very insightful conversation that he had talking with Ryan Edwards and Benjamin Albright last night after he was drafted. And
I'm gonna interrupt you there. Broncos are on the clock.
Okay.
Yay.
So watch, we're gonna sit there and hear that they traded down. I'm gonna speak it into existence here. That is my goal. They're gonna trade down. They're gonna make us wait and stick it out. They're gonna end up with Mr. Irrelevant somehow. I'm gonna speak it into existence here.
Does anybody
Caden Prather going to the pick before them? So we're all on refresh duty on Twitter or X or whatever it is you want to call it, as we wait and see what the Broncos are doing, as I update my board real quick and see if we can't get any insight as to what the Broncos' thoughts are here, because any insight we can glean clearly means nothing. There's 2 guys that I've pounded the table for: Joshua Gray, Sean Dolock. I would like either one of those guys. Zeke Biggers, Nash Jones. Those are 2 guys as well that I wouldn't mind seeing, but we're waiting. Click and refresh. Are you guys a click refresh, or do you guys just repeatedly click home?
I just repeatedly click home.
Okay. Home clickers. Got it. I do a little bit of both. So we're just waiting and seeing again. Definitely, there's still a few options, obviously. 7th round, it's just a flyer. I think Joshua Gray, if I remember right, he tested out pretty well. He's actually a pretty good athlete, which at this point, bet on athletes. And it may not work out, but it's a 7th round pick. Bet on athleticism and teaching them how to play football. If you want a tight end, Jalen Conyers would be a athletic tight end to take a shot on. Used as a Wildcat quarterback as well. They're at Texas Tech.
Yes.
Trying to see Joshua Simon. I think he's probably going to go undrafted as a tight end. Luke Lachey seems like he's headed towards getting undrafted here at this point. Haven't seen the pick is in, just still on the clock for Denver. Maybe they really are looking at trading down. If either of you guys seen anything yet?
I haven't seen anything.
Has anybody in the chat seen something yet?
Yeah, the draft tracker just switched to pick is in, so we'll see.
In. All right.
From what Mike Liz is saying, finished by drafting Utah tight end Caleb Lohner. Is that his Lohner?
Caleb Lohner. Interesting. Let me see. I know I watched him. Whether he made it on my big board or not, I don't know. Dude is tall. I remember that. He's like 6'7" or 6'8". Just massive of a tight end. Let me see here. And Broncos draft the first guy, did not make it on my big board.
Waited till the last pick to do it.
He did not get a combine invite either, so I'm trying to find a reliable source for some measurables.
6'7",
Googler.
256 pounds, ran a 4.69 at the Utah Pro Day, 22.78 second, 20-yard dash, 1.7, 10-yard dash, vertical jump of 37 inches, broad jump of 10 feet 6 inches, 4.53 second, short shuttle 7.15, 3-cone, which those are outstanding times. I'm going to pull up relative athletic score because I bet you this is going to be an outstanding.
Another 7th round Utah Ute.
Right?
Back-to-back
There you
years
go.
to finish
There
out.
you go.
I am willing to bet that this is going to be a huge score for his relative athletic score. Anything sub, if I remember right, anything sub 7.2 for tight ends for the 3-cone is really good times.
So he's not on Mock Draftables database. So if you can find him on relative athletic score.
Oh yeah, it's athletic score.
I'm pulling it up now, so just gotta wait and see. 8.83 relative athletic score.
Woo! Okay.
Yeah, 32-inch arms. 10-yard split's not great. 3-cone is not as good as I thought it was, but the verticals, explosive guy. Didn't make my big board. I know I watched him a little bit. He is one of those guys where watching some other Utah Utes that I just kind of like noted him. So I'm not having anything come to mind specifically when I talk about it. And there we go, having it on the back screen. Thank you, Chad, for pulling that up. Able to see it as well for his unofficial RAS score there of 8.95. So Denver got a tight end. Little bit of an interesting one, but athletic guy. And I think George Payton said this after last year with Devon Vele. They valued the altitude aspect of it.
Yeah, makes sense. It does make sense. Playing at Salt Lake City. Not quite as high as Mile High, but definitely playing at altitude there. I have no idea who this guy is, so you're going to have to tell everybody. I'm going to have to figure out a way to watch some Utah tape to get a look at him. But no, interesting. Big, tall, freaky athlete for what it is. 8.95 is what it said, or 8.85, something like that. That's a pretty high relative athletic score for a tight end. That's especially a player of that size. Like you're talking about moving some muscle there, buddy. Like that's about the only thing I can say to this player in any way, shape, or form. Carl, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, he has a 100% touchdown to catch ratio in college football. 4 catches, 4 touchdowns.
Red zone weapon.
There you go.
And a reception for a 2-point conversion. Played basketball at Baylor from 2022 to 23 after transferring from BYU in 2020 and 2022, where he played 62 games with 44 starts. Then ended up at Utah, and former basketball player, knows how to play above the rim.
Yes. I was going to say red zone weapon.
Seems like Sean Payton's done that before. Take a basketball player and put him at tight end.
It worked out pretty well. He's going to be a Hall of Famer eventually.
So for 7th round flyer, you could do a lot worse. And day one, he's at least a red zone threat. Stick a 6'7" guy that can jump up in the air. Like I said, it could be a lot worse.
You got any length details on him? I think they're decent enough length, it looks like. Obviously,
Lance, you got to listen, man.
I didn't hear you all the way, okay? I was looking my own stuff up. Damn.
All right. 6'7", 256 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, a wingspan of 80 inches.
Yep. Good enough. That'll work.
Yep.
Thank you. You don't got to be condescending, jerk.
And I understand Brenningstool was still available. From what I've gathered, he's not viewed as a tight end by NFL teams. Obviously, it only takes one, but teams kind of see him more as a fullback, H-back type player.
Makes sense.
So there's that. Definitely a blindside, but hey, Broncos did that last year with Devon Vele too. He was a guy that kind of caught all of us off guard. And we did a late mad scramble to try to get some information about him. Worked out then. You brought up the not a comparison, but the what happened with Jimmy Graham. Sounds like another Lucas Kroll. Hey, 7th round shot in the dark. Now, guys, if you are watching over on Facebook, you guys, we're gonna have to cut you off here a little bit. Unfortunately, we got to get back to publishing content, and we can't publish content to Facebook while we're streaming to it. But you guys can go to youtube.com/MileHighHuddle and find us there, where we will continue to be live for a little bit longer, and join us there and continue to be part of the conversation. We appreciate your guys' input. We appreciate you guys being part of the discourse and the conversation. And you guys can join us to let us know about your views on the pick. Vele was out of Utah as well. This dude was known to no one, so why waste a pick on him? Just because we don't know him, just because some media guys don't know him, doesn't mean teams don't. From the looks of it, he absolutely stood out at the combine, or at the pro day, sorry, and probably drew a lot of attention there, and was probably one of those guys that Denver, yes, they probably viewed him as, could have gotten him as an undrafted free agent, but it's probably one of those situations where they wanted him, that they made sure they got him. That's what a lot of 7th round picks are. They are guys that teams want as undrafted free agents that they want to make sure they go get.
Yeah, I'm watching his basketball highlights. The guy can jump. I'll just tell you that. I mean, he's getting up there, not quite to the top of the backboard, but he's up there. He's athletic. And if you want to make sure, like you said, that you get this guy on your roster, that you don't have to fight other teams for him, that's why you take him in the 7th. Maybe they had other players rated above him, but they feel more comfortable that they could get into a bidding war with other teams and still get him. Yeah. And so, yeah, there's some of the jumps. I mean, like I said, 4 catches, 4 touchdowns. Yeah. There's something to say about that, of a guy that can get up in the air and make a play. So yep, I'll definitely, I'm not going to fight it on a 7th round pick.
Yeah. And Derek Keisner coming in and saying, so wait and not waste a pick. Again, if you wait, you're probably not getting him. It is, I would say that Denver has talked to his agent, already told them about how much they wanted him. And his agent basically said, well, we have a bunch of other teams interested in us, so we're going to be taking a decision out of it. And so Denver took the decision out of his hands. It's now you're a Denver Bronco and you don't have a choice. Mm-hmm. There are multiple players that have come out and said that when you get to about pick 200, they would rather go undrafted because they have the choice. They can pick their best situation that they want to go and to best fit them. And it could be a situation where he may not have viewed Denver as the best situation that was open to him, that somewhere else might have been a little bit better. So Denver, they go get a guy that they wanted, probably as an undrafted free agent. And with guys, as Carl said, probably a bunch of guys that they may have had a little bit better, but they might have more assurance from their agent after the draft that they're going to sign with Denver.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, it's, again, guys, it's nothing to get too upset about. It's a 7th round pick. I mean, we call day 3 a lot of dart throws, that especially here in the 7th round. So I wouldn't get too jacked up over it.
Yeah. And some of the best receiving tight ends in the NFL over the last 20 years, basketball career in college. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jimmy Graham, Julius Thomas here for the Broncos was a basketball player.
Gonzalez, Gates.
Yeah, Gates was the other one that I was thinking about. Yeah, Kathy Lund coming in with the $5 saying Julius Thomas was a former basketball guy for Portland State. Last good tight end we had. So Sean Payton, he knows how to use athleticism. Do I expect this guy to become a great starter impact guy for the Broncos? No, but I don't expect most 7th rounders to be an impact guy either. So it's taking a chance. You said it earlier, Eric. 6th and 7th round, you take athletic guys and just hope that you can develop them.
Yep. And Jason Bonney says highest bidder gets UDFA in most cases. Penner writes a check. Sean tells him to. I can tell you for a fact in 90% of cases, that's not true. That agents pick the team based off of where they view the best fit is. Why? because they may take less now with a better chance to earn more later.
Mm-hmm.
So, guys, looks like Ron is ready to jump in. If he is, somebody want to jump out so we can get Ron in here?
Yeah.
All right. Hope you're ready, Ron. Bringing you in. There we go.
Hey.
What's up, Ron?
It's been a while. What are your thoughts about this pick and I believe Q Robinson? I think you jumped. I don't remember if you were here for Q Robinson, and then the other trade down, and then also the punter.
Yeah. I like this pick. I like the length. I did see. I actually came in when you were pulling up the highlights, the basketball highlights. So the fact that he has length, played basketball helps. It does help to have that length for the tight end position. So I'm curious to see how he performs. I like it. Take a chance on it. It's 7th round. Why not? Punter from Florida. I like that pick as well. The Q Robinson pick, I like the player. Might have been a little tad bit too early for me. Good with special teams. I know Saban obviously is a big fan of him. I know he talked him up, but yeah, I would say solid picks. With Robinson being taken a little earlier than I would have. I know they were moving back kind of up and down the board for the punter. I know that was in pay. I think I was reading Cliss on Twitter, and he mentioned that. So yeah, I would say pretty solid day today.
Yeah, and we have Brian coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate that. It says, "Thanks, guys. Go Broncos." And yeah, thank you so much for that. Thank you all for everybody in here. I'm not going to finish your name. Watch it. Don't need to insult other people here. Everybody can have their opinion. If you do disagree with them, you don't need to call them names. Sean Payton valued maturity in his guys. We value maturity in our chat. Unless it's from me. I'm the only one who's allowed to be immature because it's funny. But seriously, no insult. There's no need for it. No need for the name calling or anything like that. We're not a 3rd grade class out at the playground.
Mm-hmm. Did we get Dennis on a super chat in here as well? Or I'm not sure. Dennis Woods jumping in with a $5 super chat saying, "Thanks, gentlemen, for all your work. Your efforts are very much appreciated. Go Broncos." And thank you, Dennis. And thank you, everybody, for being here today. I mean, obviously, I wasn't able to be here for the entirety of the day 3 and got to jump in late here for the 7th round. But 896 eyes, at least, is what's showing on our end. 23 reactions on Facebook. Smash that like button, guys, on YouTube as well, on Twitch, whatever you can do. Smash the like button for us. We definitely appreciate it. But thank you all. I mean, 900 people. We're rounding down this draft. That's a really impressive turnout. I think it was about the same, if not maybe a little bit less than this last year. So to see you guys still here grinding alongside us and listening to us, and without you, we couldn't do this. We do this guy for you guys. It's fun for us to do it, but to bring as much insight as we possibly can. Obviously, Erick does a ton of work. Dylan does a ton of work. Ron does great work as well. I didn't do nearly as much this year as I usually do, but still, I mean, to see you guys still here and rocking alongside us and showing the love and support, the appreciation. We just appreciate you guys for sure.
We appreciate you, Dennis. I am a last warning, or otherwise we will have to put you in a timeout.
Unless
you already did.
It's not worth it.
Just last warning.
It's just not
even with the name, still giving you warning. And I will say this: just got a text message from somebody who is with an NFL team who was not happy about Denver's pick. They were looking at drafting him here because they wanted to secure him as before he hit undrafted free agency. So the more you know, we had that with RJ Harvey, a reaction to it. Well, started coming out that there were teams there picking between 61 and 73 that were looking at RJ Harvey. Found out there were teams picking after 74 that were looking at Pat Bryant. This tight end, there was a team here that I can say with probably one of my most reliable sources who was saying they wanted him, that they were going to draft him. They were ready for it. So you can't always bet on having a guy later. That's not how the draft works. You can't always bet on a guy falling to undrafted free agency either. So Denver took a guy and that they wanted to secure, and it's a good thing they did.
You dropped a little nugget in there, and I know exactly what team it is. Or at least I think I do. And to say that from that specific person, that the Broncos were sniped this guy, that shows a lot. Just put it that way. If I'm correct on this, Eric, and I think I know where you're coming from with the wording you gave to us on that. Yeah, if that's the case, then it makes me even a little bit more excited about that.
Yeah, some of the language that was in this text message I cannot repeat on here. he was not happy. That team is not happy. They really see a lot of potential with him to grow and develop. Probably a guy that's going to spend a year or two on the practice squad, but they really believe in him and the potential that he has, and following, this trend of basketball players turned tight end. Now, guys, we're going to be hanging out around here for a little while longer. We have Ron and Dylan here, and hate to impose ourselves on a typical Saturday night, but talked to Chad and he said it's okay if we go a little bit longer. So if you guys want to stick around, we're going to talk about some undrafted free agencies, can still talk about the draft, but we can definitely pass it over to, more of your guys's of a lead for Orange and Blue View if you want. It's up to you, unless Ron's sitting there thinking that you wanted to do a show just you two. It's up to you guys.
I did talk with Chad. We're not going to be doing OBV tonight. I think people are a little tapped out, especially in the chat here. But my brain's going to explode, but I'll at least pass it off to Ron because we haven't got to hear him talk nearly as much about draft class.
Yeah. Like I said, it's going back and looking over these players, the film. I'm starting to like the class more and more. It was a little sad. Some of my guys went off the board. Kyle Monungai was one of my guys. Demi Martinez to the Seahawks. That was another one of my guys.
Talk about good fit too.
Yeah, excellent fit. I was hoping that he would have fallen to Denver. But yeah, I've still got a few gems here. Let's see how the undrafted free agent pool looks. I know, especially at running back, I would expect them to maybe grab a few there. And then at the linebacker and definitely defensive line. So that's kind of where I'm thinking that the pool will come from. Let's see. Looking at the board, trying to see who else is still here. Marcus Yarns, Rocket Sanders, Donovan Edwards, Corey Kiner. So yeah. But yeah, good draft class overall. Solid.
Yeah. Caleb Lohner is a guy that is a big risk, basketball player, very new to tight end, but teams are seeing the upside and the potential for him, so they're willing to take the time to develop it. And maybe, Jason, maybe you're right. Maybe he sits on the practice squad for 2 years and gets unceremoniously cut, never, plays it down in a meaningful game. Maybe you're right. But it's a 7th round pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many 7th round picks go on to really have meaningful games? Bronco fans, we've been a little bit spoiled with the success that we've had in the 7th round over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
That is very uncommon. If you get one guy in the 7th round every single year to hit, that is still better than the average over the last 40 years of getting anything out of a 7th round pick.
Well, and the Broncos have go ahead, finish.
Go ahead.
Well,
so
I
it's just
you go.
It's just a low risk shot that they're taking on a high upside player. That is all it is. And if you're going to be really upset here about this, then be upset about it. And Todd saying, come on, Eric, there were still better options, as all folks are saying. To you guys. Well, clearly not to the Broncos.
Well, Eric, let's have them drop, you guys in the chat, just drop the few other options you thought were better. I'm curious to know.
At that pick specifically.
Yeah, that pick specifically. Again, there are a few. I just read a few of the names at some of the other positions, which they're good, but I just think you have to kind of rely on the upside here, especially with the basketball player. I'm all to see how this pick works out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to see what other options you guys were thinking.
This is actually a really good exercise, Ron. I appreciate you for doing this.
Gary Palmer coming in with a $50 super chat. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate that. He says, thanks to all of MHH for an entertaining draft. Love your dedication. Go Broncos. And thank you, Gary, so much
Thank
for
you.
that. And we do have a couple names. We have Todd Ossendorf saying Lachey and Brenningstool. Brenningstool's not a tight end. I already shared that information. Teams view him as an H-back, fullback type. Luke Lachey. Well, there's issues there. I'll just leave it at that. And then you also came in and said Restrepo wasn't an option for Denver. You can scream about that all you want. Doesn't meet the height requirements. I was trying to pass that along for you guys, trying to make that clear. There's a height requirement for Sean Payton. As much as I like Efton Chisholm, doesn't meet the height requirement. So again, one of the things is that here for me, 574 players on my board. I'm willing to bet the Broncos had maybe 120 players at most on their board.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the big thing is they're going to get like the top 75, top 100 for sure, like the consensus big board. Most of those players are going to be somewhere around in there. I think most teams have like 150 is like at the most. And then they just rely on their area scouts. The guys that are out there watching all these players all season long, the guys that are traveling to these college football games, every single team does this at the NFL level. They don't all watch, 100 or 1,000 players. Erick watched 1,189 players this season, and 1,183 of them were actually eligible because I think 6 of them went back to school. Like Erick did a massive amount of work on this. NFL teams, they delegate a whole bunch of responsibility, and then they trust these scouts to go and find the scouting reports. They go and meet these players. They go and talk to the coaching staffs. They talk to teachers. They talk to other students about these players. They talk to everyone involved that might even have so much as a pass by and say the guy farted next to me and didn't say, excuse me. Like they have information that you literally cannot get. I know that's a random thing to say, but I'm not kidding you guys. Like they literally have hundreds of scouts that go around to hundreds of college football games every single year. And they build these scouting profiles that go back 3 or 4 years because you have to be 3 years out of high school to even be eligible. So they're following these kids as soon as they get to college. Like that's where you're getting these, anything after about the 5th round, more often than not, it's an area scout that's pounding the table saying, hey, I like this guy. He brings the right attitude. He has the right work ethic. He has the right skill set that we need. He fits our scheme perfectly. Like it's never just a 1-for-1. Like George Payton and Sean Payton, they don't have time to watch 1,100 players. It's just not possible for them. They have other stuff going on. Like that's the big thing here. And this is also a big praise to the Broncos scouting staff over the last 10 years, 11 years, 15 years, because there was a 10-year stretch in a row that the Broncos had an undrafted free agent make their roster on opening day. David Young coming in and saying people have to realize Sean doesn't draft for the fan. That's exactly true. Jason Bonney coming in about Marvin Mims with the height requirement. Marvin Mims is a pretty more explosive athlete than Restrepo is. That is a difference maker there for Sean as well. So kind of goes back to that. Jake Majors, center only. Sean doesn't like lack of positional versatility. Here's one I'll give you to an extent. Andrew Armstrong, he's 6'3". Absolutely loved him. Love his story. But one issue is with him, and it sucks that it's an issue for him, but he backed off throughout the draft process because of the tragedy in his family, and back in December, that impacted his draft stock. That's just something there, and that is something that's probably going to get him have him go undrafted. And then going back to Restrepo, he's still continuing to be passed on, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious as to why. Like that's the big thing. You're talking about a reliable receiver over the middle of the field. He's a good route runner. And then the one big question, I know that this is probably going to come up in this, the athleticism. He's not like a breakaway run away from defenders type of player. He's more of just a reliable sit down in zone, catch the football. He works well with the ball in his hands, like he's a tough runner, but he gets caught too much. And then he runs a 4.83 at the Miami Pro Day and then claims that he has a hamstring injury. I'm not saying that 4.83 won't be affected by a hamstring injury, but you see that he's not necessarily the best athlete on tape, and that might be the reason why he is falling. Erick, I don't know. This is my speculation here.
And Jason, I'll take the first short and explosive. That's Marvin Mims. That's it. Is Cooper Kupp fast?
No,
No,
you ran a 4.67.
but he was also 6'1". He's taller than people remember.
And he's also at the time when he was drafted, he was the all-time leading receiver in NCAA football history. And he showed a skill set that translates to the NFL, because I was talking with some other people the other day about wide receivers and what translates to the NFL. If there's any one trait from a wide receiver that translates from college to the NFL every single time, it's the ability to create separation. And in college, Cooper Kupp was able to create gobs and gobs and gobs of separation. And then when you watch him at the NFL, what does he do? He creates gobs and gobs and gobs of separation, and he's a reliable receiver.
Yeah, Drew coming in with a $10 donation saying everyone's salty because they didn't draft the superstar names that they were hearing about pre-draft. When RJ and Pat start scoring touchdowns, everyone who is crying today will eat their words. That is entirely possible. And I definitely do think there is some of the fact that they didn't draft the guy that certain people wanted, and so they're going to be upset about it. Mm-hmm. Hey, they drafted a punter, and I'm upset about that too. Mm-hmm. But Dylan, Ron, you guys, I mean, Lance and I were sitting here picking fights with the chat. Why don't you guys come in and help ease the pressure and the tension a little bit?
Well, I was going to say, I don't know if this is going to help, but I'm going to say it. So how many times have we taken a player day 3 or undrafted and fans have latched onto them? Albert Okawebanam. How long did it take people to get over him? Oh my gosh, we traded him to the Eagles. He could still be something. That never panned out, and guess what? He never played a freaking snap for the Eagles. Another one, Lucas Kroll. I mean, obviously, I'm sure it's going to pop up now. Oh, he's got time. He's got time to develop. He could be something. Maybe A.T. Perry gets brought up a lot. Maybe it's different because they're already on the roster. There are guys, but we got to remember, man, the draft, you never know what you're going to get. 6th and 7th round, it doesn't make sense to be upset about certain things because you know a name. That doesn't mean they're going to pan out. I mean,
except
no
for
one
punters,
knew this
to be upset about punters.
Punters, kickers, yep.
Hey,
and long snapper, we got a long snapper drafted.
Oh, we did get a long snapper.
Oh, we did. Okay, long snapper. Yeah.
But you guys understand what I'm saying? Everyone gets hung up on a player that they really liked, and whether they didn't get drafted or they're on the team and they're not getting enough recognition in their eyes, everyone does it. But let's not pretend like anyone's, opinion is higher than the other, especially when we're talking about 6th and 7th round players.
Yeah,
I think that's where I was going. Like you guys, it's later rounds. I mean, why not take the risk? Why not take a risk on them? You may have some that develop, could be catching, touchdowns on Sundays for you. And again, every team's board, it's different. A lot of teams value character, leadership, injury history, also scheme fit. So a lot of things kind of factor into the evaluation. And to the Broncos, a lot of these guys may not just fit their scheme. Mm-hmm. Or, a lot of these guys may have issues with their character. So they drop them down or take them off the board completely. Mm-hmm. But you just have to trust the evaluation, the judgment of George Paton and the scouts and of Sean Payton, because we saw what Sean Payton has done so far since he's been in Denver. He's turned this organization around, and they're only continuing to build it and help Bo Nix. So you just have to trust it. Trust the process. Trust the process.
Yeah, Todd coming in and says, well, I'm crying myself to sleep after this draft and eating a gallon of ice cream. Enjoy that gallon of ice cream. I love ice cream, and fortunately, I've been able to find a good low-calorie ice cream that I can eat while I've been losing weight. So,
what's your favorite ice cream? Come on, Todd. I want to see your favorite ice creams in the chat, guys. Let's make this a little bit more fun. My favorite ice cream, probably going to get screamed at for this one, mint chocolate chip. That's the go. Let's go.
Gross. I'm not a mint and chocolate guy.
Straight to jail. Get out.
I'm not either. Mint and chocolate. I don't do it either, Eric.
I love mint chocolate. Andy's mints are amazing.
Cherry Garcia.
Cherry Garcia.
That's my wife's favorite.
It's a good one.
Although she would never turn down a good pistachio ice cream.
Let's go fishing. A lot of Ben and Jerry's coming in here. Let's go.
But what kind of Ben and Jerry's? But if you're trying to lose weight and need a low-calorie one, there's a brand called Nick's. It's really expensive, but it's a Swedish-style ice cream that's really good. And then there's Halo Top, which they have a mix-in of strawberry cheesecake. It's to die for. It makes the fat kid in me extremely happy.
Yeah, we got Shane Tuttle jumping in here with the $10 super chat saying, "Good job, boys. I choose to trust the process. Just surprised that we only got one running back in one of the best running back prospect drafts in a long time. Looking forward to the signing some undrafted guys." Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the Broncos didn't try to double dip at the running back market. And quite honestly, there's a handful of guys going to Erick's big board here. You obviously got Marcus Yarns out of Delaware, Raheem Sanders, Land Larison from is that the Delaware kid? That
No, UC Davis.
UC Davis, okay. No, Marcus Jones is a Delaware kid. Land Larison, was it who was the New Hampshire kid last year that everyone Dylan
Lobby.
Yeah, there are a lot of comparisons, a lot of side-by-side comparisons with Land Larison there. Jaquinton Jackson, a player from Arkansas that I really liked watching. Donovan Edwards out of Michigan. Like there's a handful of guys here that made a lot of sense that I thought would go a lot higher than this. So there's still an opportunity here for the Broncos to go and get another running back. And then also the unrestricted free agencies, the UFAs, the street free agents, players that are still professional players available. I mean, J.K. Dobbins is still a guy that the Broncos could have their eye on. I mean, Nick Chubb is another player that the Broncos could have their eye on after the draft, after undrafted free agency. Like it's not the be all end all at the running back position right now for the Broncos. They still have some opportunities to go and add a guy.
Yeah. Eric, I have a question. Have you been hearing why Jared Ivey? Why the fall, you know?
Yeah, so sorry, I was just seeing how many drafted running backs there were so far. 25 of them drafted, which is a little bit less than expected, but to go to that point, the strength of the class helped push talent down, and there's guys that at this point they're wait and see. As for Jared Ivey, to answer your question, Ron, he is one of those guys that Lance, you asked me this question earlier. Versatile versus positionless. Jared Ivey falls into that positionless category. Not sure exactly where to play him, and he doesn't have the strength or power to really, be that hand in the dirt 3-point stance player. Doesn't have the athleticism to be that 2-point stance edge guy. Okay. So he's kind of a, positionless tweener, and that's just kind of, part of why he seems to be falling there.
Isn't he like a 265 guy with no explosiveness? I'm trying to remember Jared Ivey because
he plays about 275 to 280.
Okay, so he's not quite big enough to slide down inside and be a 3 technique, but he's not small enough or explosive enough to be an outside guy, maybe a 7 technique with his hand in the dirt. But
yeah, he showed up at the combine at 274 pounds and then tested terribly, and he plays about that weight.
Yeah. All right, we got Quentin Caldwell jumping in with a $5 super chat. Keep them coming, guys. We definitely appreciate all of your guys' love and support for sure. Like it's getting late in the day, still 870 people in here. Again, smash that like button on the way in and on the way out, please. We definitely appreciate it. But Quentin says, "I'm fine with the draft picks that we got. Not an A+, but there are some players with potential and some versatility. Some that are both. Fantastic job, everyone." Thank you, Quentin. And again, fantastic job, guys. Like I said, I hate that I had to work this today and not be here for the entire show, but I know how you guys hold it down. And again, we just appreciate everybody for sticking with us and enjoying the rest of this 2025 NFL draft, guys.
Yeah, and with Restrepo, another thing there is apparently there is some fear that he may need surgery over the hamstring that he had, the hamstring issue, that there might be a little bit more to it than just a pulled hamstring. So that might be also part of why he fell. Although, again, I would say with confidence, Denver was not looking his way. Luke Lachey, he finally gets drafted. Denver wasn't in on him. And Fadil Diggs, Syracuse pass rusher, I liked him. I wouldn't mind trying to go after him as an undrafted free agent. And now we have the Chargers on the clock, and then the Patriots with Mr. Irrelevant here soon to close out the draft.
So let's run through.
You guys got to stop talking ice cream in the chat, please. Oh my god, killing me.
Let's update what's going on here. We haven't really got a chance to bring the board full circle here since the Broncos took Caleb Lohner at 241. Kanata Munfield, wide receiver, Pittsburgh to the Rams. Garrett Dillinger, the guard out of LSU, to the Baltimore Ravens. Dominic Lovett, wide receiver out of Georgia, to the Detroit Lions. This is an interesting one, and I thought he was going to go a lot higher than this too. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the running back from Arizona, to the Washington Commanders, giving them another offensive weapon for Jaden Daniels to just continue to round out that offense. I like that pick for them a lot. Corey Black, cornerback from Oklahoma State, to the Giants. Tommy Akingbassetti, the defensive tackle, to Maryland. Maliki Mataveo, a tight end that I like out of UCLA, to the New Orleans Saints. Connor Colby from Iowa to the 49ers. John Williams, guard from Cincinnati, to the Green Bay Packers. Julian Ashby, the long snapper out of Vanderbilt, to the New England Patriots. Junior Burgeon, that's my dude right there. I forgot that he was still around. Wide receiver from Montana, explosive little special teams player, to the San Francisco 49ers. I'm kind of jealous about that. Zeke Biggers, defensive tackle, Georgia Tech, to the Miami Dolphins. Fadil Diggs, the edge out of Syracuse, to the New Orleans Saints. Luke Lachey, obviously this last pick most recently, tight end out of Iowa, to the Houston Texans to round out our board. The Chargers are on the pick at 256 right now. Then we got V. Corenstra, $20 super chat, saying, I think a big reason we didn't double dip at running back is because Estime is going to get a better shot next season.
Sean Payton's mentioned it. They liked the running back room. They wanted to see what they can do. They like Jaleel McLaughlin. They like what he was able to do to close out the season, how they finally found a way to use him in that slasher role, and he started to have some success. They liked Tyler Bidet. They want to see what he can do coming back from the back injury. They like Blake Watson. They're a little bit higher on the potential of this room because when you look at the analytics and the advanced metrics and all that stuff, with Javonte Williams in versus any other running back, it is a completely different running game.
Mm-hmm.
Completely different. Denver has the infrastructure, and we saw the infrastructure work with some of these other backs. Javonte Williams just really tanked things for them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ron, I want your thoughts on the running back room as it stands right now, obviously with RJ Harvey, but Audric Estime, Tyler Bidet, Jaleel McLaughlin, Blake Watson still is around right now. What do you think of this running back room coming out of the draft?
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of it. Still not a fan. I guess I'm still big on Blake Watson. So I want to see more from him and kind of see more of the potential there. I did see a little bit when he played. I think it was in that Chargers game last year. Estime just has to go out and prove it. I mean, we think maybe the issues with the fumbles have bypassed him. We'll see. Obviously, he needs to pick up in pass protection as well in order to stay out in the field. So he just really has to go out and improve himself. And I liked what I saw from Bidet, prior to the injury, especially when he was the juice in that Tampa game last year. So I would say that, again, for me, I would like to just have a whole revamp of the running back room as a whole, maybe just keeping with Blake Watson. But I do understand where Erick's coming from in the sense of, each back does something different. They can provide something different. And so maybe you keep what you have and then just bring in extra competition. I like the addition of RJ Harvey, and we'll see what they do in the undrafted free agent pool and see how they can come in and compete. But it's just okay to me. It's average.
Yeah, and one thing too is there's still the option of signing one. There's been some linkage to J.K. Dobbins as a free agent.
Yeah.
And then there's a few running backs that the Broncos could look at trading for. I don't think they're done in the running back room. Kenneth Walker is one of them. Tyler Algier is another. I don't think they're done at running back. I think it just got to a point where certain running backs that they may have been looking at didn't fall to where they wanted to take them, and they just didn't force to pick someone else.
Yeah. Dylan, your thoughts?
Yeah, similar boat here to Ron. I feel like it's a more. I'm gonna have to see it. I do like the addition of RJ Harvey. I do want to see how Audric Estime grows. We're talking about all these wide receivers getting better, and everyone has, or not everyone, but a lot of people have faith in Troy Franklin getting better. Can we extend that a little bit to Audric Estime? Can we maybe wait a little bit? I know it would be nice to just insert a new flashy running back from this draft a little higher. Obviously, there was guys I liked, like Caleb Johnson for one, Travion Henderson I liked a lot as well. Ollie Gordon late, Damian Martinez. We didn't grab them. That doesn't scream incompetence to to me. That screams we actually trust some of the guys we have, and we want to try and build off of them. And like you mentioned, Eric, you can add after the fact, whether it be through a trade, free agency, UDFAs. So while I'm not over the moon about this running back room right now, I'm going to use a phrase we've been using all weekend, and that's cautiously optimistic. But I am going to have to see it before I start feeling either too high or too low.
We need a show that's just called Cautiously Optimistic. With how often it is said, because I blame Nick. Nick's the one who got me to start saying that a lot, because Nick will pretty much give any positive take, he'll add cautiously optimistic to it. But we are at the point of undrafted free agents. Broncos, they didn't land a guy. They told Florida State cornerback Fentrell Cypress prior to the draft starting that if he went undrafted, they would really love to sign him. He turned down the Broncos to go elsewhere. So that is something that, you can try for undrafted free agents. Denver had a better offer on the table, and he decided to go somewhere else where he felt that he had a better opportunity. So that is something. And then the final pick, Mr. Irrelevant, is a guy that I don't think is on my board, in Kobe Minor out of Memphis. I did watch him, and there is a reason why he didn't make it on my board.
The draft tracker hasn't updated. We got Triquez Bridges, the cornerback from Florida, the Chargers right before that. But yeah, interesting. The way that this is kind of fallen. Some of these players, there's like Isaiah Bond, Rodney Garcia coming in. Isaiah Bond, what's up with him? I mean, Xavier Restrepo, a handful of different players.
Isaiah Bond is easy. Just Google him.
Yeah.
There was some big news there. And Jason Bonney saying no undrafted cornerback to come into Denver. Hey, Jason, all it takes is to pay them the most, right? Why would they turn down the most money? Just poking fun at you over that. Because Fentrell Cypress did take down a bigger deal from the Broncos to go elsewhere, just because the opportunity. Now we're wait and see mode, right?
Yeah.
Clicking through the rumors, clicking through all these guys who are, are in contact with agents, seeing what, messaging people, all this stuff like that, trying to see what you can get. There's guys available. Like, there's some guys that we didn't expect to be free agents. Xavier Restrepo. If Denver was ever looking at Restrepo, this is probably where that might come in. And one very sad note for all the offensive tackle truthers: 7 straight drafts without an offensive tackle.
Woo! Woohoo!
Lucky number 7.
Bryce coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Bryce. And I am disappointed that we didn't get Tez. Bo would have fed him on those deep routes. Wish we got him in the 6th instead of the punter. I would have been fine with anybody besides the punter. Don't draft special teams players.
Don't disagree with that. Unless they're punt returners, then you can draft. But they better bring something else to the offense, like a punt returner, kick returner, if they have that versatility, but not as like the major role that they play for you. I'm fine with doing that, but punters, kickers, specialists, sure, they're people too, but they really don't exist. Like they show up for practice, they're there for like 15 minutes, and then they go play golf for the next hour.
Jason, I was just poking fun at you. I wasn't meaning to, come down hard on you, like make you feel offended or anything like that. I was just poking fun. That's all I was doing. I apologize that I upset you a little bit. Todd saying Eric sounds so bitter. Hey, getting back to my normal self now, right? Jack asking, do you all hate everything Denver does? Why do you support the team? You all hated Bo Nix last year. We don't hate everything. I've been actually pretty optimistic about this draft class. I'm just making a joke. I understand Denver needed a punter. I'm just in the firm stance of don't draft special teams players, period. And outside of that, outside of the punter, I would give this draft, honestly, a B, maybe a B+. The punter brings it to an F because you don't draft special teamers. What about you guys? Now that the draft's over and we're waiting on undrafted free agents, what would your overall grade be for them?
I'd give them probably a B- to tell you the truth. again, we keep preaching, be patient, understand the process, trust everything. But I'm going to go back to some of the original comments. I mean, obviously, Jahdae Barron getting drafted at 20 overall was something that nobody really saw coming. Obviously, that's a pick. Everybody wanted the running back. They wanted the tight end. They wanted the flash there. But you get a top 10 player on Denver's board at number 20 overall. I mean, it's hard to pass up on a player like that. Obviously, RJ Harvey, I would have preferred to go with Caleb Johnson in that situation, but I like it. I like the player. It's nothing against RJ Harvey in any way, shape, or form, and I'm optimistic about him being a lead back for this Broncos team. Pat Bryant, again, I mean, Jalen Royals, Jalen Noel, both of those guys on the board, a handful of other wide receivers that I liked in front of him. Torrey Horton Jr. from Colorado State is another player I liked a lot there. But I mean, I understand. I get it. You're looking for reliable players that are leaders. They're guys that they raise the floor of the room. You see the high floor of these players. Then you've got the boomer bust pick and Q Robinson. I like that a lot. I think you need to have a guy like that in your edge room as more competition, not only for Jonah Ellis, but over who was the other undrafted free? So DeAndre Tillman is a player you can just kind of create some competition there. I don't think Thomas Income's still on the roster anymore, but still, I mean, you need to add that 5th, 6th edge rusher, a guy with some upside to come and help out your team there. The punter sucks. I'm never going to be good with the punter, although he has a badass mustache, by the way. He's so freaking cool looking. But overall, I mean, B-, solid players. I like where the Broncos had their heads. They stuck to their board. They did what they needed to do to just kind of fill out the needs that they had. So B- for me.
Saw somebody send in about Fentrell Cypress. He turned down more money from the Broncos to go join the Commanders. And then Jason, you got me. They drafted the gunner in the 3rd round and Pat Bryant. You got me. Drafted a special teamer, and I guess I like that pick. And just goes to the chicken jockey. Flint and Steel. For those of you, Minecraft movie.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
Ron, Dylan, what are your guys' grade for what the Broncos have done?
For me, yeah, I'm right there with Lynn. Maybe B-, be a B-. Again, just because for some of these players, I feel as though they just could have gotten them later. And I like the Jahdae Barron pick. After kind of processing it, I started to really like him and the fit more. RJ Harvey is good. Again, very explosive. Can be a good receiver as well. And then I just think with Q Robinson, I think that's kind of where they lost me, the Pat Bryant and Q Robinson picks. Good, okay players overall. I just with Q Robinson, I just feel as though, again, you were good at edge, although I know you'll probably be doing more special teams. But I do like Savion Jones. I think, again, he can really come in and be, that 3-4 defensive end kind of taking over for JFM. So I do like that. And I actually like the last pick. I like the upside. I like the fact that, you play basketball. Again, that length, that size is going to maybe come in handy. So, yeah, good. Most, like maybe 3 or 4 of the picks, pretty good. For some of them, I just wasn't a fan of kind of where they took them. So that's why I knocked it down to about a B.
Trying to find us some news here. Sean Dolak, a guy that we've kind of been talking about there, coming to the Broncos, according to Benjamin Albright, saying he was interested. He signed with the Rams as an undrafted free agent. So the Broncos missed another one there.
Okay. Yeah. Took more money in that case and a better situation.
Yeah.
And then Dylan, before we pass to you here, I haven't seen any news of any signings for Denver specifically just yet. Fentrell Cypress, I think I mentioned he went to the Commanders. Took less for a better opportunity there. Trying to see. Yeah, not seeing anything. So, okay. Dylan, what's your grade for it?
I'm going to give this a solid B-. I do like the players that they took. Where they took them, not as much, but I think my grades, I want to say higher because obviously I could say like C and just be kind of the middle, but I'm a little more optimistic in terms of I can see the vision for these players. And obviously there's players I wanted more. I'll say, Mason Taylor, Jack Besh, Caleb Johnson, Damian Martinez. I like these guys, but at the end of the day, Sean Payton took guys that he feels will fit his system, whether they be niche, whether they be big-time contributors. Doesn't matter to me. I can see the vision, and that's what's really important to me. RJ Harvey, especially, like I've not come around on him necessarily, but I'm a little higher on him now just because of his explosiveness and how great his vision is for an offensive line that was very good at run blocking last year, but you could never tell because you had Javonte Williams running behind it. Jahdae Barron, I'm a huge fan of that. I think having cornerback depth is very important, especially the drop off when Riley Moss went out, and then when he came back, even just you need to have another guy. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing a lot more from big play Jahdae going forward. As for Pat Bryant, again, a little early, sure, but I do like what he does in terms of, he doesn't have the speed. I know people keep bringing that up. Oh my God, we keep drafting guys who don't have speed. They're so tall, but they can't separate. Pat Bryant thrives in situations where there is little to no separation, with strong hands, catching balls through a sea of hands, and he can get both feet down with little space too. So, I mean, overall, I do really like this class. I see the vision. I'm standing pat with a B-.
Yeah, I see chat sitting there bringing up Q Robinson as a special team player. Guys, he's a defensive guy. When I mentioned special teamers, I'm specifically talking about punt returners only, punters, kickers, and long snappers. That's what I'm specifically talking about. But yeah, anybody see any signings here for Denver yet?
I want to pull something up here. I got a couple of just quick tidbits here. One, back to Pat Bryant. And Dylan, you talked about the contested catch stuff with Pat Bryant. I believe he had the third highest contested catch percentage in college football last season, right at 70%. 70%, that's huge. Okay. He even said, talking in his interview with KOA, that when there's a contested catch out there, it's 90-10 my ball. I'm going to take the ball 90% of the time. 70% is pretty damn good in reality, like honestly. You know who was lower than that everyone really liked, including myself? I wanted the Broncos to draft him at number 20 overall. Teterola McMillan had a lower contested catch percentage than Pat Bryant did. And the Broncos got a guy like that in the third round. Okay. Like that's an impressive feat for a guy that nobody really knows because he's a bad athlete. If he ran a 4.45, we'd be talking about a top 40 player, top first round pick potentially in Pat Bryant. This guy's awesome. Okay. Secondly, to Q Robinson, I believe if I heard this right, at the beginning of this season, before he got hurt, he was leading the Alabama Crimson Tide defense in sacks and tackles for loss. He got hurt, didn't get an opportunity to play for the rest of the year. Crap happens, guys. I mean, this dude has a lot of talent. I tried to bring it in when I first got onto the show. Explosiveness, strength, speed to power. He's got some bend to him. He's got to develop his hands for sure, develop a pass rush plan. He relies on athleticism a lot. That's why you're getting a guy like that in the fourth round. But John Ledyard, formerly with the Draft Network, Erick Galko, the director of the Shrine Bowl, where Q Robinson destroyed competition. Eric, I remember you were talking a lot about Q Robinson at the Shrine game. All of these guys, big-time draft analysts, are saying the Broncos got a steal with Q Robinson in the fourth round. Just because you don't know the name, you don't see the highlights, you don't know what these players are, doesn't mean they're not good quality players. So take a little time, breathe, turn on the highlight tapes. Even if the highlight tapes, if you can't get all 22 and break them down, turn on the highlight tapes and watch these guys play football and start to feel a little bit better about it, because the Broncos, I've said it like 5 or 6 different times over the course of this weekend. The Broncos went out and they got players with high floors that have also shown dramatic improvement incrementally over the course of their collegiate careers. Jahdae Barron was a slot-only player at Texas for 3 years. And then he played this last season on the boundary to show that he could actually do it, and he did it at a high level, the highest-rated zone coverage cornerback in all of college football last season. The top 10 player. It's a damn good football player. Pat Bryant, again, great contested catch guy. RJ Harvey was a converted quarterback. He didn't even start playing running back until he got to UCF. He grew so much that he became a back-to-back 1,500-yard running back at UCF over the last 2 seasons of his career. incredibly productive. And he did that following a torn ACL in high school. He played 4 years at UCF. And then at the end of his career, had back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons with double-digit touchdowns in both seasons. It's a damn good football player. The Broncos went out and got good football players that are mature, they're experienced, and they're ready to compete right now. Other than Caleb Lohner. Obviously, that one's raw rookie potential dart throw. Close your eyes, throw a dart at the wall, see what sticks. It's fine. I'm here for it. A 7th round dart throw, absolutely. You have to take a chance on that with the athleticism, the tools that he brings. Sure, absolutely. I can't wait to try to find some more basketball highlights to see what he can do as a movement player. Like, I'm just calm down a little bit, guys.
One of the things that I've said often, when you get to the 6th and 7th round, bet on athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Lohner, he's an athlete. He's still very raw, still very much learning the position. They're taking a flyer. They're taking a shot. It's whatever. To be super upset about the pick, it's whatever, especially when you want guys who are still available and we're after the draft. Drew coming in here saying Jason Todd and Tall Dark Mexican, secretly Chiefs fans in here trolling. No, they're all Broncos fans, and they make sure that we know it, especially Todd. He reminds me of my misses every single opportunity that he can get. But I do got to warn you, calling somebody a Chiefs fan is almost as bad as calling them a Raiders fan, and those are the 2 worst insults you can give.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. I see a couple people saying, good job, Lance. Thanks for making me feel better. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, guys, the knee-jerk reactions have been really hilarious to watch. But when you sit down and take a chance at these players and just watch them, get to know them a little bit, you are gonna really like Pat Bryant. I'm slowly but surely falling in love with him. I can't wait to go get more tape on him just to watch and watch his blocking, guys. The ferociousness this player comes with is just incredible. He's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. Now, Ron, Dylan, who are like 2 or 3 guys that have gone undrafted that you are really would be, if you're in the Broncos, war room right now, who would you be pounding the table to be like, do whatever you can to go bring these guys to the Broncos?
Well, one off the top of my head, I don't believe CJ Dippre went, did he?
He did not.
No, he did not.
He's someone I would definitely bring into this tight end room. Obviously, you drafted one in the 7th round. Don't care. Bring in another guy. Bring in some competition there, especially more of an inline guy is something I would be looking at there. And screw it. I mean, even the tight end from Georgia, I don't think he went either. So grab another tight end, add some competition to that room, and may the best man win. I'm not convinced with Kroll or Troutman.
Ron, before we get to you real quick, the Broncos, we do have a signing announced. They are signing Jacksonville State center Clay Webb to a undrafted free agent deal. Here's a guard center versatile guy that's going to come in and he's going to compete to be a depth guy up front. And I like him. He probably would have gone, I think it was this year he broke his leg, I think it was. And even though he wasn't expected to be able to participate at the Senior Bowl, he did anyways, like just months after breaking his leg. Let me see and pull this up real quick. Let's see. Maybe not him. There was somebody who was at the Pro Day or at the Senior Bowl who broke their leg sometime this season, and everybody was shocked that he was able to make it back and participate in the Pro Day, and he looked pretty good.
I know who you're talking about, but I don't remember what his name is.
But Ron, who are a couple guys that you'd be pounding the table for here for the Broncos as undrafted free agents?
Oh, you're muted.
Yep, just called that. Thanks. Joshua Simon out of South Carolina, tight end, is an interesting option for me. But I think he's really a big time threat. Nice long arms, body control as well, big catch radius. So I think come in and compete. Trying to see here. Another guy, I think someone just picked him up though, was Jake Majors out of Texas.
Yeah, I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picked him up.
Yeah, that was one of the guys I was finding for here. And let me see. The other one, Cam Horsley out of Boston College, D tackle, was another name that I was hoping Broncos could pick up. But yeah, from what I don't think he's been clean yet. So that's another one that I'm interested in as well. So
Yeah, we have Quentin Caldwell coming in saying Cody doesn't have to be forced to play right away. Exactly. They're going to sit there and buy his time. And they have Thomas Yasmin too, who is, Denver can carry 91 players this year. And they also, if he makes it, bring him into the practice squad, they can carry 17, not 16 players because they get a foreign player exemption for him. And then we also have V. Cornestra coming in. Speaking of raw talent, look at Quinn Miners, who never played football until he got to college. Yeah, and that's the thing with Caleb Boner. He didn't start playing football until last year.
Yep.
So it's definitely a shot in the dark trying to get him something out of it. And I remember the center, he ended up going drafted Jackson Slater. He was the one who had it. He ended up, didn't break his leg. He ended up having a bad knee injury and then participating at the Senior Bowl as well. And I think I saw another Broncos signing, but I clicked back over to Twitter and it refreshed. Oh no, it was just somebody else tweeting out the same thing of Clay Webb.
So for me, a couple of guys that I'd like to see him go get: Marcus Yarns, another receiving back out of the backfield to just kind of push Jaleel McLaughlin a little bit further. I think Marcus Yarns brings a little bit more blocking versatility than Jaleel does. Lan Larison, another guy, just a fun player to watch, a good receiver. Again, a lot like Dylan Labe from New Hampshire last year. That's a player I have my eyes on. Eric, you brought up Nash Jones. I think I got to look at him, but I might be thinking of the wrong player, so I'm not really going to speak on him. But if you want to just continue to bring in some fiery football players that are just good football players, Zy Alexander and Kobe Bryant at cornerback. Kobe Bryant is a fireball to watch. He's a little bit undersized for sure. He's definitely a smaller player, but at the Shrine game, this was from Nate Tice, I believe. I heard Trevor Sikkema and Connor Rogers talking about it. Like, these guys are widely respected NFL draft analysts. They were all saying, Kobe Bryant was the one guy out there that is like the biggest trash talker you've ever seen. And he lets you know about it because he's very physical, he's very demanding, and he's very, very good. Problem is, the size of defense are a big deal.
JB Brown as well got out of Kansas. Is that another one?
Yeah, JB Brown going to there, got 160,000 in guarantees. And I was also going to mention Desmond Watson. We joked about him multiple times throughout it. He's signing with the Buccaneers. So there goes the dream of 464 pounds of a nose tackle in Denver. Because how is Denver going to stop Genty and Hampton and Smith, who's not a runner? I saw somebody mention about how the Broncos every team drafted a running back. Denver got the worst one. Denver got the third best in the out of this draft. Like, Rashard Smith, he's a receiving back only. He doesn't run the ball. He's not good at it.
Where did Rashard Smith go?
The Chiefs.
Kansas City.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And then to push back on you, Lance, Marcus Yarns isn't a blocking tight end. My daughter could beat him. He's hard pass on him as a blocker.
Well, I thought he just brought better blocking ability than Jaleel. But
Jaleel McLaughlin at least knows how to get in their way.
Yeah, fair enough.
I do find it funny that a lot of people absolutely love the punter pick. When jokingly hate on it. I do believe that you shouldn't draft punters, but I get why Denver did. He's not a bad punter. He's was a lot of people's top punter in this class. So it's a fine pick when I take all joking aside.
Conga coming in with the comment of the day so far, at least for me. Send your daughter's film to the Broncos, Eric. If she can get past Marcus Yarns as a pass protector, send the tape. Let's go. Let's get bugged to the Broncos, man.
Yeah. It's not that she's talented. I love my daughter. She's not a football player. Marcus Yarns is just that bad. Kentucky offensive line, Marquise Cox is being signed as an undrafted free agent. He's another interior versatile guy who actually I think played tackle at Kentucky and might be moving inside as a guard center, if I'm thinking of the right guy. Kentucky had a few offensive linemen this year that are going to be moving around from their position at Kentucky. So he is another one. That's per Mike Kliss that he's coming in there as that. And during a question about tight end Caleb Lohner and playing 1 year of college football, General Manager George Payton jumps in saying 57 snaps. Sean Payton, his movement skills and his height, weight, hand-eye coordination, there is a lot of developmental upside. Again, I understand that there's a lot of people upset because they thought, there are better players in your eyes available. The Broncos clearly coveted this enough to use that 7th round pick on him.
There was another quote that he had out there, and it refreshed on my Twitter feed, talking about you can see the athleticism, you can see the length, you can see the strength, like even in the small amount that the small amount of time that he did get to play. So they apparently did some work on him as a basketball player too. Then,
yeah, it's one of those things where there's a lot of teams that they will go and scout college basketball players who probably aren't good enough to make it to the NBA. And then I'm not saying this was the case with Caleb Lohner whatsoever. I just know that it's happened before. Well, they'll reach out to a college football coach and be like, hey, this guy plays on your basketball team. Maybe you can convince him to come over to play football where, there's better opportunity because of the number of players you have in the NBA or in the NFL compared to the NBA, and give him a shot there, see what you can do, because we can see his athleticism. We can see this ability. Go try to make him a tight end. I know teams have done that before. I'm not saying that's the case here, but it very well could be.
Typical anecdotes or whatever you want to call them, little snippets from George Payton. I'm trying to find the stuff that he had on Caleb Lohner, because it was an intriguing comment. I think I hit the most of it, but still there was some. All right, here we go. This is Parker Gabriel with the Denver Post talking about Caleb Lohner, saying 57 snaps. Sean Payton said his movement skills and his height, weight, hand-eye coordinator, there's a lot of developmental upside with him. And then they did talk about there's another couple things that he had said too, and I'm still trying to find that.
Lance, you gotta listen, man. You gotta
listen. That's the comment you just read. I know. I thought I found the right one, and then I read it even though I didn't know. I'm sorry, dude. It's not my fault. I was listening to you. I just read the same thing you
just teasing. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Have we seen anywhere about Xavier Restrepo and where he's anything about him yet?
I haven't seen anything. No, that's what I was looking at. And Andrew Armstrong, for that matter. I was looking.
Ooh, that's a good one too. I didn't think about him.
Let me refresh.
Michigan safety Makari Page to the Giants. Broncos are signing Utah linebacker Kareem Reed.
Yeah,
he's not bad. He's decent.
Oh, Nick Nash went to the Falcons.
I'm gonna say unconfirmed. This is from Broncos Avenue. So Amir Farrell. It's not a. I know Amir, and they do good work over there, but I don't know if he's linked in well enough. So I do apologize for that. I just read it and then realized who I was talking about. So let's see if we can get some confirmation from like a Kliss or Parker Gabriel, anybody in the Broncos market on that.
And one thing too to always remember about this is, until teams announce them, they're not official. There have been multiple cases of players, changing their mind, or, one team comes in late to the process and comes in, so they switch there, or, a team's back out. That's a big one. A lot of teams will back out. It's a situation where, we have this guy here at say offensive tackle. We really want him, but he's deciding between two teams. We're going to go switch over to this guy. That guy agrees, and then the first guy comes back and says they'll agree. The team will pull out with the second one. That's a big thing here.
If I remember the story correctly, talking about Philip Lindsay here, the Broncos, I believe he had an offer with the Ravens.
The Ravens, that's a situation where his mom told him,
exactly,
no, go to Denver.
Yeah, stay home. You can stay here. Go to Denver. You have a better opportunity in Denver, even though they just drafted David Williams. So David Williams, running back out of Arkansas, that I believe they had called Philip Lindsay saying they were about to draft him, and then they drafted David Williams instead. And Philip Lindsay got legitimately pissed off about the whole situation. And then when the offer was with Baltimore, he was going to go there, but his mom talked him off the ledge and said, just stay here. You'll get a better opportunity in Denver. And I mean, the rest is history. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons from an undrafted free agent for the first time in NFL history. It was a great decision for him. But that just goes back to Erick's point of these players are getting multiple offers all over the place, and they might be agreeing to go to a team, but then get better insight, a better opportunity, anything like that, better money in some situations. Like there's a lot that goes into this. So again, like Erick said, just be a little patient on this. It's not 100% confirmed in any of these situations, but yeah, the initial reporting is always fun to take a look at.
Yeah. All right. And we do have news about a Miami receiver, but it's Jacoby George. He's going to the Panthers. Did see someone mention the Titans, but looking into it, I'm not sure how much I would buy that. Waiting for a more reliable report.
Mm-hmm.
I got one here. Aaron Wilson, the reporter out of Houston, who's connected in all across the league, saying Kansas is J.B. Brown to the Broncos for $160,000 guaranteed. Lance,
you're about as bad as Nick and not scrolling up in chats, man.
Dude,
I'm just teasing you. Just teasing you.
I'm just gonna leave. I'll just leave at this point. No, it is frustrating, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be like that. It's not that I'm not paying attention.
There it is from Adam Schefter. Xavier Restrepo is signing with the Titans, where he'll be reunited with Cam Ward.
Okay.
Good for him.
Buccaneers signing Shiloh Sanders. I saw that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the Cameron Silman Craig is signing somewhere too. I just saw it. I was going to bring it up for the Buffs fans.
The better safety from Colorado, right?
Yes. Yep. The better safety. The shark. He always, every time he makes a tackle, he puts the fin on his head and runs around like a shark.
Oh man, like he's untouchable then.
Falcons doing Nick Nash. Okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I like Nick Nash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised he didn't get drafted though.
Yeah, I am too.
With his production. Let's see. Who's another one that everybody like? Jake Brenningstool. Have we seen anything about Brenningstool?
I haven't. That's an interesting one to me too.
Yeah, I was looking. I haven't either.
Juiced up Harold Fannin Jr. in terms of physicality. I liked him a lot.
See, I know it's not going to be a guy you guys are familiar with, but one name I'm going to be searching: Nick Collerup. He is the best blocker in this blocking tight end in this class. Better than Jackson Haas. Didn't expect him to get drafted though. Absolutely loved his tape. Dude, he plays like an offensive tackle out there with the way he wants to just take the soul and the life out of players he's blocking. Can't remember who it was. One of the, I believe, projected top pass rushers for next year absolutely got shut down on multiple pass rush attempts by Nick Collerup, which really stood out. But gonna look into the chat here, see if there's any comments that we want to bring in. We can go about an hour at most from here before we do have to get out of here, and then seeing if it has Efton Chisholm been picked up. That is a good one.
That's the name I was looking for. I haven't seen him yet either.
I got one from the Michigan football Twitter account. Donovan Edwards is with the Jets now.
They also picked up Jordan Clark.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Colorado State offensive guard Drew Moss is signing with the 49ers. That's a really good pickup for them. And then with Efton Chisholm, one thing about him, sat down and watching Shrine Bowl practices with a former wide receiver coach, and he absolutely praised his releases, how clean and technically refined they are. That he's probably had some of the best releases that he's seen of, projected later round receivers. He didn't want to include some big guys, so he absolutely he loved Efton Chisholm and kind of imparted that love on me as well. Michael Davis again, Isaiah Bond. A quick Google search will let you know why he fell out of the draft.
So the Broncos, this according to Aaron Wilson again, the Broncos are signing Arkansas State Red Wolf receiver Courtney Jackson to a UDFA deal.
You had my hopes up there for a minute when he said Arkansas, but
And then
he said Arkansas State.
This
And
is another one for the
that is
Broncos.
the
I don't
and Lance,
know
I got to
who-
say, after you said Arkansas State, that is the second most disappointed I've ever been in you, falling behind not knowing what Catan is.
Fair. Regardless, Zach McKinnell, I'm not sure who this guy is. Blue checkmark guy. Kendell Bowler, Florida A&M defensive back, reportedly signing with the Broncos as well. This guy
Florida
is-
A&M?
Yes.
Can you spell the last name for me?
Bohler. And Zach McKinnell is the senior editor and owner of FCS Football Central on SI, so he is probably a guy that we can trust on that.
Let's see here.
And then Broncos Avenue just right after that saying the exact same thing.
Kendell Bowler is not the guy that who I thought it was. There's another Florida A&M player whose name I can't remember, that another one not expected to go undrafted, that I wouldn't mind at all if Denver looks his way. Let me search Florida A&M and see if I can't figure out who it is.
This is fun. This is
Jaden
big
Robinson.
fun.
I have Mizzou edge Johnny Walker. Denver signing him.
Coming in.
Another Shrine Bowl standout.
I saw a tweet, and so I had to Google why Clay Webb had fell out of the draft, and I wish I missed the person I was about 30 seconds ago. I'll just say that.
The bullying incident, facing federal charges over. Yeah.
So this according
It's not
to
me.
Jordan Schultz, former Colorado wide receiver Will Shepard is signing with the Buccaneers. Mike Evans is Will Shepard's mentor. I like Will Shepard a lot. God, deep thread, big body. Ooh.
At the Colorado Pro Day, Sean Payton pulled Will Shepard aside and spoke to him for like 20 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yep. Let's see here. Still looking for that Florida A&M player that I was thinking of earlier, but I am not seeing it.
Missouri edge Johnny Walker Jr. to the Broncos per Luca Evans of the Denver Post.
Lance,
did I just do it again?
Lance.
Good Lord.
Yup.
I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just
now you all see what I deal with on Friday nights. Lance doesn't listen.
Oh boy.
But Johnny Walker, he's tall, he's lanky. There is some ability to set the edge there, but he's pretty explosive for it. Doesn't have a lot of explosive moves to him, but with Denver's success in finding undrafted free agents, I'm willing to wait and see what he can do. I think there's some interesting stuff there. And
Summoned Fox here jumping in.
I like
saying
Johnny
Parrot.
Walker.
Summoned Fox jumping in here saying Parrot. I guess I got a new nickname. Yes, Jason, I was so excited. I'm trying to pay attention as best as I possibly can and saying things and looking stuff up. Damn it, Lance. Yes, I know. Good Lord.
It's all good. It happens. We're all focused on different things that sometimes we tune out what's being said.
Oh,
I
got one.
Lance tunes me out all the time.
I got a good one here. Ryan Fowler, the Draft Network. The Chiefs are signing Jake Brenningstool. Okay, has anyone seen this one yet? From Aaron Wilson again. The Broncos are signing Jaden Robinson. No?
I mentioned it in passing about 5 minutes ago, but it was only in passing, so it's understandable that you missed that one.
I'm going to leave. I
think I just said his name, and I didn't say specifically that Denver was signing him, so you get a pass on that one.
Guys, I'm like dying of exhaustion here. I'm trying so hard.
It's all good. It's not as bad. So peek behind the curtain here. I will say something in a group chat or Twitter DMs, and you don't even have to scroll up, or I'll post a Twitter link or something like that. And Nick will come in about 20 minutes later and post the same Twitter link. Doesn't even have to scroll up. Just has to take a quick second to look.
It's literally like right after the fact, like less than 5 minutes, but everybody's already seen it.
And I have the same reaction with Nick as I do with Lance. It cracks me. And when I do it, which doesn't happen as often, they give me crap for it too. So it goes both ways.
So allow me to defend myself, okay? I'm trying to read. I don't read and listen very well. Okay, here we go.
Xavier Truss signing with the Broncos. Offensive lineman, tackle guard, versatility. 6'7", 310 pounds. I love this signing. I was a huge fan of Xavier Truss throughout the draft process.
Should I just play into the meme and say, hey, Xavier Truss to the Broncos? Just play into it now. I'm going to.
For the bit?
Yep, just for the bit now. For the bit now.
So, guys, Broncos are signing Arkansas State wide receiver Courtney Jackson as a free agent.
And then the Dolphins are signing Arkansas wide receiver Andrew Armstrong.
That's a good fit for him, too. That's a really good fit for him.
Man.
Do we have Clay Webb? Do we have that one yet? Clay Webb?
Hold on.
What about Johnny Walker?
You want to look it up, Lance. I saw.
I was going to. I was absolutely. Hey, by the way, another offensive line signing for the Broncos, Xavier Truss. This is according to Luca Evans of the Denver Post. By the way, just so you're informed.
Rodney Garcia coming in said, "Why didn't we trade McMillan?" I will say I firmly believe Denver tried. I think it's one of those situations where they kind of took a either give us what we want or we're just going to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how training camp goes, maybe if Reese Taylor takes a step forward, maybe they'll look at moving him on then, maybe before a trade deadline. I don't think if they did try to move him that they were getting anything that they were looking for. And so they just kind of are keeping him around for now. Going to see what, again, Reese Taylor can do, see Chris Abrams-Drain, see what he can do, and just keep McMillan around for depth. I am more surprised that Damari Mathis is still around.
Yeah, and Drew coming in saying, you need 4 cornerbacks. Why trade him? Well, because you just spent a 5th-round pick on Chris Abrams-Drain, who played admirably down the stretch of the season and showed a lot of growth. That game against the Los Angeles Chargers was a really good game. He had that interception late, which unfortunately then led to the free kick because Sean Payton doesn't know how to run the football. But Chris Abrams-Drain, inside-outside versatility. He can play in the slot if you need him to. Good depth piece there, and the Broncos trust him a lot. So I mean, that's why you would move on from a Jaquan McMillan if you're not wanting to pay the guy because he's a restricted free agent.
He's a restricted free agent after this
season. So he's looking for a new contract this next upcoming season, and he's a better slot defender than the Nate Hobbs, from the Raiders this last season, and he just got $12 million on the open market. Jaquan McMillan is a better slot defender than Nate Hobbs is. So that's why you would want to move on from McMillan to try to see if you can't figure out a way to get at least a pick now in this draft. I don't think they're going to do it now. I think they're going to hold on to him because if he gets $12 million on the open market like Nate Hobbs did, you're looking at like at least a 4th-round compensatory pick, if not a 3rd.
Yeah, and we have SP coming in saying, in trust we trust. Can we say in danger trust? Can we make that?
No.
Make that into the thing?
Danger
trust?
Get out. It's too close to danger Russ. Get out of here all the way, please. Next thing you know, Eric's going to start saying Broncos country, let's ride again.
Willie Lampkin signing with the Los Angeles Rams.
No.
Interesting.
He's gonna be a fun one to watch. I think that's a good fit for him, though.
It is. It really is.
One guy that he's often compared to actually had a good career before injuries took their toll with the Rams under Sean McVay. Name escapes me, but yeah, he was there, and that's the guy that they often compared Willie Lampkin to. Similar size, a few inches taller, about 20, 30 pounds heavier, but had success there in that scheme. So let's see. Anybody else that's standing out that's popping? Amari Knight, UCF tackle. One of the few, the lone bright spot on the UCF offensive line. Rashad Owens, Amari Knight signing with the Seattle Seahawks. Oklahoma State wide receiver Rashad Owens is signing with the Bengals. That is I hate talking about wide receivers to tight ends just because the difference in the build and everything, but Rashad Owens is one of those guys that could potentially make that kind of move, putting on about another 20-ish pounds over time. Mizzou quarterback Brady Cook is signing with the Jets. Another name, it's quarterback, but El Gersma. I am going to check and see if there's any news on him because I know Denver has had some interest in there.
The Tanner Elgersma? Taylor.
If you're unfamiliar with Taylor Elgersma, he's a Canadian football player.
Mm-hmm.
He basically won their version of. Oh, here we go. We got a smaller receiver, Jerwan Newton, out of Toledo, signing with the Broncos.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me pull up his name here. 5'10", 194, 460 40 time. Oh, there you go. Small and slow. Means he sucks. Can't do anything. But
say that name again.
Jerwan Newton.
Okay. I was about to do it again. I just didn't hear the name. You broke up on my end for a minute.
He's got some good explosives, just not overly, doesn't have that long speed. If I remember right, trying to think back to, I think January when I really watched Toledo, he's one of those guys that can be a pretty solid blocker. I don't think he's a good blocker, but he's pretty solid and has some potential. But he's probably a guy that's probably not going to make it for the Broncos to the practice squad after roster cutdowns.
Yeah. Rodney Garcia jumping in here. We talked about running backs potentially after the draft, obviously undrafted free agents and free agents in general, maybe making a trade. We mentioned Tyler Algier and Rodney Garcia coming in and saying, should we trade for Tyler Algier? It makes sense here. One, obviously Bijan Robinson in Atlanta makes a lot of sense. But if I remember correctly, the Broncos were like very heavily linked to Tyler Algier. I know they had a lot of interest there, and he went one pick before them to the Falcons. And then I think the Broncos took Delaren Turner-Yell with that next pick, if I remember that correctly.
That sounds right. I think I did see that somewhere today.
Let's see. Sounds like Cam Ward made a big push for the Titans to go get Restrepo during the draft. They obviously didn't, but they did go out and get him as a undrafted free agent.
I got one here from Steve Leitch, North Carolina Central wide receiver Joaquin Davis, signing with the Broncos. 6'4" Davis, who garnered significant interest after running a 4.4 40 at the HBCU Combine, is also a standout special teams player. Showing some highlights. This kid is long and tall, and holy cow.
Yeah, he was one of the guys. I didn't watch the HBCU game. I wasn't able to. I think I was busy. But I went over through some information. He was one guy afterwards, and he was one guy that got talked about a lot. There was also a running back that a lot of people thought if that was going to get drafted as well. I'll have to go and see if I can't find that name, his name, to see where he's ended up at.
A lot of news, so obviously this all happens really fast. And again, you can never guarantee that any of this is actually going to stick here, but it feels like there's a lot more news about the Broncos and undrafted free agents this year than there was last year. Am I like missing something here, Eric? Because I think that's right, but I'm not 100% certain. It just felt like the Broncos were not this active this quickly.
No, they were. It's just there was a lot of uncertainty. There was like 3 guys that were announced as signing with Denver rather quickly that like an hour later were signing elsewhere. So it's just one of those things, as I said earlier, you just kind of got to wait and see, wait for the official word on it. And Denver takes forever to release their official signing list.
Mm-hmm.
Typically like the following Wednesday or Thursday.
So I'm curious as to if this actually happened or not, but Kyle Krabs is kind of playing coy here because he said that Jalen Conyers has a Mike McDaniel pet project written all over him, and now all of a sudden he's like, woohoo. So I don't know. Has anyone seen anything on Jalen Conyers yet?
And I haven't, but I do want to say is that the Rams with that, they are saying offensive line fullback for Willie Lampkin.
Yeah, like I was saying throughout the show.
We have another one. Broncos made an offer for Isaiah Alexander. He turned down more money to go to the Seattle Seahawks.
That's a good fit for him there too.
Jerwan Newton had 1,048 yards and 11 touchdowns last year for Toledo.
Wow. Land Larison never. Oh, yep. Land Larison from his personal account. Go Pats, go. So Land Larison to the Patriots.
Boo. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see here. Irv Mulligan out of Jackson State. That's the running back that was getting a lot of attention there from the HBCU Legacy Bowl during that week.
All right, well, guys, I think I'm going to call it for this afternoon before I make a fool out of myself and read another name that we don't need to talk about again. But no, guys, it's been a long weekend. Obviously, I wasn't here for the full day today, but with everything that's been going on, work, personal life, and everything, it's just been a grind. I'm pretty well exhausted, and I just want to say again, thank you to everybody. I mean, we're sitting here, 854 eyes on us still. I mean, we're an hour after the draft almost, just diving through news on Twitter and bringing obviously repeat news in my situation, but still, you guys are the best. You guys really are the best for sticking with us for the entire weekend. We had over 1,200 people on yesterday evening. So like this has been just an absolute blast. It's always fun to do this, but this especially has been incredibly fun. You guys showed up and you showed out. I just want to give a shout out to everybody to donated stars and super chats, everybody that was here, just keeping the chat flowing. You guys are the best, man. We have the best community here at Mile High Huddle. We love and appreciate every single one of you guys. Like, and again, I say it all the time at the end of every Dove Valley Deep Divers. We couldn't do this without you guys. We really couldn't. Without you guys being here, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. So thank you all. We love and appreciate every single one of you guys. You all stay safe and take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. And as always, go Broncos. I will see you guys on Friday afternoon next week.
Have a good one, Lance. Thank you for joining us.
There, Lance.
Now, it's up to you guys. I'm good to still go. Chad gave us for about another hour until about 7 p.m. Mountain Time. But if you guys want to call it, we can. I'm good either way. It's up to you guys.
I think for at least me personally, I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache, probably from staring at a screen all day. But man, I had a fun time, even though this isn't the most I don't want to say noteworthy, but like marquee, let's say, draft class by many people's estimations. I think the Broncos got a lot of great players that are going to fit what Sean Payton wants. And I can't wait to argue with everyone about whether it was good or not for the next several months. But yeah, great hanging out with you all weekend, Eric, Ron, you as well. And I mean, I'll see you going forward. So you and me will be chopping up by the Broncos. And thank you to everyone in the chat. I mean, and especially those, I see 54 different super chats / stars. That's absolutely amazing. You guys are awesome. And you continue to come back to Mile High Huddle to get your news and information. And we greatly appreciate that. But with that being said, well, I was going to say good night. It's getting close to there. So good night to you all. And I will talk to you two later.
Yep. See you later. Yeah. It was good seeing you. You're going to get out of here too, Ron?
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here as well. And I thank you guys. Again, I came in tail end on the third day, but again, it was good to talk about these picks, talk about the draft as a whole. Broncos got some good prospects. So I'm excited to see how it all unfolds, have more in-depth conversations with you guys on these. And again, thank you all for tuning in, every day supporting. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you both for joining us. It's been a great time. It's probably time that we should call it, I think. I know we wanted to do a little bit more on drafted free agents, but I have definitely hit that point of that I might have to turn it out here. Maybe if you guys want, maybe I'll push another 15 minutes and let these guys get out of here. But if not, thank you all for tuning in. It's been a wonderful weekend. It's been a wonderful time. It's always a fun conversation to have. And even though we push back on your guys' opinions and don't necessarily agree, it's always great to hear from you guys. And it is enjoyable too to see the mixed reactions. I mean, throughout the whole draft, there were people who hated picks, loved picks, questioned it. The whole spectrum of picks, we have seen it. And it's always great to, have that discourse, have that back and forth. So, Ron, Dylan, I'll let you guys get out of here. Thank you guys for joining me. It's been a fun one. And looking forward to talking with you guys later. Dylan, I'll see you Monday morning. Ron, until next time. And how Jeremy's sitting here, he's giving me the okay. It's all good, Eric. Go get some you time. It's Saturday night. If I have to get off of here, I have to go spend time with the wife. Who doesn't want to do that? But guys, make sure you're following Huddle on Twitter. Make sure you guys are following us on Twitter. All that. There's going to be a lot of written content. Now that the draft's over, it's going to be focusing on recapping this, breaking things down, and then looking forward to what's going to come out of this. Plenty of ways that the Broncos can still improve this roster. There's still free agency. There's still free agents out there. There's still trades they can make. And a lot that the Broncos can still do. They definitely have plenty of options. Thanks to everyone who super chatted and starred. Thanks to everyone who's joined in and been part of this conversation. Again, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do best. We wouldn't be able to do this as frequently as we do. I wouldn't be able to do this full time. Appreciate you all. Love you all. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. Don't drink and drive. And as Nick always says, choose kindness, choose compassion, and of course, go Broncos.
Broncos.